Howdy, howdy, good morning. It's Friday. More Umineko today. 2 days in a row, wow. So, pardon me. Taking a sip. Something. Oh, got my sweater out, so I'm just taking that off. Ooh, I feel a little tired today. But I'm sure if it's like yesterday, we'll wake up and get real invested in the story again. You know, um, hold on, this should be. Position myself here. Alright. Oh, we're like still on episode 1. Holy. Are all of them going to be as long as this first one here? Wonder how close we are to getting through episode. Load in here. Game audio back on. Oh. Now it's only been like a day. Like yesterday we did this. I don't need like a full recap. But let's go over things a little bit. Right, we just finished having a big argument between Eva and Rosa. Not Rosa, fuck. She said Natsui. I don't know why I said Rosa. Arguing how Kinzo disappeared. Eva seemed pretty convinced that Natsui had to have been the one that did it. But she doesn't believe there's like another person on the island, a 19th. Natsui does, though. I don't know if I want to trust her about the whole receipt thing. Like, she said she put a receipt, like, wedged in the door to confirm whether or not the door opened at all. Between, like, the first time that Sui went to go meet Kenzo and the time that Eva followed Natsui in for that second time. It's an interesting clue, but do we trust her? Because she's the only one that could vouch for it actually, like, not moving, being there, as she said. What else happened a little before that? Aunt Maria was being all weird. We learned about her kind of other personality thing she got going on, but I don't know if that's an apt. Hideyoshi was extremely on board with Eva's, like, whole receipt thing. That's just him trusting his wife, though. Right, after that whole argument, too, Eva and Hideyoshi both decided to go back to, like, their room in this mansion. They wanted George to come with them, but he decided not to. Not just them two alone. And considering it's like now the evening, I'm pretty confident that, well, I don't know, it has to be them. Tear apart the two who are close. But it says those who remain shall do that. Those who remain shall tear apart. I'm not sure where it's going to be getting at with that. Go back, like, forward. But the love that was lost. So everyone else would do something that makes them hate each other? Guess that's pretty likely, but if so, how? How? Alright. We're gonna... I'm continue. Oh boy, I'm ready. The uncomfortable atmosphere continued even after those two left. It was thick with the idea that simply thinking about the culprit's identity would be the same as deciding whom to suspect. It had begun to feel like discussion of the case itself was itself taboo, but no one mentioned the case, at least out loud. However, those thoughts were what filled our minds. All we couldn't say aloud made our heads feel like they were going to explode. So, at least on the outside, the parlor had once again regained its calm mood. Everything was left unsettled.
少しだけ雨足が弱まった気がするね。
You think so?
まだいっぱい降ってるよ。おお。
仮にやんだって、この島には船がねえんだしな。
I gotta wait till morning anyway.
船が明日すぐに来てくれりゃいいんだがよ。洋館バカンさんもうお腹いっぱいだぜ。
母さん、明日船はいつ来るのかな。
At night, actually.
本来なら帰りの船は今日の3時に来てくれることになっていました。
3 p.m.
先方も台風が過ぎてから来直すと電話をしてくれたでしょうが、あいにく電話は普通ですから。でも向こうも子供の使いではありません。客人の方々の送迎目的だと教えてありますから。おそらく明日の朝一番で、多分9時頃くらいに来てくれるでしょう。
Alright, so probably around 9. It was completely black outside. I looked at the clock, I realized it was just past 7 p.m. I was starting to get hungry. Making mackerel? In the kitchen, Kumasawa was cooking enthusiastically. She let out a variety of dishes, and while they didn't match the level of Goto's artful cooking, they were still quite gorgeous. It was an act of kindness from Kumasawa, who was trying to enliven everyone's low spirits with. Sawa wasn't nearly as talented as a professional cook like Goto, but she was far from unskilled. On the contrary, since she had been brought up in a fishing village, the simple food she created was sometimes highly praised. Kanon arranged the food Sawa had finished creating on plates under direction. Kanon also helped in the kitchen sometimes, but since he was rarely placed in that role, he was slightly awkward, even though he tried his best. Just doing his best, dude. Self-conscious about the fact that he couldn't cleverly arrange the food, Kanon's expression darkened slightly. Akumasawa smiled as though everything was fine.
きれいに盛り付けられてますよ。カノン君もお上手ですよ。
シャノン姉さんだったらもっときれいに。
Kanon stopped arranging the food for a bit and hung his head. Kanon was the one who always assisted Kumasawa in her cooking. Tonight, Kanon was doing it instead. And as he remembered Shannon's face and her brutal end, he grimaced. Fuck, dude.
今は忘れなさい。
Forget that for now. Genji spoke kindly to Kanon as the event upon. Nanjo had escaped from the parlor once the mood had grown sour, and Genji had become his opponent in a game of chess upon Nanjo's request. Playing chess, huh?
はい。今は忘れます。
それがいいだろう。
Genji purposely refrained from facing Kanon as he spoke. He did so because he understood that it might make things tougher on Kanon if he noticed that someone was looking at his eyes. Nanjo also understood that, and he held back any thoughtless words.
金蔵さんもどこへ行かれたんでしょうな。
Where has he gone? For now.
ご無事だといいのですが。
わかりません。ただ、すべては親方様が望まれ、仕組まれたことのように思っています。
Really?
それを邪推することは、親方様にお仕えする家具には過ぎたことです。
This
源
rollless
氏さん
furniture.
は怖くないのですか。私には今夜まだ何か良くないことが起こるような気がして怖いのです。
怖いことなど何も。私はただ後ろ宮家にお仕えするだけですので。
Man, how extremely dedicated. Anjo sighed through his nose and made a carefully considered move. Anjo was very slightly dubious. Genji possibly thinking that he'd be left out of this. Couldn't even imagine what was happening inside this mansion, but he definitely couldn't deny the possibility that Kenzo had devised something. If you liken this island to chess, Kenzo had opened a game. As a result, 6 pieces had been defeated. Could it be that Genji was calm because he believed he alone was on the outside of the chessboard and therefore safe? Nanjo thought about it. Wasn't everyone just a piece on this chessboard lined up equally without any exceptions? Was it even Genji who had gained more of Kenzo's trust than anyone, who was confident of his position as Kenzo's only close friend? Just another one of the pieces laid out on the chessboard?
源氏さん、私は今夜が本当に怖いのです。無事に明日の朝を迎えられることを心より願っています。
Oh, we're seeing what Eva and Hideyoshi are going to be doing. The guest room Eva and Hideyoshi moved into had originally been built to house guests before the guest house construction. So, until a few years ago, they had stayed in these rooms every family conference and were very familiar with them. This room was just like a room at a hotel, with a bathroom with a bedroom and a bathroom, so even though they were still shut in, it was far more comfortable than the parlor.
やっぱり家族だけだとリラックスできるな。他のみんなも客室にこもって鍵をかけてりゃええんや。
夏日姉さんが客間を出るなって威張り散らしてるんだもん。誰も口答えなんてできないでしょ。あの人、ずーっと冷や飯を食ってきたから、兄さんが死んでやっと天下が来たって張り
Is
切ってん
that
の
how
よ。
she sees it?
まったく、ずうずうしいったら嵐の。
まあそう言うな。夏日さんもあれで結構頑張っとるんやで。お前もそう突っかからんでもええやないか。さっきのレシートの件もあそこまでは言い過ぎやで。
Oh, now he says it?
だってあそこで言わなかったらもう言うタイミングがないんだもん。
Eva, sulking cutely and looking at the television set alongside Hideyoshi, who was lying on the bed.
でも、
Oh
こうし
no.
て二人きりになるのはずいぶん久しぶりよね。
そうやな。思えばわしもお前も老けたもんや。 ジョージが生まれてから何もかもがあっという間や。
本当にあっという間よ。子供を作るの焦りすぎたかしら。
Eva's eyes looked like they were staring off into the distance. Yes, she had thought of it as a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Rhoda with a cross had been unable to father a child for some time. 6 years passed after his marriage to Natsui without any signs of pregnancy, which didn't please Kenzo at all. Eva herself had thought that. Since her name would be moved outside the Ushiromiya register when she got married anyway, it didn't matter whether a successor to the headship was born or not. And then, one day, she had a heavenly relation. Or maybe it was the whisperings of the devil that she had listened to in her greed. If she could give birth to a successor first, wouldn't she be able to remain in the Ushiromiya register? Things went well, she might have a chance to inherit the Ushiromiya family herself. When she proposed this to Hideyoshi, he had approved of it instantly. This wasn't because Hideyoshi also had greedy thoughts. For Hideyoshi, who had no close relatives, it was a chance for him to feel once more the long-forgotten thing called family. So when they got married, he hadn't fussed over which last name they were to keep. He had quickly agreed to have his name entered into Ushiromiya family register. It hadn't been easy to persuade Kenzo, but his daughter Eva knew Kenzo's personality well. So, by choosing the time when Kenzo was most dissatisfied with Natsui, she was magnificently able to make him accept Hideyoshi as an adopted son-in-law. Looking at Hideyoshi, who had achieved success after starting from nothing, Kenzo might have seen a little bit of himself. He quickly grew to like Hideyoshi and approved of his transfer into the Ushiromiya register. That's how she did. She just waited until Natsui was most disliked. It's been like that since the beginning then. Holy. George would eventually become the successor to the Ushiromiya family. He had raised him strictly with that purpose in mind. He had been worth their while and had grown into a fabulous young man who wouldn't disappoint no matter where he went. That was why he had not been permitted to fall in love with a servant like Shannon. So when she learned that Shannon was dead, an engagement was now invalid, though part of her had still been shocked by the gruesome. Part of her had also been also been relieved that her dear George wouldn't be stolen by some servant girl. Holy. Can't just think like that, woman.
クラウス兄さんのことが昔から嫌いだったわ。偉そうで威張ってて。自分がやがては当主になるのだと自慢してて。だから、それに一矢報いてやりたかった。でも、それは子供の頃の感情なのよ。でもその感情は、結局、自分の人生のほとんどを支配した。それだけならまだいい。その感情は、あなたやジョージまで巻き込んで振り回してしまった。
エヴァ、備え自分を責めるな。
She got up and held Eva's shoulder. You could feel a warm understanding from him.
わしはな、自分の人生はもうとっくに折り返しに入っとる。でもな、今日までの生活を後悔したことは一度もないで。一度もや。
Not one.
エヴァと一緒で他の男どもじゃ味わえん楽しい人生になったと思っとる。戦争で身寄りを失ったわしにもう一度家族のぬくもりを教えてくれた。
Oh, lost his family in the war.
だから後ろ宮の家には感謝しとるし、わしの唯一わしとお前が歩んできた人生にな、今日までほんまに楽しい人生やったで。
Up till today, huh? When 6 people died.
ありがとう、あなた。
Eva hung her head, burying her face in Hideyoshi's chest. Probably no one in the parlor could even imagine that this side of Eva existed.
感謝するのはわしや。
Oh, he's so mean to everyone.
今日までお前と一緒にいて後悔した日なんてあらへん。
私もよ。
Oh, that's... How are they
あなたと一緒になれ
torn apart then?
てよかった。
Because I'm feeling more and more like it has to be them after this.
ジョージももう立派な大人や。わしが見張ってなくてもしっかり仕事ができる一人前や。で、正月あたりをのんびりモルジブあたりで過ごさんか。わしら二人水いらずや。
いやよ、毎年年賀状の返礼で寝る暇もないとか言ってるじゃない。
次の正月だけはなしや。年賀状はみん。黙って下のお年玉くじだけチェックするんや。今年はカラーテレビくらい当てたいで。
やだ。
They still have black and white TVs?
モルジブでお年玉くじのチェックなんてしたくない。
じゃあそいつもなしや。水いらずのんびりでジョージが生まれる直前の新婚時代の続きをちょいとしてみんか。
うん、それならいいわね。
モルジブはええとこらしいで。なんもない島に美しいサンゴ礁と水上コテージが並んでてな。
新婚時代の続きっていつからなの？
仕事納めしたらすぐや。旅行店に聞いてみんとわからんが、多分大晦日前には。
いや、今すぐがいい。
Right now, huh? Eva nagged at his lips in a peevish yet frivolous manner. Flirtatious manner. Jeez. The only sounds that filled the room were the distant voice of the announcer on the news, which Hideyoshi had left on, and the obnoxious pounding the rain against the window. There was a knock on the door and Genji-san entered. Right, so back in the parlor.
お夕食の準備が整いました。お食事はまたこちらでよろしいですか？
Well, can't exactly eat in a dining room, can we?
ええ、ここへ運ばせなさい。南條先生はまだ厨房にいるのですか？
はい。次の一手を熟考したいとおっしゃっております。ご安心を。他の使用人たちとご一緒です。
源氏さんはじいさまの相手ができるくらいチェスが強いもんな。南條先生よりも強いらしいぜ。
It's Izzy.
そうなん
I would have
だ。
thought the other way around, maybe.
昔相手をしてもらったことがあるけど、あれは勝たせてくれたのかな。
マリア、もうすぐ飯だそうだぜ。しかし、よく一日中テレビを見ていて飽きねえな。うん、い
つもテレビいっぱい見てるから平気。
マリアちゃんはテレビっ子なんだね。
Oh no. The start
食
of
事だ
many.
から机の上を片付けないとダメだぜ。
Earlier, we had torn several pages out of Maria's notebook, and there was now a mess where everyone had been drawing together. Just began cleaning that up quickly. Still, everyone here can really draw. I'd never guessed.
源氏、エヴァさんたちにもせめて食事くらい一緒にしないかとお声をかけなさい。どうせ断るでしょうが。
かしこまりました。
Oh no.
お父様の次はエヴァさんですか。つくづく後宮家の食卓には全員が揃いませんね。
Matsui felt her headache starting to throb again and lightly held her temple. Genji's gonna go there and they're gonna be dead. They're gonna be dead already. Happened the instant we cut away. The distance from the kitchen to the parlor wasn't that great, so Genji had gone and come back by himself, but the guest room was a little further away. Matsui had warned him to avoid being alone whenever possible, and just now Nanjo had also admonished him, saying it would be better if he held a little more concern for his safety. Kanon accompanied Genji, and the two of them went to visit Eva and Hideyoshi in their guest room. Genji knocked on the door.
エヴァ様、秀吉様、お夕食の準備が整いました。
He waited a short while for them to come out, but there was no response.
源氏様、これは。
The red blood markings. Kanon pointed under the door. Oh, it's probably even worse. Oops, I totally forgot to read that out loud. A Western envelope had been inserted under it. Normally, when something was inserted this way, it'd be interpreted as a message from someone outside to someone in the room. So this might be a private note meant for Eva and Hideyoshi. It was not something that Kanon and Genji were supposed to take interest in. But this Western envelope was one in Kinzo's, the same kind as the one Maria had taken out last night and surprised everyone with.
間違いない。親方様の封筒だ。
あるいは
Even though this was one of Kinzo's envelopes, the letter Maria read aloud the previous night hadn't come from Kinzo. Genji continued knocking a little harder and called out in a loud voice.
エヴァ様、エヴァ様、源氏でございます。いらっしゃいますか。お返事をお願いいたします。エヴァ様。
But there was no response from the inside. Sometimes when the servants went to call some guests for a meal, the guests would be sleeping so deeply that they wouldn't wake up. In times like that, the servants would stick a letter in the door to show that it was time to come out and leave the guests be. But despite that, Genji beat even harder on the door and called out Eva's name. However, there was no answer. Kanon stuck his ear up to the door, held his breath, and listened for any sounds coming from inside.
テレビの音らしきものはでも気配が感じられません。お部屋は空っぽかも。
Genji took out a handkerchief and carefully, not to touch it with his bare hands, gently pulled on the envelope that had been stuck under the door. It was sealed with a deep red sealing wax. Without a doubt, the mark on that sealing wax had come from the Ushiromiya family's head ring.
エヴァ様、エヴァ様、どうかお返事を。もうお部屋にはいらっしゃいませんか。
There was still no answer. There was a chance that those two were aimlessly walking around the mansion. This was the home Eva had grown up in. There were plenty of reasons to think that she had gone out on a casual stroll. Genji groped around his pocket and pulled out the bundle of keys, which contained a key that would open the guest room.
ケンジ様。
Kanon also understood what this meant. They would sometimes unlock the door so they could go in and do things like make beds, but only after they made sure the guests were out. To unlock the door for any other reason, especially to do so when there was a chance the guests haven't given permission might still be in there, was an action unbecoming of a servant. But Genji had decided. The only problem had been that his knock hadn't received a reply. He wouldn't have gone this far. But the envelope under the door was doubtlessly one of Kinzo's. Or rather, one of the Western envelopes of the Ushiromiya family had. After last night, the sender of this envelope could be someone other than Kinzo. If this letter had been sent by someone else, they're either still going to be alive and it's going to be awkward for a bit, or they're actually just dead here. After giving that final notice, Genji stuck one of the keys from the bundle into the keyhole. There was the sound of the door unlocking. And after slowly turning the knob, he slowly started opening the door. Light seeped through the crack of the door. Were they in the room? Or had they forgotten to turn out the lights? With the sound of the door chain being pulled tight, the chain had been secured. The chain couldn't be secured from the outside, so it also proved that they were in the room. The sound of voices on the TV seeped out of the room. The lights, the chain, and the TV. All of these things made it clear they were in the room. But there was no sign of them. Genji called to Eva once again through the crack in the door, but there was no answer. It's time to bust it down.
いかがしますか。
As part of their job, the servants were able to unlock almost any lock in the mansion, but they had no way to open the door with a chain. The only way to get by the chain was to cut it. That was certainly not permitted as part of a servant's usual work. Creepy Chio had already rushed up their backs. Kanon held his breath again and tried to sense someone through the door, but even so, he was not able to sense anyone.
私は奥様をお呼びしてくる。カノンのチェーンの切断を。
はい。
Not separately, dudes. As Kanon hurried away to get a cutting tool, Genji called them to a stop.
待てカノン。厨房に戻り、熊沢と行動するように。断じて一人で行動してはならん。
Okay, good.
はい。かしこまりました。
Although I kind of was wondering why he had to do something so troublesome in the middle of this urgent situation. But Genji had said it out of awareness. He didn't care what happened to himself. But in the worst case scenario, he didn't want anything to happen to Kenon. In the kitchen, Kumasawa was piling food on the serving cart, and Nanjo was waiting for Genji, apparently wanting to show him a move he finally thought up that might turn the tables on him. But Genji's appearance immediately told him something was wrong.
おや、どうしましたか、源氏さん。
南條先生、申し訳ありませんが、この勝負は一度中断させてください。
Time for just.
カノンはチェーンを頼む。
Yes.
熊沢、食事の配膳は一時中断し、私は奥様のところへ行く。南條先生もご一緒に。
何かあったんですかな。
Oh, he's worried again. Genji took Nanjo, who still didn't know what was going on, and quickly left the kitchen.
熊沢さん、申し訳ありませんが、僕と一緒に来てください。
何があったんですか、カノンさん。
I want to do something. It's been bothering me for a while. Oops. Voice down a little bit. Music and sound effects up a little bit. There we go. Musawa said almost exactly the same thing as Nanjo, unable to take in the situation and chased after Kana and would have flown out into the hallway. Explain things a little bit, but I guess it is an emergency. Oh man. Taking Kumasawa with him, Kana went to his storage room and looked through the tools packed in toolboxes hanging all over the walls, trying to find something that could be used to cut the chain.
何を探してるんですか。私も手伝いますよ。
ドアチェーンを切断するんです。大きめの番線カッターはどこだっけ。
ドアチェーンをどうしてそんなことをするんですか。
エヴァ様たちの部屋にチェーンが中にいらっしゃるはずなのに、お声をかけても返事がないんです。
It took Kumasawa some time to figure out how cutting the chain and Eva and Hideyoshi not answering were connected, but she did realize that this was an urgent situation.
これなら多分。
Kana took down a very large wire cutter that had been hanging on the wall. It was called a cutter, but may be easier to understand if we said it was shaped like a large pair of pliers. I've seen one of those before. Kinda remembered once being warned that this dangerous tool could easily cut through one of your fingers. Kinda took that and rushed up the stairs. He already knew instinctively he should fight for every minute, every second to open it quickly. Or perhaps it was already...
待ってください、カノンさん。
早く。
Slow down a little bit. Masawa eventually caught up with him, gasping for breath, with both hands on her knees. When Kanon changed his grip on the wire cutters and looked up at the door, he let out struck speechless. Oh. That's a new one. They were gone only for a moment, though. Kumasawa screamed weakly, her face pallid. That was no surprise, because right there on the door, just like a magic circle, just like the magic circle that had been drawn on the shutter of the Rose Garden storehouse, there was another eerie shape drawn with blood-like paint. However, it would be odd to call this one a magic circle. Because unlike what most people would expect, it wasn't a circle with shapes drawn inside of it, but a slightly more complicated geometrical shape. However, those strange characters filling the gaps, which weren't from the alphabet, they were the same kind as the ones on the magic circle on the shutter. But the thing that had Kanon stuck speechless wasn't how eerie the magic circle was. It was that something like this hadn't been here a short while ago. First, he had taken a trip back to the kitchen. After that, he'd gone to the storage room to grab a tool and headed right back. Put those together and it couldn't have been more than 5 minutes. How could someone add something this creepy during that period of time? And though it had just been drawn, almost like the door itself was bleeding. Several unsettling vertical lines slowly dripped down, getting longer and longer. Kumasawa's knees gave way and she sank down on the spot. If Kumasawa hadn't done this first, then Canon surely would have wanted to. Your culprit has a giant stamp allowing them to place that drawing instantly anywhere. Yes, maybe. Anyway, howdy, SM. Howdy. Alright, so how is it gonna be done? Is it gonna be any different than how it was done to the others in the shed? It would have to be, right? Because, Battler did request something done in a way that only a witch could have done it. Oh, Telethia. Yeah. Want to ask me something before we continue here? I'll enjoy more of my coffee. Go ahead. Open up Steam Friends list and see what's... yeah, hold on. We can do that real quick. That takes no time. It says you were playing Helldivers 2 on ship. Something happened to the game? Like freeze or something? I wanted to play Helldivers 2 when it came out, but I never got the chance to get it. Wonder if it's still a fun game. Probably is, yeah. That might have affected you, but it hadn't since it's... Ah, I see, alright. Oh. Glad I was able to help. Back to what the hell is going on here. Beatrice, what have you done?
ベアトリーチェ様の仕業ですよ。恐ろしや恐ろしや。
Tear apart the two who are close. Those who remain shall tear apart the two who are close. But none of them have done any tearing apart, unless you're gonna say they're like melded together and everyone has to work together to pry them apart. That would be fucked up. Alright, too much thinking. Canon gulped and then readied the wire cutter and approached the door. He didn't want to get close to this disturbing magic circle and he really didn't want to touch that steadily dripping substance that looked like blood. But if he didn't get close, he wouldn't be able to cut the chain. Fighting this cold feeling, he gulped again, and after gathering his courage, he went even closer, putting the wire cutter up against the chain. He then pressed with all of his strength, managing to cut through the chain far more easily than he anticipated. The cut chain fell into two separate parts, which continued to clang as they swayed back and forth.
カノンさん、足元に封筒が。しかもこれは親方様のもの。
Is that another one, or the same one that he and Genji found earlier and they just left it there? Sorry, I skipped over this. It looked like Kumasawa had also noticed the western envelope at the bottom of the door, and that the sealing wax had been sealed to Head's ring. Kanon hesitated for just a second over whether he should open the letter first or check inside the room. But he eventually decided on fulfilling his original purpose. Kanon pulled a handkerchief out of his pocket. This was so he wouldn't leave fingerprints on the doors. Being more careful after what happened last time. They're getting smarter. If his worst fears were realized, the police would want to investigate this room too. He slowly pushed the door open. It was able to more clearly hear the sounds of the television, which had been seeping out faintly this whole time.
Eva-sama.
Gently opened the door. That's a reference to Doki Doki Literature Club, yeah. I would have been interested in playing that one myself, but I feel like I've seen everything that game has to offer just through like osmosis, people talking about it, memes and all that. It's almost like an Undertale situation where I never played Undertale myself, but I kind of already know like most of what's going on in there. Basically instantly spoiled on it. It might be fun to go through it just to like experience how the whole like flow goes and everything. I don't know, it could be interesting if we end up doing more visual novels after this entire Umineko thing. Eva-sama? Is she in there? Eva was lying face up on a bed. Huh. She's just sleeping, it's fine. Next year, gotcha. I am gonna start doing 2 streams, at least, of Umineko. Or try my best to do 2 streams, starting from now. Like, I did one yesterday, but my plan was to start doing it Fridays and Saturdays. We'll see how that goes. At least be double the speed of double the pace at which I've been going so far, at the very least. Alright, back to the suspenseful moment. Ava was lying face up on the bed. On the bed with her shoes still on? Musawa, who had fearfully entered after Kanon, who was hiding behind his back, screamed a short eek again when she saw Eva like that. Eva's shoes had been the first part of her that Kanon had seen, so the oddness of wearing shoes in bed was the first thing to strike him. Immediately for the feet. But when Eva's head shifted into his line of sight, Kanon couldn't help but let out a short scream like Kumasawa. Right in the middle of Eva's forehead, something had been placed? Something was growing there? No, what, a knife that's sticking straight out? Right in the center of her forehead. Was an old-fashioned knife? Oh. That or some weapon like it was sticking out. At the base of where it was stuck in, blood dripped down, staining the sheets on the other side. Bright red. Musawa's knees gave away once more and she sank down on the floor. Her mouth kept flapping open and closed, but she couldn't even scream. Ava was dead with some kind of weapon sticking out of her forehead. We'll look at that after the scene. Both eyes were open wide, and the image of the person who killed her must have been burned into them. But the only mouth capable of naming that person had been shut for all eternity. Even though her forehead was the last place they wanted to look, they couldn't tear their eyes from it. Right there, the weapon that was stuck into Eva's forehead, standing almost perfectly upright. And on that handle was a complicated design that you wouldn't expect to see on an ordinary weapon. That thing could be summed up with the word occult. It was a vulgar object with a design that might have been of some demon. Eva was top of her bed, but the other bed was empty. Where was Hideyoshi? After taking a backward glance at Kumasawa, still on her knees and stupefied, he checked the bathroom just in case. At the moment he opened the door, he was greeted by steam and the sound of the shower. The bathroom was of the same familiar style as most hotel bathrooms. When taking shower, a waterproof curtain was used to keep water from flying out. Whoa, we actually got an image of this. There's like a drill in his head. You good, Joe Breaker? What the fuck? That waterproof curtain was half open, and lying tumbled down in the bathtub was Hideyoshi, completely naked with both eyes open, and pointing right at Kanon. Just like Eva, a weapon with demon-like design was stuck into his forehead. Since his head had been under the shower's hot water this whole time, his face wasn't half covered and filthy with blood like Eva's had been. But the sight of him dead while still taking a shower was tragic enough. Just then, they heard Natsui's voice coming from the hall. She was probably coming with Genji. Ow! Howdy darn. It's time to read it now. He did it. I didn't let her die. What could I have done to stop it? As Natsui said that, she picked up the envelope. Before checking its contents, she entered a room herself, where she found Eva dead. Kanan gripped his handkerchief and twisted the valve, turning off the shower. In the bathtub, a small jar of body soap had fallen with its cap off. It really looked like he'd been attacked while taking a shower. There was still a small splash of blood clinging to the white bathtub, and the combination of red and white made a horrible contrast. Andrew checked their pulse and their pupils, making certain their deaths once more. Scanlan watched this business-like treatment, he thought. Couldn't you tell at a glance that they were dead without doing all of that? Andrew thought about removing the weapon, but he decided it'd be better to preserve the scene and hand it over to police, so he left it alone. But a close inspection of the base showed that it didn't have a blade. In fact, it was more conical than blade-shaped. How you pronounce that? He noticed that rather than a knife, it was more like a short-handled spear, something with the shape better suited for thrusting than slicing. Rather than a short spear, you might call it a thick ice pick. Anyway, after looking at this scene, no further words were needed to describe what sort of terrible purpose such eerily designed weapons were originally made for. Nor was it necessary to explain how they carried out their function. Natsui, hoping to escape the repulsive steam filling the bathroom as soon as she could, covered her mouth with her handkerchief and dashed from the room. Just viewing their gruesome bodies for an instant had been enough to burn the image into her eyes. If she looked any longer, that image would surely remain in her vision for all eternity. The rising urge to vomit was exactly the same feeling that she had that morning at the gardening storehouse. For a while, Natsui couldn't help but stand with her back facing the guest room, fighting the sickness in her stomach. Oh, you need to let Maria read the magic circle thing and tell you what it means. It's... They're dead, but it's... I don't think it's as brutal as the first 6. They at least have, like, all of their faces. But they could tell that those fiercely racing footsteps in the hallway belonged to George, even before he came dashing into the room. George and the other children had been waiting in the parlor. However, when they saw Genji speak to Natsui, when they saw her turn pale and fly out the parlor, they felt a sense of foreboding. And when they saw a large group of people gathered around the guest room, they were sure of it.
人かよ。
エヴァおばさん
Nothing
と
to
着
say?
会したんだよな。おいカノン君、これは何の騒ぎなんだ。
バトラ様。
Oh, so I've never seen that surprised look on him before. Kinda didn't have to say anything. George's scream after they ran into the room told him everything they needed to know.
誰がこんなことを。殺してやる、殺してやる。ジョージ君、しっかり。
He touched George's shoulder with her hand, but he violently shook her off. George fell over beside Eva and buried his face in the bed in front of his mother's face, wailing. Then he pounded on the bed with his fist over and over again.
ジョージ兄さん、しっかり。バトラ。バトラ様。
Oh. Battler had his back against the wall of the hallway. He was covering his eyes with his right hand and weeping without restraint.
いいぜ。心に決めた女を婚約同じ日に親父とおふくろまで殺されるなんてよ。そんなのあんまりにも無謀じゃねえか。
Of course it's sad whenever anyone dies, no matter who it is. But to Battler, those left alone by the deaths of others were far more worthy of pity. Everyone, here and now, had lost someone close to them. George wasn't the only one to be pitied. However, George's pain was far greater than everyone else's.
そりゃよ、人はいつか死ぬぜ。人間誰だっていつか死別の悲しみと戦わなきゃならねえ日が来るだろうよ。でもよ、そいつは兄貴にとってはずっと未来の話で、しかもそいつは一つずつ順番に訪れるべきもんじゃねえかよ。無謀すぎるぜ。やろう、やろう。少しは人の情けってもんがねえのかよ。
バトラ、泣かない泣かない。
I tried to comfort Battler in a mechanical sounding voice. Battler violently wiped his tears. Look, for a second, he like pushed her.
悔し涙も悲しみの涙も。ああ、全然ダメだ。俺たちは魔女様に爪を食らってるわけだ。主勢一方ってわけだ。そりゃダメだぜ。全然ダメだ。チェス盤がひっくり返っちまうぜ。
Yeah, spin it around.
俺たち羊が明日まで逃げる手段もなく怯えてるだけだろうと思ってるだろうよ。だからひっくり返すぜ。明日までこの島から逃げられねえのは野郎も同じだ。しょんべんちぎりそうになりながら逃げ隠れするのは俺たちじゃねえ。野郎の方だ。暴いてやるぜ。必ずな。
Wow, spoilers. Mods ban him.
明日までに。いや、明日なんか待たねえ。今夜だ。今夜中にその裏倉を掴み上げてやる。
とにかく
Mods, take him
こ
to the
の部屋は
Rose
警
Garden
察が来る
storehouse.
までこのままにして施錠します。いいですね。
Matsui announced it as though she didn't care whether they agreed or not. If anyone had a right to object, it would have been George, but he looked as though he'd shed enough tears. George nodded slightly, still facing away from the others, and when he stood up, everyone else agreed too. Matsui still hadn't opened that western envelope with the family head that she picked up. Now that they decided to leave this room, she decided to unseal it in the parlor where everyone could watch. As soon as they walked down the hallway to head back to the parlor, some of them immediately felt something out of place, or maybe sensed something strange. Oh? Which is gonna come out?
答えよ。
Stinks?
マリアもわかるか？こりゃ何の匂いだよ。ひでえ匂いだぜ。
Has Genzo been brought back to his study? But, I mean... Tear apart the two who are close. Was that really tearing them apart? That could be interpreted as tearing apart George from the rest of his family. I don't know, something doesn't make sense. Or their souls from their body. I don't think that's quite it. Blood splatters and enter their head. We're gonna go back to Hideyoshi in a second. I saw something. Found on the bed of a guest room inside the mansion with a weapon resembling an ice pick sticking out of her forehead. Found in the bathroom, the same guest room that Eva was found in. Like Eva, there was a weapon resembling ice pick sticking out of her head. Can't see either of them by looking through the gap, the door where the chain is set. You can't see them, so you can't reach them. Haze, how could a human possibly kill them? Is it Maria? No. This wouldn't be Maria, like, speaking about it, right? Some of these wouldn't make sense if they were all her. Maybe this one, but it could also just be Beatrice doing this, right? To see her again, so it don't. Yeah, I guess, huh? But something like this, he has a right to lament his ill fortune. Doesn't seem like something that Maria would say. Like even her like witch personality. But I guess everything else. I'm also unsure if this could be it. What? I'm gonna ignore what you guys are saying. Alright, so we're gonna find, like, Kinzo shredded, probably already, like, decomposing or something in his room. When everyone sniffed the air, they did notice a horrible burnt smell drifting through the hallway. One that none of them had smelled until then. Oh, he was cooked elsewhere and then brought back?
私、ちょっと厨房を見てきます。火はちゃんと消したはずなんですよ。
After noticing a burnt smell was natural, that Kumasawa, who had just been using the burner in the kitchen, suspected that her own slip-up had caused it. Kumasawa hastily dashed away.
カノ、熊沢と行きなさい。一人にさせないように。
はい。
After After nodding at Genji's orders, Kanon followed after her. He wasn't running, but as he followed her, he tried to search for the cause of the smell in other directions as well.
臭い。ふーん。
これは確かに鼻が曲がりそうな匂いですね。しかし換気のために窓を開けてもいいものか。
Mitsui was reluctant to open windows in a situation where self-defense was so important.
換気扇を回させましょう。窓を開ける必要はないと思います。
ジョージの兄貴、話しかけても大丈夫かよ。
犯人を探す相談なら構わないよ。
It seemed that Jord had managed to climb out of the abyss of sorrow. All that filled his chest now was the quiet flame of hatred towards the culprit who had stolen the lives of the one he loved and his beloved parents.
部屋にはチェーンがかかってた。さっき構造を見たが、とても外から細工できる代物じゃねえ。つまり完璧な密室だったってことだ。
そうなるね。バラ庭園の倉庫の時はシャッターの鍵を使用人室からこっそりと持ち出したのだろうとか。
So how did they open the door?
あるいは複製の鍵を持っていた可能性とか、いくつか方法が想像できた。でもチェーンは違う。チェーンは一般に浸透した施錠方法の中で最もシンプルに密室を構築できる。
チェーンだけは物理的に破壊しない限り外からはどうにもならないぜ。じゃあつまり犯人は扉からは出入りしなかったってことなのか。
こりゃ面白いや。つい数時間ほど前にも扉以外でどうやって部屋から出入りしたのかってみんなで騒いだ気がするぜ。
Back then, we were all losing our cool, wondering how grandfather had disappeared from his room. Their receipt Aunt Eva stuck into the door on a whim proved that the door had remained sealed. And since Aunt Natsui was the only person to enter or exit during that time, she was under suspicion. Aunt Eva proposed a theory about Let me read that one more time. Aunt Eva proposed a theory about how Aunt Natsui might have thrown grandfather out the window and left the door herself. But this door is much simpler. It was sealed from inside by the door chain. The window had also been locked from the inside, and the bodies had been inside the room. This time it really had been, without exaggeration, a true closed room. That's right. If you include grandfather's disappearance, 3 cases have occurred, and all 3 times the door had been a point of interest. The first was the shutter. There's a key in the servant room, and if we assume someone knew about that, this can't really be called a closed room. Next was the door sealed by the receipt. However, Aunt Nasui entered that room, so if grandfather had left through the window or had been thrown out, she would have been able to lock the window before escaping. Or, like my theory, grandfather could have hidden until the receipt was gone and left the room later. Basically, this door can be defeated with a handful of desperate tricks. In that sense, you really can't call this one a closed room either. And now we have a door sealed with the door chain. Finally, we have to give up. The window, the door, everything had been locked. It was a perfect closed room. The first hadn't been a closed room because everyone could be suspected. The second had been a closed room because Aunt Natsui could be suspected. But this time, no one can be suspected. This was the perfect closed room because the door chain formed a seal that blocked everyone equally well.
なら、犯人は室内に入らずに犯行に及んだ。
They're just really tiny, like a little goblin.
部屋の外から何らかの方法で。
確かにチェーンである以上、人が通れるほどは開けなくても多少の隙間を開けることができる。ノックして顔を覗かせたところを襲うとか。いや、甘いか。
How would they lock it? Even if they did make them, like, unlock it themselves to walk out, how would you lock it back up?
甘いよな。エヴァおばさんの遺体が扉のすぐそばだったなら、それも考えたぜ。
feel like Maria could actually enter it. They say it only opens like about a crack. Probably just barely wide enough for a cannon to fit like those wire cutters into it. So I doubt Maria could actually slip through. But I guess we don't got a hard confirmation on that. The incredible shame of dropping the soap in the shower. He dropped the soap, went to pick it up, slipped, and fell directly on the drill thing, the ice pick. It has been solved.
だがエヴァおばさんは部屋の奥のベッドの上。
Not like she could beat Eva and Hideyoshi and also drill their skulls, even if she could get in anyway. Yep. Except they're saying that just to throw me off because it actually was her. She just set up like a dummy in front of the TV when no one was looking to make everyone think she was still there. And then with her incredible art skill, she drew that magic circle in like 2 minutes and then ran away. Ran back.
しかも秀吉おじさんはバスルームだった。チェーンの隙間からでは姿を見ることもできねえし、手を伸ばすこともできねえ。ちくしょう、全然ダメだぜ。さっぱりだ。
Something was tugging softly at my sleeve. Maria. The evil Maria?
おお、満足？
She's like, there. I killed them in a way only a witch can. Are you happy? Did, just like you asked. I told her.
満足って何がだよ。
There she is.
バトラは親族の誰かを疑うのが嫌だから、犯人はベアトリーチェであってほしいと願ったよ。だからベアトリーチェは叶えた。
Oh, nice of her.
バトラが言った通り、絶対に人間には無理なことをして、バトラに魔女の存在を信じさせてくれた。なのにわがまま。
Just smacked her. I tapped Maria, who was laughing unpleasantly on the head with my fist.
ああ、叶えてくれてありがとうよ。今のはその礼と、不謹慎な時に笑ったことへの教育的指導だ。
It's like now is to thank you and also teach you to stop laughing when it's inappropriate.
それより教えやがれ。エヴァおばさんたちの部屋の扉にも、また怪しげな落書きがされていた。あれもまた魔法陣なのか。
あれは特に覚えやすい特徴的な形なんだから、あのくらい知っててほしいね。
Smack.
知らねえから花を持たせてやってんだ。
It keeps bonking around the head.
ごちゃごちゃ言わねえで解説しろい。
バトラは暴力的だね。あんまり意地悪すると教えないよ。
Oh, talking back. That's another smack.
あいたい。言うよこのげんこつ男。あれは月の一の魔法陣だよ。
何の意味がある？その魔法陣のご利益は？書かれてるヘブライ語の意味は？
記されているのは旧約聖書詩編第107編の16節。
Sure is an interesting design. Like a big gate? The tower?
主は聖堂の扉を破り、鉄の管抜きを打ち破ってくださいました。
Or he has broken gates of brass and cut through bars of
魔
iron.
法陣の効用は2つ。1つはいかなる方法によって閉ざされた扉でも開くことができる。
そりゃ便利な魔法だぜ。つまり 魔法の力に頼らなきゃ開けぬ密室の扉っていうもう一つの効用は
開かぬ扉を八方塞がりの事態に見立て扉を開く。
You're blocked by unopenable doors in all directions. It opens a door.
難解な事態の時に用いることでそれまで思いつきもしなかった解決策を与えてくれるんだよ。
You're using it in a difficult situation. You haven't even thought.
平たく言うと観察力や洞察力、ひらめきや直感を授けてくれるんだね。
Laughing, that's a little smack.
ベアトリーチェはバトラごとき人間風情にこの扉の開き方がわかるものかって挑発してるんだよ。
よーし、もう黙れご苦労。
Alright, good work, so shut up.
上等だぜ。その魔女の挑戦受けてやら。
マリアちゃん、この世に魔女も悪魔も存在しない。父さんと母さんはそれが僕のよく知る人間なのか知らない人間なのかはわからない。でもそのどちらであっても必ず人間なんだ。
しかしどうやって。
And then as they're saying this, like Beatrice finally steps out of the portrait. Hey guys, it's me, I'm real. I used magic.
せいぜい10センチ程度しか開かない扉の隙間からどうやったら室内の2人を。
10 centimeters, yeah, that's not much to work with.
それにしても耐え難い匂いです。一体何事なのですか？
It would take him a while to go to the kitchen. Kanon and Kumasawa, who had gone on ahead, realized the smell wasn't coming from the kitchen even before they arrived there. That was because they noticed an even thicker wave of scent rising from the stairs leading to the basement, which they passed on their way to the kitchen. Not a basement, dude. Basements are creepy. Oh no.
またボイラーの調子が悪いんでしょうか。
The stairs led to the underground boiler room. The mansion's boiler was old and in poor condition. Both of them had witnessed problems with the boiler on several occasions, but they had never smelled the boiler belching out a stench like this before. Slam.
今の音は。
The thing they heard from the basement was definitely the sound of a door closing. Kumasawa had phrased it as a question, but she already knew it couldn't be anything else. I was so surprised at the sound that her knees gave way yet again, and she cowered. After all, at that very moment, no one could have been in the boiler room. It was Kinzo using a secret passage. Stealing that from Joe. Just a few seconds ago, everyone had been crowded together around Eva and Hideyoshi's room. But who caused the sound of a door closing just now?
カノンさん。
After taking a second to sort out the situation, Kenon ran down towards the basement. Since they heard the sound of a door closing just now, and there were no sign of anyone coming up the stairs, the person who closed the door had to be inside the boiler room now. If the boiler room had been a dead end, Kenon wouldn't have rushed in so hastily. Kenon was a servant, so he knew. There were two entrances to the boiler room, one that opened to the mansion and one that opened to the courtyard. If he didn't chase them now, they might slip away. Kumasawa just chasing in after him, making sure he doesn't get away. Yo, what a dude. Kumasawa reached the same conclusion long after Kenon did. But she couldn't let him go alone. If the thing in the boiler room was the culprit, an opponent who had easily killed 6 adults in the first murder, then no matter how Kenon confronted him, he wouldn't be a match. Of course, with this strange argument, even if Kumasawa joined him, it wouldn't change anything. At any rate, after a delay, Kumasawa decided that she mustn't let Kenon go alone, and rushed down the stairs. Oh, sufficiently creepy looking, but not as creepy looking as I thought it might be. A lot nicer than I would have expected. I expected something a little bit more ancient. At that time, Kenon was already in the boiler room. The boiler room's characteristic damp heat tormented him, but that sounds awful. It had always been an unpleasant There, it had always been an unpleasantly smelly and hot place. It's hot as hell in this funky ass hot ass room I'm in. And on top of that, the room was full of that horrible stench, which made Canon feel like he was going to be sick. There was no doubt that this room was the source. In that case, Canon should have been searching for where the smell was coming from. However, Canon kept gazing straight forward as he grabbed a hatchet from a tool shelf just off to the side of the door. He hadn't stretched out his hand because he wanted a hatchet. He wanted to grab a weapon. Any weapon. Why? Canon gazed into darkness where the naked light bulb couldn't pierce. And he answered.
ルーレットは数字と赤黒にかけて配当を競い合う。だが赤か黒かのようなリスクの低い賭けはその程度の配当しか与えられない。
Be betting on myself. The words coming from Kenneth's mouth were swallowed up by the darkness. That darkness suddenly started to swirl, glittering. Oh. Glittering. Ooh. Looking pretty. It was such a fantastical scene. Golden sparkling butterflies that hid in the shadows all over the boiler room, flapped their wings, twinkling beautifully, and gathered into darkness, disappearing. Canon continued speaking, directing his words at the darkness as it swallowed the butterflies up. But as the butterflies gathered up in the darkness, they, perhaps, probably, no, they would certainly laugh. But Canon continued to speak without faltering in the slightest. He's manning the fuck up, holy!
より的中率の低いかけ方をすれば親方様は天文学的なリスクを的中できることをその結果得られる天文学的な配当を魔法と呼んでいた。親方様とお前がどんな魔法を求めてルーレットに挑んでいるのか。しかしお前は忘れている。
Oh?
ルーレットには赤でも黒でもない目が出うることを忘れている。
Roulette has a special pocket called Zero, which means that the house takes everything in certain variants of the game. This means that all of the coins bet on the table will be swept up, just as though everyone has forfeit.
僕は一つだけ心に決めていた。
I bet on Zero.
もしシャノンが殺されて僕が生き残るようなことがあったならこの身を投げ出してお前のルーレットを全て台無しにしてやろうと。これは親方様が決めたルールでもましてやこのルールは僕が作った。
He makes his own rules.
僕は
Holy
もう
shit.
家具じゃない。お前のルーレットのゼロなんだ。
Canon's face twisted. With humiliation, it was clear that his defiance against his own weakness was being ridiculed somehow. Canon's brow creased even further, and a fierce expression that he had never shown to anyone appeared on his face. The hand gripped the hatchet. The hand grasping the hatchet was shaking. The sweat became drops which slid downward. It was clear that the emotion causing Canon's hand to shake wasn't just anger. However, Canon suppressed that emotion.
僕はもうお前の言葉に惑わされたりはしない。悪魔のルーレットはこれでおしまいだ。地獄にてさらに1000年次の召喚者を待つがいい。ベアドリーチェ
Canon raised the hatchet and tried to dive into darkness. The darkness definitely sneered. It sneered at the courage as if it were a vulgar, lazy, futile, and meaningless. Only it was that simple. But we still got like a billion more episodes. Whoa. That was a laugh. Beatrice jump scare. It's funny how it was just a painting, but I guess they can't show her off just yet, right? cannon, hatchet still held aloft. Couldn't take another step after that. With a clang, the hatchet that had been grasping fell and rolled on the floor. And following that, with a pair of thuds, Cannon's knees hit left, then right. That hand, which looked like it was trying to catch the sky, now that the hatchet had been dropped, gradually lowered, landing on his chest. Then, the other hand did the same. Right there, a handle with a demon-shaped design was buried into his chest. The same type of weapon that had been stabbed into Eva and Hideyoshi's foreheads was in Cannon's chest. His chest. Was that the next one? No. It's the 5th Twilight. She's skipping? Skipping ahead? Cheating? And was curled up in anguish, fresh blood dribbling from the corner of his mouth. It was makeup too extreme for Cannon's white skin. Around this scene, the glittering gold butterflies danced through the darkness, mesmerizing. It was a beautiful, beautiful dance, a funeral march of tribute, ridicule, and contempt for a single boy's self-sacrifice. Cannon had already been prepared for his own death, but although he could do nothing but accept the death he had received, he attempted one last measure of resistance. He grasped the handle of the weapon sticking to his chest with both hands, and gritting his teeth with an acute, unearthly pain, he pulled it out. For only a moment, a bright red spray gushed out. Made an unpleasant bloop sound. Probably resembled the sound of Cannon's soul as it was sucked into the swamp of the dead.
Canon-san?
So I screamed at the incomprehensible sight in front of her. Cannon was lying in a pool of blood, so his heart was a complete mess. What a horrible fate. He wouldn't have been killed if I'd been with him. What incredible luck. If I'd been with him, I might have been killed too. She screamed, her expression was filled with complete confusion. And all of the muscles in her face were pulled up, almost as though she was smiling while crying. But no one could have made fun of an expression like this. The first one to dash in was Natsui, holding the rifle. Battler and Genji dashed in after her. Normally, they probably would have started discussing the origin of the origin of that violent stench filling the boiler room. Maybe Beatrice is just smelly. But after they saw Cannon, who was lying on the ground, as if he were drowning in an ocean of his own blood, the stench wasn't important anymore. Natsui realized that even though Cannon was on the verge of death, he was still conscious, so he sent Genji to get the doctor. Natsui, holding a rifle aloft, faced the darkness in the center of the boiler room and shouted, Battler, thinking quickly, took a large flashlight from the tool shelf alongside the door and used its light to cut through the darkness Natsui was glaring into. But the light only shone a mechanical-looking piping in the door. The door had been left open a small crack, and it was obvious that someone had left through there in a hurry. You don't know? A little war cries slammed into the door. Thinking about this just now, though. This makes it like the door being left open a crack like that. Makes it more convincing, at least to Battler, that it can't be Beatrice, right? And it has to be someone else. Also wondering for a bit if it actually could be her. Knows nothing about her own house. Eva was right all along. Yeah, but now Eva's dead. Full air from outside suddenly rushed in. There were some thin, rough stairs leading up. Battler ran up them shouting. Who was also rushing up the stairs, chasing after Battler. They were in the courtyard. The courtyard of the mansion had been built strictly for lighting purposes, so it wasn't very... Wait, what? The courtyard of the mansion had been built strictly for lighting purposes, so it wasn't a very elegant place. Because it was surrounded on all sides, the air was calm and completely undisturbed, even though they could hear the sound of strong winds. There was only the gentle, sorrowful rain. As he ran through the cold and scattered raindrops, dashing up the stairs into the courtyard, Battler looked in every direction. Of course, the odds of him finding a suspicious silhouette just standing around nonchalantly were pretty much zero. Battler spun, looking all around. He turned again and again, kept spinning until he almost lost sense of direction. He prayed that he would see the culprit somewhere in the scenery, but there was no chance. All he saw as he swung more and more the mansion's heartless walls and windows. Furthermore, there were two entrances into the mansion from the courtyard, and neither of them were locked. As the courtyard couldn't be entered from the outside of the mansion, the doors had been built without locks. He didn't know which one they had left through. He had to give up. Eller pounded a wall with his fist, swearing. Eller pressed his forehead against the wall, which he scratched at with his fingernails as he cried. I don't know about Eva being kind. People die when they are killed. Butler was a boy who could understand the feelings of pain right in a person's heart. So he cried with all of his strength. Matsui had always thought of Battler as a frank person, was a little surprised to find he had this delicate side. At the same time, she understood how easily hurt the heart of a young person can be, so she held him.
大丈夫です。あなたも、ジョージ君も、マリアちゃんも、ジェシカも、母として、そして、後ろ宮家の代表として。
Like, is it really only... Well... yeah, pretty much if Kanon's gone, the only other adults are Nanjo, Genji, and her and Kumasawa. Battler, after sobbing to Natsui's chest for a while, wiped his tears with a bitter smile, as though he had been like that the whole time, and tried to appear as though he cried more than enough already.
とにかく、一度下に戻りましょう。犯人を探すより、自分たちの身を守る方が最優先です。明日になれば船が来る。そうすれば警察がやってきて、すべてを白日の下にさらして。
Are we sure this is still the first episode?
犯人がどうあがこうとも、この島から逃げられるものですか。
そうっすね。警察さえ来れば。
And the seagulls cry. Name drop again, second time, the crime will be solved. But For some reason, Butler felt a slight sense of uneasiness, as if the seagulls would never cry again. That couldn't be true. When the typhoon passes, surely the lively seagulls will return to the harbor again. End of the prologue. I returned to the boiler room along with Aunt Natsui and told everyone weekly that we hadn't found anything. Word that Dr. Nanjo and Dordaneki had carried Kanon-kun to the servant room. So he's still breathing? The servant room had a first aid kit and a sink and could apparently function as a nurse's office. Musawa-san and Jessica had accompanied them. Stains from Kanon-kun's blood remained on the floor. Judging by the large amount of blood lost and the ruthless shape of the weapon had fallen carelessly to the ground, I figured that Dr. Nanjo's treatment could probably end in vain. That weapon was doubtlessly the same type that had been stuck in Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi's foreheads. But wait, isn't the demonic design of the handle a little different? There seem to be some small differences in that part. Still, as far as their overall shape was concerned, weapons were all the same type. Slightly different, huh? Though it had seemed brutal, we left the weapon stuck into Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi to preserve the crime scene, so this was the first time we were able to have a perfect view of the entire weapon. Almost done with the tutorial? Oh, finally. Just like a Persona game. It's taking forever. As we had expected, the weapon was not bladed like a knife, but shaped like an ice pick, or rather, a thin stake. And it had a spiral-shaped pattern, sort of like a drill. It looked like something that might have been driven to the hearts of human sacrifices in some demonic ritual. Including the hand tool, it was 25 centimeters long. You can just eyeball that? Half of that was the stake-shaped part, which was stained with deep red blood. The length of the blood-stained part made it clear just how deeply it must have penetrated into Kanon-kun's chest. But Aunt Natsui and the rest didn't even look at the weapon and instead stood in front of the incinerator where the horrible stench was emanating from. That's where Kinzo is! They must have dragged out that thing which had been burning in the furnace. It was still smoldering and kept sending out dense waves of that awfully unpleasant smell. Genji-san and Maria-san. You just have Maria there with you? He helped you pull it out? Genji-san and Maria stared down at it, and Natsui probably couldn't stand to look directly at it. She kept shaking her head, her back to it. I thought nothing could surprise me after everything that's happened. But this is... I stood there for a while, moaning with a rising urge to vomit. The true source of that unearthly stench was the scorched corpse that had been cooking inside the incinerator. The clothes, the surface of the body, and the hair were all hideously burned. The grotesque corpse was in a state where not the face, nor the age, nor even the gender could be guessed at. But when I thought about it calmly, I realized the corpse appearing at this time could only be one person. It was a grandfather who had disappeared that morning and whose whereabouts had been unknown.
おそらく親方様だと思います。
私も同感です。
Things are happening. Aren't things going a little too fast? Head, chest, stomach, knee, leg. First Twilight. I'm thinking more on this. Things. I feel like people are dying too fast for this to be, for like the Twilight stuff to actually be relevant. If we assume maybe someone visited here, saw the epitaph, and then ended up finding whatever the key was. Maybe there is a 19th, not Beatrice. And they're going out doing all of this to try and get to the Golden Land that's at the end. Because we got the first 6, yeah. Tear apart the 2 who are close. I guess Eva and Hideyoshi. I'm still unsure about that, if that counts. We had no praising, like, any names. Tear apart 2 who are close. It's not making sense. Is it a lie? Parts of it a lie? Part of it just not translated well? Maria keeps praising Beatrice constantly. Ginzo too. But it's not Maria, because she's always there, like, with them. Oh, Maria being the killer, I mean. But I guess she's always, like, talking good about Beatrice, but even then... Kinzo was the one that wrote this, right? You'd assume this is from his perspective, because he's giving a riddle about where his gold is. It's not Beatrice giving the riddle. So saying my noble name would assume you're praising Kinzo. Wouldn't it? If you think about 4th and 5th, like, yeah, the weapon was stuck in Eva and Hideyoshi's, like, foreheads, but maybe this doesn't count. And Canon's not dead, but he might be. So we can't guarantee we got to the 5th Twilight part yet. If anything, I guess we are still probably on whatever the 3rd Twilight would be. One, two, three, four, 5. So at least 8 people. But it says none shall be left alive. If we assume that one of these... If one of them does have the key, then that's still like 7, right? No, that's still 8, right? But those related directly to the family are only 5. Like blood related, rather. So maybe Nanjil and the other servants will be, like, just need to be killed off quickly? Hmm. I don't know. I don't know how things are supposed to be going. Oh, wait. Let's continue. Nanjo isn't a servant. Yeah, he isn't a servant. But you should have got what I meant. Like, everyone not blood related to Kinzo probably needs to go at some point. Right? I believe it's most likely the master. Yeah, the friggin' burning corpse just letting Maria stare at.
このようなお姿でお亡くなりになるとは。おいたわしや。
でもこの死体本当にじい様だって保証はあるんすか？こうも黒焦げじゃ性別さえも想像つかないってのに。
バトラ君、足をご覧なさい。
Still has his Jordans on. And Natsui with her handkerchief over her mouth and her eyes averted, pointed and told me to look at the burnt corpse's feet.
両足の指が6本あるのがお分かりになりませんか？
6 toes on each foot. Kinjo just a weirdo with 6 toes on each foot?
本当だ。
Just as Genji-san had said, there were 6 toes on each foot. Each individual toe looked so normal in this line. And it's line that I hadn't noticed.
親方様はお生まれの時から両足の指がそれぞれ6本でした。
That's kind of weird.
そして故に親方様は後宮家の再興を託されたのです。
後宮家には昔から生まれつき多子症の方が多かったそうです。
Dactyly. Really? Does anyone else have 6 toes?
多分遺伝的なものでしょう。
Oh, dactyly literally means many fingers. Because of a little mistake, my god, when this person is born, one of their toes or fingers splits into 2 and the total number increases. But a big deal isn't usually made of polydactyly in the world at large. It's because it isn't a disease, it's just something people are born with. So while they're still babies, at about the time they turn 1-year-old, they can be taken to the hospital and given surgery to make them normal. Even if a child with polydactyly can be treated before they become aware. Or even a child with polydactyly can be treated before they become aware, so they might not even remember it themselves. By the way, it seems that there's a possibility for this to occur in 1 out of every 2,000 babies. So even though it's not usually seen, it's not rare at all. Speaking of which, I think Uncle Hideyoshi mentioned something to me long ago about how even Toyotomi Hideyoshi, the man who unified Japan at the end of the Sengoku period, had 6 fingers on one. According to Aunt Natsui, among the many Ushiromiya family heads, the ones most praised for their wisdom all had polydactyly. Because of that, when grandfather was born, his relatives were all excited at the thought that he might become another wise leader. And when the leading relatives all died in a great Kanto earthquake, it was apparently argued that grandfather should be the one to restore the family because of the auspicious sign of his birth. If grandfather hadn't disliked his position as head so much, his 6th toe probably would have been pretty lucky for him. To think of it, I heard about some country where it's believed people with polydactyly should be treated as gods and revered. Praise his name! This is beside the point, but it's fairly common in mystery novels for a corpse to be burned to hide its identity. But I guess that in grandfather's case, just tossing him in. Just toasting him wouldn't be enough. Grandfather's body was not simply burnt. Oh? Something more? It was just like Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi, and the thing that had been stabbed into Kenon-kun's chest. What is it? Is it in his stomach? Stuck into his forehead. Again with the forehead.
指に闘士の指輪がありません。
Yeah, because he threw it out at the very beginning. Didn't you guys see that scene? I'm gonna read this. What? His entire body is... That makes sense. I was wondering what they're gonna do about him, like, his body being burned. Like, I figured his entire body would be covered, but I figured it'd be more, like, black instead of the blood red. Oh, just a hat? Are you giving me spoilers again? He's my noble name. I guess he was killed for... He was dead before Canon got stabbed. So maybe we are... Gouged a head, gouged a chest. Stomach, knee, leg. Leaving only Natsui and the kids. But even then... The witch shall revive, a nun shall be left alive. Maybe that just means when she revives, she'll kill anyone remaining? I don't know. I still don't understand it. Still don't understand it. Guess we gotta keep going.
昨夜の手紙の通りということですか。
What did that letter say, by the way? Natsui, did you, like, not open it and read it yet?
お父様、さぞやご無念でしょう。
Suya let her head droop and closed her eyes tightly. This room had also become a vital crime scene for us to hand over to the police. It's decided that we should leave Grandfather's corpse here and lock the room, sealing it. It isn't clear when Grandfather's corpse started burning in the incinerator, since according to Genji, the strength of the flames hadn't been that strong, so the body must have started burning a long time ago. That stench could slowly creep out of the furnace and fill the room bit by bit, eventually pouring out and climbing up the staircase. Putting aside whether he was rare or well done. Holy, you can't just say that! Grandfather had been brought out, killed, and burned, even though he had started out locked away in a closed room created by his auto-lock. There's probably no doubting this. However, according to Genji-san, the boiler room is usually locked. The possibility that someone outside our group had snuck in and committed a crime was overwhelmingly high. There was also a good chance that this person was walking around with something like a master key. After all, the doors and windows throughout the mansion had been checked. But despite that, the culprit was able to strut around the mansion freely. Oh, new track? Does this crime confirm a 19th person exists? There's still that contradiction since they're trying to tout their existence without ever showing themselves once. Along with Kiri-san's chessboard theory, I've been using this contradiction to deny the existence of an by spinning the chessboard around once more. The very fact that this crime makes it perfectly obvious that 19th person exists means that the existence of the 19th person is even less plausible. As long as that 19th person doesn't show themselves in front of us, if the culprit could get Grandfather out through the door sealed by the receipt, if they could kill Eva and Hideyoshi from the other side of the door sealed by a chain, and they could possibly go so far as to create a fictional 19th person, arrange tricks and devices, if we still want to believe that the culprit is among the 18. and the list of suspects has grown very short. The 4 of us kids, Aunt Natsui, Genji-san, Masawa Ba-chan, Dr. Nanjo. One of these people has to be the culprit, except they all, I'm pretty sure by now they all have strong, like, alibis about where they all been. Wait, we can't be sure of that. Just a second ago, we started doubting whether the corpse here was actually grandfather's, right? Maybe we can think of the other bodies in the same way. For example, the first 6 had their faces horribly smashed. Some of the bodies had kept enough of their faces for us to confirm who they were, but that old bastard, for example, had lost his entire face, as though the whole thing had been neatly peeled off. We only figured out which body was which by their clothes and surroundings. Did the culprit prepare a fake body beforehand and alter it to make it look like they died, even though they were actually hiding somewhere after committing the crime? May sound ridiculous, but it wouldn't be an impossible trick to pull off. Too early to give in to this 19th person. I guess there's some reason in that. Maybe you could then say it's Rudolph? But that doesn't explain how we... like, what the process would be to getting into, Eva and Hideyoshi's room. Like, even if it was him. And it would have really killed Carrie-san. I could see how it would make Battler, like, start to think this way. Give him that, like, possible route to go down instead of thinking there's another person around. And he did, yeah, I was also thinking that he did say he was gonna die. Which you could reason is just him, trying to get other people to think that it was definitely him dead in the shed. Too early to give in to this 19th person. No, this witch. It's really interesting how everything is written. I like it a lot.
さあ、バトラ君もカノンの容体も気になりますし、いつまでもこのようなところにはいられません。戻りましょう。
Rather than go out with everyone else, but remain in the boiler room. The thing she was staring so fixedly at probably wasn't grandfather's body, but the demon's ice pick sticking out of his forehead. They're leaving her there? They aren't making sure she, like, heads out first? Yeah, I like how the characters are actually smart and think about what you might think too, and don't do anything too unreasonable. I like that the setting of this world is like magic can't possibly exist, so they're all trying to find like an actual logical solution to how everything has been played out. They're immediately attached that it 100% is like Beatrice and magic related. It would be crazy, it'd be insane. All pretty good. It was probably the sort of item that an enthusiast couldn't bear to ignore. I tapped her on the forehead. Alright, so you're still there.
ベアトリーチェの目的は何なんだ。俺たち全員の命か。
ベアトリーチェはもうすぐ蘇るんだよ。その時、誰も生き残れはしない。
よくも笑えるもんだぜ。自分だけ蚊帳の外だと思ってるのか。どうして自分の身に危機が迫っていると感じない。
As I'm doing it.
どうして怯えない。
ベアトリーチェは約束してくれたもん。マリアは黄金鏡へ連れて行ってもらえるんだよ。 そこはね、しがらみも何もない全ての人たちがずっと一緒にいつまでも優しくし合っていける素敵な場所なんだよ。
Oh yeah, and you believe her? This person who controls demons? You believe them? She's talking next.
マリアは楽しみだよ。その時はもうすぐだもん。
Smack. Bonk her in the head. Oh? Just what kind of person is Maria? I only know what Maria was like 6 years ago when she was 3. She was once pure and obedient, a good kid. This new Maria 6 years later and the Maria I knew didn't seem to fit together. Just who is she? This witch who calls herself Maria. Maria who is obstinately believes in the witch. This series of unsolvable crimes is proof that the witch actually exists. Every time something occurs that would be difficult for a human, it becomes a little harder for the rest of us to not believe in Beatrice. It must be an intense pleasure for Maria to see her relatives, who only firmly denied the witch existence, start acknowledging that witch's existence one by one. Is that why she's in high spirits?
マリア、もう一遍だけ聞く。どうせ答えは同じだろうが、もう一遍だけ聞く。お前は昨日マラテイエンで手紙をもらった。そいつは誰なんだ？
おお、だからベアトリーチェ。バトラがまだ信じない。おお。
Maria only repeated what she had already said. Maria met with the 19th person. The witch. Was it really a 19th person? Or did one at 18 just get her to say that? All that's certain is that Maria has been with the rest of us constantly. She's always had an alibi and hadn't done anything suspicious. She's simply overjoyed at being made Beatrice's messenger and certainly isn't the 19th person. Supposedly. That's right. I wonder what's written in the letter we picked up in Eva and Onke Oriyoshi's room. And Atsui should still have it with her. Ooh, glass break. Oh, zoomed in clock. That's only been an hour? What the hell? Time passes by slowly now. Well, it's been a couple hours. Let me take a short break and then we'll continue until the next class break and see how things are. Because I'm pretty sure we're still gonna play this tomorrow. I don't see too much rushing going like playing for over 4 or 5 hours today. Have even more time to play tomorrow. Anyway, yeah, short break. I'm gonna go get some more coffee. Gonna stretch my legs a little bit, go to the bathroom, all that. Could give me a good estimate. Well, I'm definitely gonna keep going until the next glass break. I like using those as the depending on how I feel too is another part of it. But for sure, at least up until the next. Yeah, quick BRB. Why is the weather so crazy past few days? And we're getting a lot of like rain and then just clear skies like almost immediately after. Then I look outside again, it's like big dark gloomy cloudy skies again. But then like earlier this month, at the start of this month, it was like snowing. But now it's back to being all like hot as hell, dude. I don't understand the weather. Typhoon, lock your doors. Almost kind of wish it was. Well, the kind of typhoon we got going on in the video game anyway. I love thunder. I love like very hard hitting rain. Like when it rains, I want it to be the kind of rain that's like slamming against my windows. I want to hear like loud as hell thunder. Thunder and lightning that like shakes my entire house. Lull me into an extremely deep sleep with that shit. Holy. Sheesh. Man, what'd I get? Yo, rare yellow tank. Damn. Fishing god. Oops, that's the starting screen. Rare 1-star yellow tank. Love fishing games. Fishing minigames so much I had to have one in my stream. But right, man. None shall be left alive. None? But if they're fast tracking the way to everything. None, Joe, should we let... Oh, it's gonna be him! No, but even if we have been fast tracking everything and we're up to the 5th Twilight, or not the 5th, the 6th Twilight. So if we've done 1 through 5 here, that's still only 3. It's not enough. So there's gotta be like extra things going on there, right? Unless it really is just kill 3 more, and then whenever the witch revives, she's just snaps everyone out of existence. Slices them all up or something. Right? I don't get it. We still don't know what the key even was. Also, it's still fucked up that even if we are up to the 6th Twilight, even if we are like speeding through this, like as the riddle says, we're still on episode 1, aren't we? Got a glass break, so might as well do that. That's what do you mean it goes up to like episode 4? And then we also got like a whole another set of arcs and a different thing, dude. Man, I wonder what the playtime of this has been. Like I know we've been taking breaks here and there, so it's like off by I don't know, probably about 30 minutes or something. Maybe a little more after what happened yesterday. Holy 20 hours. And I still only got one achievement. Oh no, I got 2 achievements. Welcome to Rokanjima and then 2400. Oh man, I'm looking. That's freaking Steam banner at the top of this is using like that weird, funkier looking artwork, which looks nice, but not as nice as the artwork they had for the PS3 version, which we're using here with this month. None shall be left alive. 32 Chivos in this tutorial. Such a gamer. Hell yeah, I'm a gamer. Here, watch me catch up like something sick. Ultra rare fish. While I sip my coffee here, and then we'll continue again. Clownfish. Calling me a clown or something? Huh. It was rare though. 0.21 kilogram. How many of that is American? Well, anyway, let's continue. See where this is supposed to be taking us, because maybe before all my judgments about the epitaph and stuff should come after we hear about what's in this letter. In the end, Kanun-kun did not regain consciousness. Well, but before we continue, let's go ahead and read that. Another death. We had a cool moment at the end, at least. Don't say that. You're making me mad. How presumptuous of lowly furniture like that. Was finally doing things for himself, and it had to be like that, dude. Even though Dr. Nanjo and Rest did all they could to heal him, of course, there was very little that could be done on an island like this without medicine or proper facilities. However, Kanun-kun was the only human to ever confront the culprit. If only he could give us some kind of clue. However, at the time they carried Kanun away, he was already... It was already too late.
申し訳ありません。あのような重傷を設備のないところではどうしようも。
いえ、無理もないことです。最善を尽くしてくださり、ありがとうございました。
Dr. Nando's shirt had been sprayed by a violent spurt of blood, so it's easy to imagine the devotion with which he had tried to save Kanon's life up until the last second. Could have made a custom little alternate sprite there. Show that. Jessica was crouched in a corridor, crying softly. She had probably been taking care of Kanon-kun until the moment of his death. Jordan, he tried to approach her with words of comfort, but when Jessica pushed him away, he stopped trying to force her to talk and left her alone.
私がカノンさんを一人で行かせなければ。
The lack of extra sprites is why Ryukishi calls this a sound novel and not a visual novel. Is this not common of most other visual novels then? Are there like do other like types of visual novels have like a bunch of extra detail like that? Like usually? Just fucking around. You're lying to me? Mods, ban him. Take away his fishing privileges. At least the ones you've read don't go through that effort. I would probably go through that effort, but I'm not a good writer, so I wouldn't be able to make anything cool. I just replay battle scenes in my head of my like OCs and how cool it would be to like see them power up. Let's do that before I sleep.
気に病むことはない。仮に一緒だったら、熊沢も襲われていたかもしれん。それに、愚かにも先走ったゆえの自業自得だ。
そんな言い方ってねえぜ。
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. Calling him a fool? Kinda true, but also kind of really mean, dude.
カノン君は犯人の姿を見つけて勇敢に立ち向かったんだ。熊沢さんも一緒だったら犯人は躊躇して逃げることを選んだかもしれない。
Emotion-filled words that I never thought I'd hear coming from Jessica's mouth tumbled out. Kumasawa, looking truly sorry, could do nothing but hang her head.
ジェシカ、今は言葉をかけるべきじゃない。僕だって。そしてバトラ君もだろう。もう何が何だかわからなくて心が張り裂けそうだよ。
There were tears in George Eniki's eyes again. Seeing Jessica break down crying probably brought back the pain of losing his parents. I've done all my crying all at once, so I didn't feel like crying anymore. However, I understood how great the pain in their hearts was.
大丈夫だよジェシカ。カノンにだってまたすぐ会えるよ。
よしてくれよ。そういう慰めはいらねえぜ。
ベアトリーチェは死者も失った愛すらも蘇らせる。だからきっとすぐに会えるよ。そしてきっとみんなで穏やかに過ごせるから。
カノン君を殺したのがマリアに昨日手紙を渡したっていうベアトリーチェなのか。そいつはどこにいるんだよ。どこに隠れてるんだよ。私が見つけて引き裂いてやる。いいよ、知ってるんだろ犯人の正体を。お前は何を知っていて何を隠してるんだ。話しやがれ。
お嬢様、おやめくださ
I
い。
assumed she's like punching a wall or something, not Maria. Oh, well. Oh, no, okay. She's just mad.
畜生、源氏さん話せよ。マリアが犯人を知ってる。しかもそいつは知ってて隠してるんだ。そして俺たちの内情を伝えて殺しの手引きをしてるに違いないんだぜ。
Okay, but how?
ジェシカ、静かにしなさい。
Jessica grabbed at Maria. Genji tried to stop her, but Jessica could not be calmed. The next thing I heard was the sound of Natsuya slapping Jessica's face. Oh, just like Aunt Rosa. After that, only Jessica's sorrowful sobbing sound, or sobbing voice resounded through the hall.
マリアちゃん、僕は君が断じて犯人ではないことを知っている。君はいつも僕たちと一緒にいたし、犯人なんかと通じている時間はなかった。だから聞かせてほしい。君に昨日手紙を渡したベアトリーチェとは誰なんだい？
Although these words seemed kind, they clearly showed that George had some remaining doubts about Maria. He didn't actually grab at her, however, he felt exactly the same way Jessica did.
兄貴、同じことは俺もさっき聞いたぜ。返事は同じさ。
マリアちゃんの口から聞きたい。ベアトリーチェとは誰なんだい？
言ってもどうせ信じない。
それはどういう意味だい？
That's a different answer.
ひょっとして僕らのよく知る人物が犯人で、君は何かの事情からそれをかばうために黙っているというのかい？君はあの手紙を誰にもらったんだい？
ベアトリーチェにもらったんだよ。何度だって言う。 手紙はベアトリーチェにもらった。ジョージお兄ちゃんがベアトリーチェを信じないのは殴れる相手じゃないから。ジョージお兄ちゃんはやるせない気持ちを暴力に変えて誰かにぶつけたいと思っている。だから殴れる相手が人間じゃなきゃ収まりがつかない。
Oh, wait.
だからそんなジョージお兄ちゃんには真実を話しても受け入れられない。だから言っても無駄。信じない。でもマリアは何度も言うよ。真実だから言うよ。ベアトリーチェはね。
The door to the Golden Land will soon be opened.
マリアはそこに行くの。ベアトリーチェが約束してくれたの。その世界ではママも優しくてパパも一緒で優しいの。マリアは早くそこへ行きたいの。みんなはベアトリーチェのことを恐れている。そしてそれは無理もないことだけど、なら安心して。ベアトリーチェは言ってたよ。台風が去るまでに全てを終わらせるからって。
By the time the typhoon has passed, I'll have ended everything. Smack her again?
饒舌なマリアも嫌いじゃねえが、とりあえずはそのくらいにしとけ。魔女はいるいる言ってたお前にとってさぞや現状は愉快だろうが、とりあえずそいつはお前だけで噛み締めとけ。他人にまで押し付けるんじゃねえ。
こいつ前から気持ち悪いやつだと思ってたけど、おかしいぜ。どっかおかしいぜ。バトラは思わねえのかよ。ケンジさんは、熊沢さんは、母さんはどうだよ。マリアは犯人の正体を知ってて隠してる。確かに直接手を下してるわけじゃないかもしれない。でも間違いなく犯人の一味だぜ。そうさ、スパイさ。私たちと一緒になんかいさせられないぜ。
マリアちゃん、不謹慎な話を慎むべき時もあることを知りなさい。これ以上混乱に油を注ぐような真似が過ぎれば。
And Atui glared at Maria with frightening eyes. Maria was used to Aunt Rosa's loud style of scolding, but she apparently hadn't built up a resistance to Aunt Nasui's quiet sort of scolding. She shrugged and kept her mouth shut. Keeps getting put in her place, holy. Desolate feeling filled the room. It felt as though things would get more complicated if anyone spoke. Many people have already died. 6 people in Dad's group. After that, both Aunt Eva and Hideyoshi, Kanan-kun grandfather. There were a whole 18 people on this island, supposedly, and 10 of those people have been killed. That's more than half of us, and right now there's absolutely no proof that the remaining 8 people will be safe.
とにかく今は仲違いをしている時ではありません。犯人が神出鬼没に屋敷内を出入りしていることが間違いなくなった今、私たちは明日まで身を守ることだけに専念しなくてはなりません。
夏日おばさんに極めて同感だぜ。犯人探しは今夜ゆっくりできるさ。今はどこで籠城するかを考えた方がいい。
I said this, I pointed out the clock to everyone. It was already 8 at night. We had been receiving shocks over and over again since the early morning, and our bodies and minds were both completely tired out. There's still a long time until tomorrow. We need to find some place to barricade ourselves in so we could rest our bodies and get even the smallest amount of relief.
私も同感ですが、私も含めもうみんな体も心も限界まで打ちのめされています。今からそれを考えた方が賢明でしょうな。
そういうこった。敵はマスターキーに準ずるものを持っている降参が高い。
シャノンやカノン君、ゴーダさんはマスターキーを持ってましたか？
はい。勤務時間中だったなら身につけていたはずです。
Ain't that convenient?
現場をいじらない方がいいってんで、そこまでは調べなかったろうが、誰かの鍵が奪われている可能性は否定できねえな。
そもそも犯人はバラ庭園倉庫のシャッターを開けるために一度使用人室を訪れている可能性があります。そこでマスターキーをすでに入手していると考えて間違いないでしょう。
There were many servants serving in the Ushiromiya family. Because of that, there were several master keys. Furthermore, every time one employee started or finished working, the keys were passed between servants. We had to acknowledge that this had probably gotten a bit sloppy at times in the past.
仮に殺された使用人の誰かのポケットから鍵束を拝借したとして、その鍵でも開けられない安全な場所はあるのか？
私たちはお仕事の都合上、すべてのお部屋の鍵を預かっております。
Except Kinzo's room, and he's dead, so we can be in there.
お屋敷もゲストハウスもすべてです。
つまり私たちはどこへ立てこもって鍵をかけようと上等だぜ。鍵なんかいるもんか。来るなら来やがれってんだ。返り討ちにしてやるぜ。
敵は正面から来ないよ。最初の6人はともかく、母さんたちやカノン君、そしておじい様の霊を見る限り、敵は孤立した人間だけを狙ってる。一部屋に固まっている僕たちのところへ堂々と乗り込んで来られるほどの力はないんだよ。
そうだな、兄貴の言う通りだ。ひょっとするとおばさんのライフル銃が抑止効果として成立してるのかもしれないぜ。
So sure it actually works though.
なら良いのですが。
マリア、言いたいことがあるんだろうが、そいつは飲み込んでしばらく黙ってろ。
I probably wanted to say something about witches, about how witches weren't afraid of things like guns, but if she were to say out loud, the atmosphere around here would start to get pretty edgy. I had noticed and decided to put a stop to it.
よろしいでしょうか。一箇所だけ使用人の鍵束でも入れない場所が。
それはどこです？
はい、親方様の。
Yeah, see, there we go. How did everyone else forget?
私は反対だぜ。
Okay, but why?
じい様の気持ち悪い部屋になんか入りたくない。
Just because it's creepy? That's
あ
it?
の部屋に入れる鍵は何本あるんですか？
The one I have.
2本です。
Oh,
1
two.
本は常に私が、もう1本は親方様がお持ちでしたが、先ほどボイラー室の遺体からこれを。
Oh, he had a key too. Did he had it on him still? Oh, okay. He did take it. Genji took a handkerchief out of his pocket and opened it, showing us the burnt and filthy study key. Then he showed it alongside his own key, which he had once lent to
本
Natsui.
来なら警察のために鍵も残すべきだったのですが、親方様より書斎の留守は必ず守るようにと仰せつけられておりましたので。
Even if it was only for that reason, it's still a good idea. Nice, nice.
ということは、金蔵さんの書斎は唯一の安全地帯というわけですな。
そういうことになりますね。あの怪しげな匂いの部屋に一晩も立てこもるので、あの部屋が一番安全であることを今は認めなければならないようです。
その安全な部屋に閉じこもってたじい様を犯人は連れ出して殺してる。絶対安全とは言い切れねえけどな。
バトラ君の説のおじい様がうまくレシートをやり過ごして自分の意思で部屋を出たと考えるなら、籠城の価値はあるかもしれない。
楽観的すぎだぜ、兄貴。
However, at the same time, I thought he brought up a pretty interesting point. After all, this gives us a chance to question the enemy, the witch herself, about how the steel door had been opened. If we assume the culprit used some technique to kidnap grandfather from his study, they have to show us the same trick again if they wanted to assault us study. And that gives us a chance to make the culprit prove how they did it right before our eyes. If she's really a witch, we'll be forcing her to use her a little magic trick to open the door right in front of us. That's probably impossible. If you spin a chessboard around, it's obvious the culprit is acting in a way that will make us think they're a witch. If she really is a witch, all she's got to do is appear in front of us and wow us with a colorful display of magic. And she's avoided doing that, everything must be the work of a fake witch. Of a fake witch who wants us to think she's real. Therefore, a culprit who used a technique other than magic to defeat the closed room couldn't open the door before our eyes.
じいさんの部屋ってのは8人で押しかけても大丈夫なくらいの広さなん
Just
です
gotta
か
tell him you're Beatrice to open that door in an instant. True!
はい。ベッドにソファー、毛布類もありますので、贅沢を言わなければ十分に夜を越すことができます。
The night in Grandpa's study.
冷蔵庫に酒棚もあります。
Oh, liquor cabinet, hell yeah.
ひゅー、そいつはすげえぜ。しかしおかしなもんだな。自分の家の中にさらに自分の家を作ったってのか。島を丸ごと買って自分の夢を全て実現しきったじいさまの最後の家にしちゃずいぶん手狭なんだな。
そうですね。いつの頃からかお父様にとっては屋敷内ですら心を許せる場所ではなくなってしまったのでしょう。
そこに引きこもっていたのを私たちは嘲笑い、そして今度は私たちがそこに立てこもろうってわけだ。
Jessica spat the words out.
ジェシカちゃんは立てこもるより犯人を探しに行きたいという感じだね。
もちろんこっちから探しに行って見つけられるなんて思っちゃいないぜ。結局は待つしかない。ならどこで待ったって同じだろ。逃げも隠れもしない。
Oh, I was like, what was happening here? Was she getting cut off? Or it's just the message box being weird.
客までテレビでも見ながらのんびり現れるのを待とうじゃねえかよ。ベアトリーチェ様をよ。
現れなければ現れないで十分です。
Fake cut off truly masterful writing.
犯人を暴くのは私たちである必要がないからです。
正論ですが、警察が来るまで危険を冒すべきではありません。
ありがとう、南條先生。私はお父様の書斎に移るべきだと思います。確かにお父様が連れ出された可能性があり、絶対の安全が保証されているわけではない。しかしバトラ君の推理のお父様が何らかの方法で自ら書斎を出て外で襲われた可能性も否定できません。
Oh, back I proposed that strange theory as a stopgap measure. But just as Aunt Eva said, even though that trick would be possible, I couldn't explain what motive could have made Grandfather sneak out of his own study in such a troublesome way. Plus, Grandfather couldn't even have used that trick unless he knew that the receipt was wedged in the door. Aunt Eva hadn't pointed out that last part, but it's clear how absurd the theory was. So does that mean the sealed door formed a closed room just as Aunt Eva claimed? Is it an undeniable fact that Aunt Natsui was the culprit? If Aunt Eva were here now, she'd probably make the claim openly and blow my strange theory away. But anyway, I have to admit that a room with both a bed and a toilet and all the 8 people can be shut up in, and with only 2 keys, both of which were gathered here, had to be the safest place in the mansion right now. At the very least, I figured this would be better than just staying shut up in the parlor and hoping nothing would go wrong. But wait, have we been safe only because we've been shut up in the parlor? What if leaving that room and moving to an unexplored location is actually more dangerous? Ah, it's useless. It's useless, it's all useless. My flimsy head is about to break out in a fever. If I keep spinning the chessboard around, right and wrong will keep switching places over and over, and I won't be able to believe anything. When it seems like the culprit is one of 18, I want to believe in Beatrice. And when I start believing in Beatrice, I start wanting to go find a culprit amid the 18. That keeps spinning around forever. In the end, my thoughts won't have taken one step from where they started. How far back in the past was it that Kiri-san taught me about the chessboard thinking? That concept of examining the situation by spinning around and thinking from the enemy side. I seem to remember being so interested by it back then. I used it to guide all my thinking. By the way, Kira-san was Dad's co-worker back then. Our interesting bit of lore, I guess. I never dreamed that she'd someday be added to our family. Co-worker? Didn't Kira-san tell me something once? I get the feeling she once said that while this chessboard thinking was one way to look at things, it certainly wasn't all powerful. And it wouldn't be a good way to rely on it too much.
チェス盤思考ってのはね、昔本で読んだゲーム理論というものを私
Game theory? You watch this, Matt Pat? Oh, that wasn't invented yet. Or around yet. Invented. Matt Pat wasn't invented yet. You couldn't have done that. The original game theorist. Just for thinking of my own interpretation of something called game theory, which I read about in a book long ago.
とても面白い学問だから、バトラ君も大学に入ったら挑戦してみるといいわよ。
You never read that book?
ぜひやってみたいっす。それを勉強して、チェス盤思考をもっと鍛えたら、どんな相手の手の内も読めるみたいで楽しいじゃないっすか。
でもね、盲信しちゃダメよ。ゲーム理論は非常に奥深く複雑な学問なの。チェス盤思考はその上辺だけを私なりに解釈した考え方に過ぎない。
Valor's gonna get a huge fucking brain blast in a moment here.
バトラ君が想像するほどに
Noggin's gonna expand.
相当の勉強が必要よ。しかもチェス盤理論は応用の利く便利なものではあっても完璧ではない。便利ではあっても弱点が多い。
弱点？
ええ、チェス盤思考の基礎はゲーム理論。ゲーム理論は突き詰めると数学に行き着くの。数学の弱点は
Math.
何か
Oh,
知ってる？
I hate math.
ノイズよ。
In math, when you write 1 plus 1 equals 2, that process will always result in 1 plus 1 equals 2, no matter how many billions of years pass. Nothing more, nothing less. Pat doing Umineko theories would have been absurdly wild. He probably could have if that was like the type of content like his fans wanted, but then he did one Five Nights at Freddy's video and it was all over. That shaped his entire future until the very end. Which is a kind of a bit sad, isn't it? I wonder how his videos would have gone if he never done anything with like Undertale or Five Nights at Freddy's. I think Five Nights at Freddy's is like the major cause. The like huge turning point there. Because there's absolutely no noise mixed in. But for example, unlike math, the Japanese language has noise mixed in. Kanji are a good example. Old kanji and new kanji are slightly different, which represents an introduction of noise created by the changes between time periods. History the same? There are dozens of policies that seem foolish in the modern era, but were meaningful at some point in the past. Thus, the rules of chess are fixed when a pair of experts are discussing one particular layout. It's possible they could reach the same conclusions whether they're from 100 years in the past or 100 years in the future. I don't know if the rules of chess have gone through massive changes over time. It's possible that a discussion about the same layout would have changed as well.
その通り。人の世の事象は本来ノイズだらけなのよ。人の感情だってそうでしょ？全く同じことが起こったからといって、人は必ず決められた反応を示すとは限らない。それを数学の理論で当てはめ、相手の行動を読もうとする時点で、すでに理論には弱点と限界があることを知らなければならない。手っ取り早く言うと、チェス盤思考はノイズや気まぐれ、そして誤解、認識ミスに非常に弱いの。
Now he has to use the power of imagination and not chess. That's right. Kirsten definitely said that. Chess has always been a game where both sides play by the same rules and fight the same conditions for victory. That's why it's possible for both sides to predict the other's moves. It's possible to read your opponent because you can always suppose they'll make the best moves they can find. What if your opponent is fickle or a bit tired, and makes a move that can hardly be called the best? Or what if this game actually has a special role, some unknown thing that only the enemy knows about and can... In fact, what if the opponent actually has some goal other than victory? Think from your enemy's perspective. That's the basis of chessboard thinking. Which means if you misread your enemy, the answer you draw from this process will be complete rubbish. Useless. So far, I've used chessboard theory to guess several vague bits of information about the culprit hiding behind the case, or so I think. However, I don't know anything about the culprit. Am I just playing around in a labyrinth of thought? If Kira-san were here at a time like this, she'd probably be able to notice something with her much, much sharper thinking ability. But at the very last moment, Jessica resisted moving into grandfather's study, but in the end, Aunt Natsui persisted and we decided to move there. Everyone was completely wrapped in paranoia by now. Sawa had prepared dinner at one point, but during the time we were discovering the deaths of George and Nikki's parents, both the kitchen and the parlor had been left empty. Someone suggested that the food might have been poisoned while we were gone. Because of that, we were unable to even touch the food that Kumasawa had taken the trouble to make us. The manner in which the first 6 were killed was still unknown, but it certainly could have been poison. Certainly that would even allow even a single person to carry out the murder of 6 large adults. Furthermore, this idea made it easy to imagine there being only a single culprit who wanted to be afraid of Aunt Natsui's rifle. This was very good for our emotional stability. But the fatigue and hunger were even harsher than we'd imagined. And Kumasawa-san made a proposal, and we all went together into the kitchen. There we gathered some canned food and other things that'd be hard to poison and take it with us. Or never. Did I? That'd be hard to poison to take in with us. All of Kumasawa-san's efforts to reward us with just a little dinner on this savage day regrettably came to nothing. The food piled up on the serving cart looked just a little sad. We all started climbing the stairs, and Natsui was in the lead, wearily stared into darkness with both eyes and the barrel of the gun, standing at the ready. Once we dragged ourselves up to the 3rd floor, just as Aunt Natsui had warned us of beforehand, there was a mixture of a chemical smell and a sickly sweet aroma, a stench hanging in the air that felt like it was eating into our heads.
なるほど。こりゃ一晩もこもったら頭痛にでもなりそうな匂いだな。今更ながらじい様の書斎に反対したジェシカに賛成だぜ。
It felt like the stench was floating out from this magnificent door. With the door to this forbidden study, which should defend against any who would enter. Genji-san unlocked the door. Maria stared at the door and the doorknob with great interest.
すごいドア。
古くいかめしくて冗談の通じなさそうな、いかにもじい様の書斎にふさわしい扉だよな。
霊的な悪意を退ける力がとても強く込められている。多分ベアトリーチェはこの扉を開けられないね。
Oh? Ain't that relaxing to hear? The reason for all the smells and stuff, huh? Why would he want to keep something away if he wanted to see Beatrice so much, though?
それどういうことだよ。
Oh, the scorpion! Maria pointed at the doorknob. Scorpion crest. Oh, a design like a magic circle arranged around a scorpion was inscribed here. A design. Right. Isn't it just like those keychain charms Maria gave Jessica and me yesterday? Where is your scorpion charm anyway? You actually just straight up lose it? Never to be seen again? The 5th magic circle of Mars is a strong ward against magic.
しかもこの魔法陣は相当丹念に作られていて力がよく満ちている。魔のものであるベアトリーチェにとってこの魔法陣はとても厄介だろうね。
それは心強いじゃねえか。この部屋ならベアトリーチェの魔手から逃げられるってことだろ。うちの魔女様は実に頼もしいぜ。
ならベアトリーチェはどうやって中のおじい様を？
バトラが推理した通りだよ。ベアトリーチェは中に入れない。でも彼女には魔法があるし、それらを使っておじい様が自分から書斎を出てくるように仕向けることはできるかも。
ああ、漫画で読んだな。吸血鬼は十字架が怖くて近づけねえけど、使い魔たちはへっちゃらなんで、使い魔に襲わせるみたいなシーンを読んだことがあるぜ。
Oh, ain't that uncomforting?
バトラたちに昨日あげたサソリのキーホルダーのようなお守りも、この火星の5の魔法陣だよ。込められている力は微々たるものだけど、この島を出るまでの間を守ってくれるだけなら十分だった。なくしちゃったそうだけどね。
サソリのキーホルダーのお守り。
I mean, this one I still have right here.
その昨日私が母さんに渡したお守りはマリアにもらったものだったんだよ。ドアノブにかけると魔除けになるとか言われて、私より母さんの方がいいかなって。
Oh yeah, what about that mirror? You still have that in your pocket, don't you? You never gave it to Jessica.
そうでしたか。
Frickin' Beatrice gonna send a demon in, and then she'll like pull out the mirror and be like, "Back, demon," and vaporize it.
ジェシカにしては変わったものを持っていると。
Surely that's how it'll go.
夏日おばさんがあれをドアノブに。
ええ、夕べそう聞き、寝る前に扉の内側のドアノブにかけました。
なら夏日おばさんはとても幸運だよ。そうだったなら夕べベアトリーチェは夏日おばさんに指一本触れられなかっただろうね。ベアトリーチェはさぞや悔しがったと思うよ。
Beatrice? Annoyed. Couldn't lay one finger. Natsui thought back on the eerie scribbles he'd seen that morning, as though someone had been tearing at the outside of her door with blood-soaked hands, and gasped in surprise. Could it be? This witch who called herself Beatrice tried to enter through the door? Entered through the door to Natsui's own room, but the magic repelling charm had been hanging on the inside, so she couldn't break through the door. So she was annoyed. So she scratched at it?
よせよ、そういう話。
Annoyed. That means... What if she wanted to get in? What was stopping her from just sending her demons in then? As was proposed earlier, how she could get into the study. She forgore? Forgore, maybe low on the limited like time. Questions.
魔女なんかいないぜ。いるのは犯人。それも私たちと同じ人間だ。それを確かめる必要があるってなら、八つ先にして血が赤いかも確認してやろうじゃねえか。
Or wasn't a witch.
よくもカノン君を。
Look. Benji unlocked the door. 8 people entered Kinzel's study. And there she was, standing right there. It's kind of. I forgot the painting was there. Grandfather's study. I heard rumors about it beforehand, so I wasn't that shocked. He had done nothing more than fortify it thoroughly with his occult hobbies. Her grandfather's hobby had been chasing after pop idols. These walls might have been buried beneath idol posters. Even if I didn't understand it, I did realize that this room was a bundle of all his pastimes. Even so, I couldn't help but remain dumbfounded by the smell of creepy medicine and sweet stench that seemed to melt my head. When the doorknob was closed, it automatically made a clunk. I see, this is the auto lock that's activated whenever the door is closed. And there were only 2 keys that could open this door from the outside, both of which were in this room. In other words, it had become a closed room. The shutter, the receipt, the chain. Now the auto lock. This 4th door had the most magnificent lock yet, and this was doubtlessly a closed room. Just to make absolutely sure that the room was secure, we checked all over for ways in or out. The window was tightly locked. That should have been enough, but just in case, we tried knocking over the walls. After all, we had talked about there being a hidden door in this room, but we couldn't find anything suspicious. Grandfather's study was very large, even though we called it a study. It wasn't really a single room. It could be divided up into 4 basic sections: a study section, a bedroom section, a toilet bathroom section, and a section for cooking that had a sink. I see, this study really does have enough to live in it to live in. Oh, my reading comprehension. Now we see how grandfather could live his whole life in this room without ever leaving. It seemed grandfather wasn't in the habit of watching TV because there was no television or even a radio in this room. Can't do anything except pass the time listening to the sound of the rain. Till tomorrow morning. Dr. Nanjo looked closely at the chessboard that sat on the table and around the sofa and muttered. It was apparently the partially finished chess match that he'd been playing with grandfather until yesterday. The black had the white pretty well cornered, and it looked like checkmate would be reached within a few moves, the last part of an endgame. Even though checkmate had almost been reached, the endgame had been rushed. And in the end, wasn't completed.
金蔵さん、やはりこの勝負は決着がつきませんでしたな。
南條先生。
わしは長く金蔵さんの友人だったが、金蔵さんのことを知っているのは半分だけでしかなかった。金蔵さんにはいつも聡明な金蔵さんと何かの狂気にとらわれた金蔵さんの2人が同居していたように思う。わしは金蔵さんのことを何も理解してはおらんかった。
特にベアトリーチェ様のことになると人が変わったようでしたっけね。
I keep thinking more about the culprit. And maybe we'll wait until we get to like the next glass break. Like talk about it more. Because I think my thoughts are just gonna end up at the same places where he have been like going in this entire time so far. In direction of Kumasawa-san's upward gaze, a portrait of Beatrice could be seen. It wasn't massive like the one hanging in the entrance hall, but small, made for his room. Grandfather probably spent every day in this room, so much of his time talking to the witch in that portrait. Who was Beatrice to grandfather in the first place? Right now, you couldn't just explain it away by saying it was a story made up by parents to frighten children away from wandering into the forest. While eating the canned food we brought from the kitchen, we talked together about who Beatrice was. Whether the culprit was Beatrice herself or someone pretending to be her. Whether they were a witch or a human. Whether they were a witch or a human, that was besides the point. The woman in this portrait was strongly related to the roots and background of this cause. We couldn't talk about this case without talking about her. Maybe it's both.
そうだ。母さん、エヴァおばさんたちの部屋で
Oh, we're finally gonna read
の
it?
手紙を拾ったん
I
でしょ
had almost forgotten, it's been so long.
ええ、まだ開けていませんでしたね。開けてみましょう。
And so he took out that western envelope. Genji-san pulled a paper knife out from the door in the study. Genji-san pulled a paper knife out of the drawer in the study desk and handed it to her. What's wrong with just breaking the seal? Maria was able to do it. While watching her open it, George Aniki grimaced slightly. After all, it was a letter left at the site where his parents had been murdered. There's a good chance its contents would say something unbearable to Aniki. And Atsui also seemed to realize that, so she glanced over the content first without reading it aloud. We were a little frightened that she might grimace after reading something shocking, but she just frowned unhappily.
内容は何だ？
不愉快な一文があります。私たちを挑発するつもりなのでしょう。
Atsui, after deciding that content could be shown to the children, set it openly on the table. Everyone stared at it at the same time.
我が名をたたえよ。
Oh?
なんだよこれ。うっせえぜ。
ベアトリーチェの勝ち名乗りみたいなものだろうね。くそ。
大方また怪しげな魔法陣でも出てくるのを期待してたんだろう。
魔法陣ではなかったけどね。想像は裏切られなかったよ。
どういう意味でしょう？自分の存在を誇示したいのでしょうか？
そう考えるのが妥当でしょう。この手紙で初めて私たちは昨夜の手紙の主が犯人であると理解できる。ここに書かれている内容よりも昨夜と同じ封筒でというところに意味があるものと思います。
封筒も風浪も間違いなく親方様が使われていた
おお、もう私には何が何だか分かりませんよ。こんなことは後宮のお家にお仕えして以来初めてのことです。
昨日の手紙の言う通りならベアトリーチェは自称じい様の最古の腹心だ。じい様も常々そう口にしてたんですよね。
Spoke to Genji-san and Kumasawa-san, who nodded together.
ってことはじい様の次に詳しいのは現地さんと熊沢さんってことになる。話してくれないっすか？
私は長いことわざと耳にしなかった話です。ですがこの後に及んではそうも言っていられません。源氏、知っている限りを話しなさい。
Everything. Story time! Genji-san didn't answer. Oh? No story time? Did he remain silent despite his knowledge, or did he know nothing at all? Still, I had a good guess. The ghost story to which Beatrice had long been denied among the servants. He had probably been very close to grandfather in his occult hobbies, so there was a good chance that he'd been indoctrinated with even weirder things and had increasingly come to defy the witch. As grandfather's most trusted servant who had sworn loyalty to might be most influenced by the illusion of the witch that grandfather had created. So there's only one reason for Genji-san to remain silent. He could speak, but it would definitely cause a backlash, so it was better if he kept his mouth shut. And it wasn't like we'd believe him anyway. Something along those lines. A short while ago, Maria had been more than willing to speak bluntly and unrestrainedly. That had earned her a scuffle with Jessica. It was natural for Genji-san to keep his silence.
お父様の愛人ですか？
Concubine? His concubine. That could be possible. For ordinary poor people, polygamy isn't only viewed negatively from a moral perspective. It's also an unmaintainable financial situation. But that isn't the case for the very rich. It's possible for them to have another lover in addition to their real wife. You can't deny the possibility that grandfather had another woman in his life besides grandmother.
かもな。ばあ様は生きてた頃よく疑ってたらしいぜ。浮気相手がいるってな。俺はてっきりそれはじい様の想像の中の魔女のことを指してるんだとばかり思ってたんだが。
それなんとも面白い話になってきたぜ。源氏さんは俺に言ったよな。ベアトリーチェはこの屋敷ができる以前からじい様に仕えてたって。
お屋敷が竣工したのは昭和27年と聞いています。
1952. Thanks for the parentheses.
ってことはベアトリーチェという人は30年以上も昔からおじい様と連れ添っていたということになるね。
Damn, she's old.
その30年前の愛人、もしくはその縁者や隠し子が 何かの恨みがあって何らかの復讐を企んだか。なるほど。洋館ミステリーっぽいありがちなストーリーになってきたじゃねえか。
汚らわしい話ですが、一番納得できる筋書きです。どうですか、源氏。
Remaining
おそら
silent.
く
Oh?
親方様に恋愛の感情は終わりになられたでしょう。亡くなられた奥様より愛しておられたに違いありません。
ベアトリーチェってのは何者なんだよ。
Maybe this is a little bit too loud. Down a tick. Maybe one more tick. Is 30 is the default? Maybe I just want voices to be slightly
酒は
louder.
我が友だ。
Where were we?
そして今はどうしてるんだ。
What's she doing now?
お屋敷ができるより前にお亡くなりになったと聞いています。
すでに死んでいる？
Oh?
はい。親方様は大層深く悲しまれ、ベアトリーチェ様を蘇らせる方法として黒魔術に傾倒なさっていったのです。
Does that
親
add
方
up?
様はベアトリーチェ様を心の底から愛しておられたのです。このような狂気に駆り立てるほどに。
Genji-san said this, he spread his arms as though asking us to look at this room filled with the signs of grandfather's madness. We're all at a loss for words. Normally, black magic seems like it'd just be creepy, and it's really hard to imagine why someone might be so entrapped by it. Read that right? Did I? Enraptured by it. Since Kenzo was just an eccentric who had restored the Ushirama family amidst his madness, nobody had tried to understand him. The only thing in grandfather's mind had been the loss of a beloved woman, and his inescapable sorrow. Earlier, this room had seemed creepy, but in an instant, it had changed from something we could understand. It turned into something we could understand completely. I don't know if this all adds up, though. But if it does, then who's the Witch of the Forest if not Beatrice? Was that a lie? The grandmother made up that lie. Or made up that story, rather. Did she know of Beatrice? Not like her? And so used her name? And then this witch that's going around is actually something completely different? Which would explain why he would have a study trying to keep spiritual things out. Because it wouldn't make sense to want to keep out something you're looking for, right? Then we go back to Natsui. Natsui's room. If we assume that it wasn't Beatrice trying to get in, if she couldn't just send, like, demon minions in or whatever, like Maria was stating about this room before, and it was something different, okay, let's continue. Let's hold on to this thought for a while longer. The creepy books. The magic circles, the medicine, all of it. It all existed simply because he wanted to revive the face of a single woman who had left this world over 30 years ago.
一度だけ深く酔われた親方様にベアトリーチェ様のお話を聞かされたことがあります。詳しいことは忘れてしまいましたが、それはもう女の私が聞いて羨むような深い。
金蔵さんは後宮家の当主を継いだ時、当時まだ生き残っていた後宮家の長老たちの意向で亡くなった奥さんとの結婚を決められたのです。
つまり後宮家にとって得になる女性との結婚を強制された。
さようです。金蔵さんはお家復興のためだけに当主に据えられ、全ての重責を背負わされたのです。そんな金蔵さんがどこでどういう経緯でベアトリーチェと知り合ったのかは分かりかねます。
If I go back to the line of thinking I was thinking of before, that doesn't explain how all the gold stuff started, does it? I'm going back to not buying this again. Something's missing.
それ以上語るのは無粋だな。
I think we're still missing a piece. It was when grandfather truly fell in love for the first time. How deep was his affection? That was easy to see just by looking around us. This room was covered with piles upon piles of things having to do with black magic. And grandfather spent every day shut in here, immersed in his research and isolated from the outside world, never regretting 1 minute of it. You couldn't help but recognize the depths of grandfather's love for Beatrice.
私誤解してたよ、ケンジさん。
何をでしょうか。
私、使用人の人たちが魔女を問診するのはじい様の気持ち悪い黒魔術趣味に感化されてるからじゃないかってずっと思ってきた。
Yeah, but okay, I'm going back again, back even further. When we were in the kitchen, and even a few times before that, they talk about incurring Beatrice's like wrath if you talk bad about her. So I mean, this entire little happy story here can't be correct. Are there two twins? Two people named Beatrice. I don't understand. There's not enough. There's not enough info. I think we're missing more than a piece. Missing like half the entire puzzle, dude. I always thought that maybe you servants believed blindly in the witch because you were influenced by creepy black magic hobby. By acting as though Beatrice's soul at least had been restored and existed inside a dimension, they might have hoped to soothe grandfather's heart. With closed eyes and the expression of one remembering something from the past, Genji had broken his long silence. In making that confession, he probably felt like he was betraying his one and only master in the most serious way, even though that person was already dead. Beatrice has revived as a witch, and she is in the mansion even now. And she had said it, had believed it, had made people believe it. Take that with him to the grave. Yeah, let's continue. I get mixed up in my thoughts again. I'm going around in circles, dude. I just... Need more info. Or answers. This might have been the last service he could offer up to his master. The legend of the witch, the mysterious tale of Rakanjima that was still whispered amongst servants. Its true nature was a sad lie. Oh, it was an act of kindness towards grandfather who had lost the person he loved above all else.
私はお父様の前で今ならそれがどれだけお父様を傷つけていたかわかります。
今の僕にならわかるよ。シャノンを蘇らせる方法が黒魔術だというなら、僕は今すぐにもこの部屋の次の主となって研究を始めるよ。兄貴。
Another strand of tears dripped from George's eyes. Maybe his tears were infectious. Tears rode to Jessica's eyes too, and she sniffled.
ベアトリーチェは言っていたよ。もうじき蘇ることができる。会うことができるって。
Very soon, the door to the Golden Land will be open. In a promised land that glitters gold, the souls of all the dead will be resurrected, along with the love that has been lost. Then I will sleep in a world of peacefulness for all time.
そう言ったのか。マリアに手紙を渡したベアトリーチェは。
信じないよね。
ここにじい様がいたならきっと喜んだろうな。もうじきベアトリーチェが蘇ることにさぞや踊り上がって喜んだろうな。
Things feel like they're coming to an end. Things will be over by then. How does it continue with, like, 3 more episodes? How? A mystery for sure. Story where there's a typhoon. Storm cut off all contact. Basically in another world. Stories similar to this. We're gonna go for like a time loop situation. You think so? Things are going too quickly. I feel like they're gonna end too quickly for much else to happen here. Be interesting, but maybe it's not that kind of story. Magic is real. Isn't real, don't be silly. Maybe you should have read Higurashi first? Maybe. No. That's probably too absurd. I'm thinking more like anime. Would be funny though. Would be funny to me. How does this go on? Longer. Alright, we continue. I'm gonna be thinking forever. In that case, I believe.
じい様が半生をかけて研究したことで蘇り、愛した女の魂が蘇ったと信じて寿命を全うできるって言うんなら、俺も信じたぜ。
Is this story a trick? It seems too nice. They're all starting to turn around to like Beatrice. Is this a trick to get them to praise Beatrice's name? Are they being fooled right now? No, the ending is the trick. Ah, true.
バトラ
一人の女性をずっと愛し続けた気持ちが周りにも伝わり真実となる。それを気遣いと呼べばそれまでだろうけれど、今の僕はあえてそれを魔法と呼んであげたいね。
Yeah, maybe not liking Beatrice. But they're not really seeing her as like some evil witch anymore, are they? Not that they all seem to like deny that a witch could even exist in the first place.
気遣いじゃないよ。本当に魔法だよ。魔女だよ。やっぱり誰にもベアトリーチェの姿は見えないんだね。
Some time passed as we listened to the sound of the rain. We considered what kind of love and madness must have possessed the owner of this room as he spent half his life here.
女の私から聞けば、お父様の純愛の気持ちも少しは理解したいところですが、それではお母様の立つ瀬がありません。
同感だぜ。浮気は浮気。綺麗事にされちゃかなわねえよな。
それもそうだな。ばあ様が気の毒になっちまうぜ。
それでベアトリーチェとおじい様の間に子供がいたなんて話はある？
The keyword Beatrice has been hidden in every corner of this case, so it's natural to suspect some relatives of hers.
いえ、そのような話は聞いたことがありません。
仮にいたとしたら、最愛の人の忘れがたみとしてきっと全ての愛情を注ぎ込んだだろうね。それがなく黒魔術に没頭していったなら、子供はいなかったと考えるべきなのかな。
Solid reasoning.
そういえばこんな噂を聞いたことがあるぜ。
Oh, more rumors?
知ってるだろ。じい様が福音の家っていう孤児院に莫大な援助をしてるって話。
Ah. Oh no, what is he doing with the orphans?
よしなさい。それはお父様を冒涜する中傷に過ぎません。
教えてくれよ。隠し事はなしなのはおばさんもだと思うっすよ。
くだらない話です。お父様はその施設に莫大な援助をし、社会勉強の一環として当家の使用人雇用枠を開放していました。
Maybe there is a chance that there's a child, but with their mother dead and him not being able to say that he's the father, was trying to find them.
それをお父様に汚らわしい趣味があると吹聴する愚か者がいたというだけの話です。
Oh, that doesn't sound good.
黒魔術の生贄にするためだみたいな噂になってさ。実際いつもこの部屋で怪しげな実験や儀式を繰り返してたわけで、私も
その福音の家出身の使用人ってのは？
何人かいますが、親族会議中のシフトではシャノンとカノンの2人でした。
Resurrect Beatrice, he brought in servants from an orphanage as human sacrifices.
確かにじい様が使用人として選ぶのはいつもシャノンやカノン君くらいの若い子ばかり。私だってじい様には妙な趣味があるに違いないって信じてたぜ。
ジェシカ、言葉を慎みなさい。
Natsui scolded her. The atmosphere instantly went sour and everyone fell quiet. However, something was tugging at the back of my mind. Sacrifice. Sacrifice. Human sacrifices brought over from an orphanage. What is it? Tricky words like sacrifices don't pop up often, and yet I've seen or heard that word recently. Some part of my memory is tugging at me. Hey, Beatrice. What do you know? It arrived in front of the portrait of Beatrice. It wasn't as massive as the one in the entrance hall, but that portrait which must have been drawn by some famous painter, was still just as intimidating in its smaller size. Below it, just like the entrance hall, was the epitaph that supposedly hinted at the location of the hidden gold. Oh, you finally gonna remember the epitaph? Ooh, that's some BGM there.
生贄だ。
なんだよパトラ、急に気持ち悪いこと言うなよ。
生贄を6人。
Both of my eyes were as wide as plates. Everything's been predicted right here from the very beginning. I'm almost. I kind of am a bit surprised that they didn't start thinking about this like immediately when there were 6. But I guess I don't know. I guess you can count that to the shock and the speed that things started going down. Because this is still the same day that they found the 6 bodies. Both my eyes were as wide as plates. Everything's been predicted right here from the very beginning. Everyone crowded around, and the same expression shock rose up to all of our faces. That's right. Right here in the epitaph. On the first twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices.
最初に死んだのは6人だ。そしてシャッターに書かれた魔法陣じゃねえ、ヘブライ語でも生贄を捧げると書いてあった。
おお、私は最初からそう言ってる。
That's right, Maria said it right from the start. Right after we found the 6 bodies, when Maria was in the parlor watching TV, she said it. Oprah isn't human. It's just the sacrifices chosen by the key. Those are the words he said earlier? Just a blink chosen by the blink. The key, but what is the key then? It has nothing to do with the location of the hidden gold. It's the instructions for a resurrection ceremony using black magic or something.
確かこの碑文には大勢の死が必要になるはず。
確かにざっと読むだけでも 6+2+5 で13人は死ななくちゃならないことになってるぜ。
普段はこの島には何人いるんですか？
使用人のシフトにもよるでしょうが、お父様、夫に、私にジェシカ、そして使用人が2、3人。昨日今日は5人いてもらってますが、普段はそこまでいません。
ってことはだ、この儀式を実行しようとしたら普段じゃ生贄が足らないってわけだ。いや違うぜ。じいさまは福音の家から不気味な儀式の生贄にするために使用人を取ったという噂。
つまりなんだよ、生贄の人数を増やすために使用人を増やし、さらに人数が集まる年に一度の親族会議を、この儀式を執り行える年にたった一度唯一のタイミングだったってことじゃねえか。
Jessica screamed this. Maria broke out in that creepy laugh, looking truly pleased.
人は運気を試すためにある種の確率に願掛けをすることがない？
Like throwing a sandal and saying that it... like throwing a sandal and saying that if it lands right side up, tomorrow will be sunny. Or saying that... That's a weird saying. I never heard that before. Or saying that tomorrow will be a good day if the coin lands heads up. There are many little superstitions like that. Sometimes when your luck is down and you get bored, you roll the dice and get 3 6s. You want to believe that's a portent of some miracle. When flipping a sandal, you have, at worst, a 50% chance. Even if you get it right side up, it's not worth much. But if you carelessly roll 3 dice and they all come up 6, you might think that's a small miracle.
魔術にもそういう考えはあるんだよ。 限りなくありえない出目を期待してひたすらに祈祷を続ける。そうして蓄えられた祈祷の念は奇跡の出目が現れた時魔力をもって具現化される。おじいさまがしようとした魔術は多分そういうもの。鍵が無作為に選ぶ生贄の抽選。それに万が一自分が当たることがないようにこの島に最も人が多くなる日を選んで儀式を実行した。
Selected anyway.
これらが全て怪しげな魔法の儀式の過程で起こった事件だと言い出すのですか。
Tui yelled. He couldn't quell a fear that a scorpion charm might be the only reason she was still safe. If I hadn't received that charm from Jessica and hung it from my doorknob, would I have been killed, mixed in along with those 6? And the strange part is, even though I hung the charm from inside my door, they couldn't get in through that door. The culprit noticed the charm from the outside of the door and gave up trying to open it. A human couldn't have received that. A charm meant to stop something that was not human had done exactly that. Possible. Possible. Impossible.
だが夏日さん、確かに碑文の内容はその後をなぞっとる。
第二の晩に残されし者は寄り添う二人を引き裂け。これはエヴァ様たちのことを指しているのでしょうか。
悔しいけどそうだと判断せざるを得ない。そして母さんたちを殺した犯人は続く第三の晩の言葉を手紙に書きその場に残したんだからね。
そうだな。第二の晩を実行し第三の晩をその場に残した。第三の晩はまさにさっき夏日おばさんが読んだ通りだぜ。
In the third twilight, those who remain shall praise my noble name. Ah, if you just read it this way, it keeps going on, doesn't it? On the fourth twilight, gouged a head and kill. Gouged a head and kill. Jeniki's parents were killed with those demons' ice picks gouged into their heads. But if they were the second twilight, someone else must have been gouged in the head.
じいさまだ。焼却炉の中で焼かれてたからそっちに目がいっちまって気づかなかったが、じいさまも眉間にいや頭をえぐられてた。
じいさまが第4の晩の犠牲者。じゃあカノン君は
第5の晩に胸をえぐりて殺せ。カノン君については犯人との突発的な遭遇による犯行だと思ってたけど違う。
Twilight. Which is letter 2. Oh, it's crazy my name. Oh. Again, I'm thinking too what it means by twilight. Because by now it can't be the time of day. My second thought just now was that it's like the... Actually, even then, that train of thought doesn't make much sense, I think. I was thinking like... Twilight meaning like the... end of their life? Or near the end of someone's life? I think I remember hearing something like... it could be described that way. I don't think that makes sense, because, there were multiple people involved in the first and second one. What does it mean by twilight? What does it mean by key? These are still questions unanswered. Key? Talks about the demon's roulette. Is the key just like an actual roulette table with like people's names in it or something? even if that was the case, where would it be? Alright, let's continue. They're getting somewhere with this, I think. We thought Kanensku's case was an unexpected encounter with the culprit.
誰か一人をおびき出し胸を貫くことを初めから狙っていたんだ。
もし犯人がこれをなぞっているとしたなら、また3人が死ななければならないというのですか？
The sixth Twilight gouged a stomach. Seventh Twilight gouged a knee and kill. Eighth Twilight gouged a leg and kill.
確かにそう読み取れますけど。
いいや、そいつはどうかな。あと3人が死ねば第9の番になる。見てみろよ。
On the ninth Twilight. I like the black screen we got going on here. On the ninth Twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive.
私たちはベアトリーチェにみんな殺される。
わけがわかんねえ。結局何人いようが最後には全員死ぬってことじゃねえか。
Guess we still got stomach, leg, knee, leg, whatever. But we still got 5 people after that. I don't know. Still don't know. There's still something.
じいさまは何が持ってきたったんだ。この儀式じゃ。じいさま自身何をどうしたって生き残れねえじゃないか。
誰も生き残れなくていいんだよ。第10の番には黄金鏡にたどり着く。
The 10th Twilight, at journey's end, you shall attain the power. Attain to the power of the Golden Land's treasures once and for the last time. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures.
おじい様は死を恐れてなんかいなかったんだよ。ほら、4つの宝の2番と3番を見てごらんよ。
一つは全ての死者の魂を蘇らせ、一つは失った愛すらも蘇らせる。つまりおじい様は自分がこの儀式の途中で死んでしまってもやがては復活できると信じてた。
バカバカしいぜ。妄言だぜ。死んだらそれまでだろ。死者は生き返らない。人類が何千年もかけて追い求め、結局は未だに成し遂げられない奇跡だぜ。つまりこういうことだろ。死後の世界で再会できて蘇ることができるとか、そういう類だ。
ジェシカの言い分通りだとするなら、こいつはつまり老い先短いじい様が恋に狂っての自殺まがい、いや壮大な無理心中ってことなのか。
Genji.
その可能性は考えられるのですか？
わかりません。親方様は時に1000年の未来を見越されるほどの聡明なお方です。しかし凡庸な私にはそれが狂気としか映らないこともあります。
それってイエスって意味だよな。熊沢さんはどうなんだよ。
But even so, who's still committing the murders then?
私は何も知りま
Who's
せん。
still going through with the ritual?
知りませんとも。知っていたなら今日この島にいると思いますか？手病でも何でも使ってお休みしていますよ。
おじい様の長年の友人である南條先生のご意見は？
源氏さんに同じです。金蔵さんは凡人をはるかに超越した方だった。そこにある種の人間離れした力すらも感じることはありました。 私にも
It was filled with
金
magic.
蔵さんが何を考えてこの碑文を残されたのかわからない。
一つだけ言えるのは、仮にこの筋書きを作ったのがお父様であっても、
確かに少なくともじい様とカノン君を襲った犯人は他にいる。しかもそいつはこの碑文通りまだ事件を続けようとしている。
僕たちが深く考えなかった最初の手紙、あれにはなんて書いてあっただろう。
First letter. We thought back to the recitation of the letter last night. Beatrice has proclaimed something inside it. She had proclaimed that, according with her contract with Kinzo, she would collect everything the Ushiramiya family has interest. But then she had also revealed a special clause. If someone discovered the location of the gold grandfather had hidden, that right would be lost. When the letter was read, grandfather was still alive. But at that time, it had already been sealed with wax by the head's ring, which meant grandfather had handed the ring over to Beatrice while he was still alive. We take a straightforward approach. Maybe we should assume Beatrice is carrying out that strange contract, with grandfather guaranteeing her that right. In other words, it was the same thing as saying grandfather knew of and approved of the contents of that letter. In other words, it's basically a joint message from Beatrice and grandfather, telling us that Beatrice will start collecting interest if we didn't solve the riddle. In other words, grandfather and Beatrice were demanding that we try and solve the riddle of the epitaph, and if we couldn't, they were saying the massacre would be carried out according to the epitaph. What does that mean? What do they want? I don't have a clue what it means.
ほら、ベアトリーチェからまた手紙だよ。
Another.
なんだって？
Maria was pointing at the top of the table where the canned food everyone had just eating. Where the canned food everyone had been eating just now still lay. The Western envelope from Beatrice certainly was sitting there, but so what? It's a third one! Who placed it there? When? And Atsui let out a hysterical cry, looking between her own hand and the table. Because the envelope had just opened, was still grasped in her hand. But why was there still an envelope on the table?
なんだ、どういうことだよ、マリア。その封筒はどこから出てきたんだ。
今見たら置いてあった。
私は何も知りませんよ。何も。
I was panicking.
冗談じゃねえ。ここには俺たち8人しかいねえんだぞ。9人目がこっそり忍び込んでいたなんてこともあるわけがねえ。俺たちがちょいと肖像画の前に集まっていたわずかの隙しかないんだぞ。
Oh, black screen. Oh shit, she's going insane now. And Atsu is pointing the rifle at Genji and the others bellowing at them. Genji-san was overpowered. His face looked like he didn't have a clue what was going on. Of course, I felt the same, but a few moments late, I reached the same conclusion that Natsui had. Until just a few seconds ago, there had been no letter like this on the table. And nobody entered this room. That means someone among us placed it there during the few seconds when everyone was looking away, preoccupied with the portrait. I picked it up. It was still sealed with wax. Even without disturbing its contents, I realized that this was an as yet unopened envelope, with an unknown envelope. Without relying on a paper knife, I tore it open and pulled out the letter inside. The contents were as follows. Oh boy.
金蔵様の碑文の謎をお楽しみいただいているでしょうか。すでにご存知と思いますが、皆様方にはどうか嵐が過ぎ去れば逃げ出すことができるという甘えをお捨てくださいませ。このゲームには私と皆様方のどちらが勝つかの結果しかない。時間切れは私の勝ちとなる。引き分けはありません。 そこをどうか誤解なきようお願い申し上げます
って内容だぜ。
この手紙を誰が置いたかは明白ではありません。ですが疑わしき人物を絞ることはできました。あなたたちです。
You all.
奥様、それはあんまりにございます。
私は肖像画の前に行く直前、ここに缶詰を置きました。その時このような怪しげな手紙は決して置かれていなかったことを確認しています。そしてその時すでにジェシカとジョージ君、バトラ君は肖像画の前にいた。そして彼らはこの手紙が現れるまで肖像画の前を離れていない。つまりあなたたち4人の中にその手紙を置いた人物がいる。ベアトリーチェがいる。
おお、ベアトリーチェはマリアたちじゃない。ベアトリーチェはヒルモン。
お黙りなさい。あなたたちの中の一人が疑わしいのか全員が疑わしいのか分かりません。しかし確実にあなたたちの中に犯人が混じっている。
そうだぜ。19人目なんかいるわけがない。魔女なんかいるわけがないんだ。カノン君を殺したのだって。そうさ、熊沢さんなら説明できるよ。
Oh no.
熊沢さんは本当はカノン君と一緒にボイラー室に入り殺したんだ。そして後から来たらもう倒れていたと嘘をついた。
誤解です、お嬢様。私がなぜそのようなことを。
母さんたちをどうやってあの密室で殺したのかはケンでも母さんたちが殺された時使用人の人たち以外の全員にはアリバイがあった。
Oh no. Is this how they get rid of the extras? Oh, just don't let it be like this.
なかったのは使用人の人たちだけ。でも本当に疑ってもいいんだろうか。
確かにそれを言い出したら全ての件でアリバイはないが。
Really be so quick to make that judgment? But this time, in this room, in this place, in this moment, in this minimally small bit of time and space, it's obvious. Only one of the four of them could have set the letter there in our blind spot. We can't tell who put it there, but it's obvious that one of the four did it.
夏井さん、どうか落ち着きなさい。今日一日心が参っているのはよくわかります。
南條先生をお疑い申し上げるのは非常に心苦しいです。ですがお父様の主治医として唯一無二の親友として長くお父ベアトリーチェのことも知っているかもしれない。
Oh boy.
何かの古いしがらみを知っていて隠しているのではありませんか。
そんなはずはない。
It was pitiful to watch Dr. Nanjo frankly pleading his innocence. It's probably a normal reaction that anyone would give if they were suspected. Kumasawa was the same. Ever since Jessica voiced her suspicion of Kumasawa murdering Kanon, Kumasawa had been totally flustered. That is why Genji's still calm appearance looked so bold, and until he pointed the barrel of the gun.
源氏、あなたはお父様の一番の部下です。ベアトリーチェとはあなたがお父様に見せた幻想で、あなたこそがその実行者だったのではないのですか。
そうお疑いいただけるのは奥様が私をこのような場ではありますが、とても名誉なことだと存じます。
However, I'm not the one who put the letter there.
それを私が鵜呑みにできると思いますか。お前が首謀者に決まっています。あるいは熊沢も南條先生もその共犯かもしれない。マリアちゃんもです。
Maria Chen too. Not content to suspect the adults, Atmatui pointed a gun relentlessly at Maria too. Holy! But Maria acted as though nothing had happened. Or maybe she thought she would be fine even if she was shot.
マリアちゃん、今この場ではもう幼いから疑いの枠から外すという段階にない。だから誰もが昨夜からずっと持ってきた疑問を もう一度昨日バラ庭園であなたに手紙を渡したベアトリーチェは誰です？
おー。
マリア、ごまかすんじゃねえぜ。この際はっきりさせろ。お前に手
What's the
紙を
scout
渡したの
pictures
は
of this
誰
scene?
なんだよ。
だから何度も言ってるよ。ベアトリーチェだよ。1000年を生きる黄金の魔女なんだよ。姿を知りたければ後ろを振り返ればいい。ほら、そこにいるよ、ベアトリーチェが。
In this room right now?
バカにしてんのかてめえ。
よせジェシカ、マリアもよせ。状況が分かってんのか。そんなこと言って何になるってんだ。無意味な挑発はよしやがるってんだ。
マリアには分かんないよ。バトラたちは誰が犯人ならいいの？自分たちの中に犯人がいると信じたくない時だけベアトリーチェを信じて、親しい人を殺された恨みを晴らしたい時だけ暴力をぶつけられる人間の犯人を信じたがってベアトリーチェを否定する。だから見えないんだよ。ベアトリーチェはいる。お前たちには見えない。
黙りなさい。あなたが犯人だと決めつけたくはありませんが、この状況を不愉快にさせて楽しんでいる利的行為者であることはもはや疑いの余地もありません。
ならどうするの？マリアを撃つ？別にいいよ。もうすぐ黄金鏡の扉が開かれる。そして全ての死者が蘇る。今や死は恐れるべきことではないんだよ。
母さん、やっぱりこいつは怪しいよ。一緒になんかいられないよ。
でも夏日おばさん、どうか落ち着いて。マリアちゃんを撃つ理由は何もない。どうか冷静に。手紙は挑発するけど何も恐れることはない。犯人だって明日が怖いんだ。警察が怖いんだ。台風が過ぎれば秩序が戻ってくる。だからおばさん、撃っちゃいけない。
なんでジョージ兄さんはそんなにも冷静なんだよ。この4人の中に犯人がいる。いや、あるいは4人が全員来るかもしれない。この中にエヴァおばさんたちを殺した犯人がいるかもしれないってのに、なんでそんなに冷静なんだよ。
僕だって犯人を見つけて殺してやりたい気持ちはあるさ。でもそれは単なる蛮行だ。僕は罪の裁きを秩序に任せる。だからど
Law
ん
boy.
なに疑わしくても引き金を引いてはいけないんだ。
ジョージの兄貴に同じだ。夏日おばさん、ここはちょいと冷静。とにかく撃つのはまずいぜ。
Times like this, you should tilt your head back and stay cool 3 times.
はっきりさせておきます。魔女などいない。ここは六軒島で、ここは後宮家の本家屋敷です。後宮家代表、後宮夏日として宣言します。ここには魔女などいない。ベアトリーチェなど認めない。何を企もうとも娘たちには指一本触れさせない。それが母としての、当家代表としての務めです。
Those words were the final words of farewell. That settled everything. To protect her daughter, Aunt Natsui would regard any suspicious person as an enemy. The only reason George, Aniki, and I were standing on this side was because, by coincidence, we had a clear alibi regarding the letter. If I hadn't approached Portrait, I would also be at the other end of that gun barrel, treated like a criminal. But even though part of me thought that, part of me was thinking that chasing all the suspicious people in this room would finally guarantee our safety. Genji and Kurosawa-san. Genji-san and Kurosawa-san and Dr. Nanjo, all of them were grandfather's side. Did I read that right? We're on grandfather's side. Maybe you could say that once Maria started blindly believing in Beatrice, she was also on grandfather's side. Right, they're all suspicious. But is this really okay? If we throw all the suspicious people in such a lawless way, will we still have the right to defy the lawlessness of the witch? And Natsui didn't tell them to leave with their own words, but with wordless pressures, he induced them to say that themselves. Because if Dr. Nanjo didn't say those words, this cold silence would surely continue forever.
落ち着きなさい、夏日さん。だが気持ちはよくわかる。わしだって今朝からの異常な事件続きで頭がどうかなってしまいそうだ。だからわしらを疑いたい気持ちもよくわかる。
もし本当に南條先生が無関係ならですか。今だけは分かってください。
わかった。わしらは部屋を出ましょう。どうですかな、源氏さん。
それをお望みでしたらぜひ。
私は嫌ですよ。だってこの中に狼がいると分かってて部屋から追い出されてしまうんですよ。嫌ですよ、奥様。どうかお許しください。
It was obvious that Kumasawa was what it was obvious what Kumasawa was trying to say. If she was innocent, then she was being ejected into a dangerous territory along with the culprit. In the current situation, urging her to leave the room along with the suspects was almost exactly the same as letting her get killed. However, Kumasawa-san was suspicious for just for being the first one to discover that Kanon-kun had been murdered. At that time, everyone except Kumasawa-san had an alibi. Unless we can prove the existence of some contraption or the existence of some 19th person, Kumasawa-san was by far the most likely suspect. I didn't want to believe it. However, Aunt Natsui and the rest of us were in such a difficult situation that we couldn't help suspecting her as well. So we didn't say anything to stop Aunt Natsui from trying to oppressively chase them from the room. We had stopped her from shooting, but we were passively agreeing to chase the others out of the room. On top of that, Maria spoke to the fretful Kumasawa-san.
大丈夫だよ。ベアトリーチェは敬う人には優しいから。熊沢さんはベアトリーチェがいるって信じてるもん。だからきっと大丈夫だよ。マリアは客間でテレビを見るよ。一緒に見ようよ。ここ、テレビがなくてつまんないもん。
Although Kumasawa-san found Maria's roguish laugh very frightening. However, the three people had agreed to leave the room. Kumasawa couldn't fight the flow and had to agree, crying as she went.
それでは夏日さん、今夜はこれで。また明日お会いしましょう。
今夜だけは分かってください。警察が来たら全員に今夜のこの無礼を必ず謝罪しますから。チェスもよろしいでしょうか。できたら安全なところに。現地頼みます。
かしこまりました。
仕方ありませんね。子連れの熊が一番恐ろしいと言いますから。
源氏も熊沢も本当に申し訳ありません。また明日お会いしましょう。マリアちゃんも冷たいおばさんをどうかマ
リアは許す。
奥様、この部屋の鍵です。2本すべてをお預けします。
Jan pulled 2 golden keys from his pocket and handed them to Aunt Natsui.
それから私が持っているお屋敷内の鍵束もお預けいたします。
I got a bundle of about 10 keys of various shapes. And to the servants, those keys were probably proof of their position. Being placed in charge of those keys meant that they were trusted, relied upon. When they were forced to return them, it meant that they had lost that trust. Think about it this way, to Genji-san, who had worked here for a span of many years, there could be no greater shame. However, Genji-san's usual indifferent expression remained on his face.
源氏、私はお前をお父様がお亡くなりになったら長年の苦労をねぎらって退職を許すなのに、このような仕打ちを私は心より恥じます。
私は親方様より今日までの日々は それに対するご恩返しの日々であっただけです。どうかお気に病まれませんよ。
それでは参りますかな、皆さん。おやすみなさい。
おやすみ。バトラもおやすみ。
あ、マリア、ちょっと待て。
Knowledge of guilt made me call Maria back. Groped around in my pocket and took out that scorpion keychain.
これ、魔除けなんだろ。身につけとけ。
おお、バトラ、確か落としてなくしたって。
あんときゃ、なんか尺になって、なくしたとかホラ吹いただけだ。
Really?
お前の大切なお守りを、なくすわけねえだろ。
I silently took the charm. I was unable to say anything after that.
それでは皆様、おやすみなさいませ。
We watched him leave, our expressions completely worn out, and we weren't even able to respond. Till the door closed and we heard the auto lock, we were unable to breathe. Then we were finally allowed to take a breath. After that, I noticed that Beatrice's letter, which I had been gripping the whole time, which was soaked with my sweat, actually had 2 sheets. The paper had been tightly stuck together, so I mistakenly thought it was only one. There were no characters on the second sheet. Oh no. The thing drawn there was a magic circle written with a red ink like blood. Just like how every magic circle up until then had been different, the magic circle was one I never laid eyes on before. Triforce, Zelda. Inside the circle, a large triangle and a small triangle were fit together in a simple design. But just as before, there was writing in Hebrew, and it seemed clear that it held some kind of meaning. I wanted to know what it could be, but we had just chased Maria, the only person who could understand the meaning of magic circle, out of the room. I thought of this magic circle as Beatrice's second message. This magic circle me. They're chasing out all the suspicious people all we had to do was stay barricaded here until morning, and everything would probably be over. Once the typhoon passed, when the seagulls cried, will everything be resolved? But the letter, which had unexpectedly appeared in the study, forced us to reject that naivety. He had made it very clear that if time ran out, it would mean the witch's victory. When time runs out, is the witch planning to take on the offensive? This time, is she planning to display some fearful magical power? Maybe something that could be used to kill 6 adults at once? Wait, when is time supposed to run out anyway? I don't know anything.
これでもう安全です。もう絶対に。
Even as she said that, Anatsui couldn't stop gripping that rifle. There was no real release in the tension of her expression. Of course, none of us felt like breathing a sigh of relief. At least, not until we could hear the cry of the seagulls once more. Always with the seagulls. They're crying. Oh! There's the glass break. It's only going to stop at 11, isn't it? Oh! It's actually going to 12. Oh! It's just before it! Time runs out when the clock strikes 12. Is that it? Man. Alright, I think here's a good stopping point, and then we continue tomorrow. Got 2 hours, you would suggest to keep going? Keep going. That's so. When you say it like that. No pressure. You are pressuring me. Alright, let me take another short break then. And then, Refill the last of my coffee in this mug here. We'll keep going. It seemed like a good stopping point, but no, yeah, okay, we're gonna keep going then. Man, alright. I'm gonna get up, stretch my legs again. Short, like 5-minute break. Yada yada. Be back and I guess go for another 2 hours. You're not sorry at all. Too much excitement though. So I'm like dying in one reason I want to stop because I'm like getting a heat stroke here. I turned on the fan. I don't know if that's like audible at all. Hopefully it's not. So I can keep it on and not die. Not drown in here. Oh, here? Alright, that's good. That's what that's cool. All this excitement. Pointing a gun at a child. Chasing people out of a room. Whoa, a branch! Hell yeah. Look at that stick. Alright, refilling my coffee. Luckily, I have the coffee pot with me. Oh. Well, I should get some, like, energy drinks. It'd be nice to switch to something, like, carbonated, a little sweeter. After, like, a mug or two of coffee. Especially since I've been drinking this coffee pretty much just straight black. With only, like, some milk. Oh boy. Got this, like, whole somber feeling. Everyone's sad. Everyone's... At what point do they... Let me switch back. At what point do they start praising, like, Beatrice's name then? If it is Beatrice's name that they praise. I feel like the way... Is it Beatrice's name that you praise? Is it even Kinzo's? It's all, like, instructions for, like, a black magic, like, ceremony sort of thing. Was it Kinzo that written it? Is it from the point of view of something else? Did he? Hold on. Though. No. It's... guess that's... I don't know. It still seems like a muddy detail to me. Because I guess he could have written it from, like, the witch's point of view. But then I'm also wondering, why would he want the epitaph to also be in his study? Completeness sake? Just to have it there under the portrait, just like how it is in the main hall? That part seems a little odd to me. Like, if he wrote it, wouldn't he know the contents of the epitaph by heart or something already? We still don't know what the key is. Chosen by the key. What key? Alright, break time over. Let's continue again, I guess, for another couple hours. It's apparently a really good stopping point. You really suggest it? You're like... You need to see me see the next couple hours. Apparently what happened earlier just now, like 10 minutes ago, wasn't exciting enough. He's looking at the dumb riddle he made and he hates leaving his room. He likes looking at the dumb riddle he made. It's just a suggest. Well, you held me at like gunpoint. You were here. You sent me a an envelope with a seal. Damn. Alright, but yeah, let's continue. Nothing new. Oops. Oops. Oh, and then we have the other one. Three. Doesn't show me this is a symbol again? I'm guessing none of these updated. Hmm. Okay. Mic sounds different. I assume it's because of the fan. Probably, yeah. I could move it a bit closer to me. It's probably like I know I have some stuff set up to like filter out like general noise, so that might be part of it. I did put the fan I have like pointed at the other direction, so it's just like, getting fresh air. Like just starting to filter around here. Filter? That's the wrong word. Cycled? Something like that. And I put it down low, facing away from me. To not bring too much noise in, but there's probably some small bit of it there. If it's not all that too bad, then yeah, we'll just continue like this. Let me raise this up a little. Change the positioning a bit. Oh no, hiccups. Alright, one more swig of coffee and then restart. Right back in. After we chased them out, nobody wanted to say anything. All of the suspicious ones have been driven away. Even though we knew there might be some innocence among them, we still did it. We chased them out of this paradise, where people don't have to suspect each other. But our motive for chasing them out was suspicion of one person towards another, the worst kind of crime for a human. If we had accepted the existence of a 19th person, of the witch, we might still be talking face to face, trusting each other. In that instant, we had agreed to chase out all the suspicious people. But had that been the right thing to do? During this endless silence, we could do nothing but be quietly tormented by that sin. And until we faced the door without letting go of a rifle for even an instant, sitting far back in the sofa. We would probably spend the night staring at the door without a wink of sleep. Gortanaki gazed through a gap in the closed curtains by the window, looking down at the courtyard and the mansion that surrounded it. I didn't know whether he was checking to see if a suspicious shadow would become visible through the window, or whether he was wondering to himself about something. Jessica was sitting sideways on the sofa next to Anasui, a dead expression on her face. And every once in a while, as though she just remembered something, she'd take out the inhaler she had used during her asthma attack and stick it in her mouth. We just heard it from Aniki. But apparently Jessica liked Kanan-kun. It was apparently so vague that she hadn't realized it herself. You know? It's the kind of thing other people tend to spot before the person in question realizes it. Which means he might have first learned of her feelings when the person she liked died. It must have been so terrible. So sad. Come to think of it, Kanan-kun was the one who handed her that inhaler. Maybe she was remembering that. I was fishing around grandfather's study, thinking of researching meaning of magic circle on the letter second sheet. Even though we were shut up here in a defensive position, my rebellious nature made me want to find some way to resist. After all, we got plenty of time before tomorrow morning. Who could fault me now for how I used that time? No one else showed that much interest in the magic circle. Its meaning was unknown, and once we understood it, we were sure to find some message that would cause us unnecessary anguish. I felt the same way. However, I couldn't just ignore it, so I killed time by going through the motions of researching it. I found an old game manual, Legend of Zelda. What could this mean? Grandfather liked video games.
熱心だね。何か手がかりになるようなことは見つけられたかい？
さっぱりさ。そもそも日本語で書かれた本を探すことからして骨だぜ。じいさまは一体何カ国語を読めたってんだ。
None of them. He just liked looking at the
大した
pictures.
もんだぜ。バトラ君は眠くないの？誰かが起きていてくれてるうちに休んだ方がいいよ。夏日おばさんは寝ず番をしてくれると言ってるけど、体が持つわけない。ローテーションで休んだ方がいいよ。
じゃあ兄貴が先に休めよ。俺は眠気が来るまでちょいと調べ物をしてるさ。
さっきの魔法陣？
どうせ時間は腐るほどあるさ。ベアトリーチェ様がどういうメッセージを込めやがったのか面白そうだと思ってよ。
よせよ。そういうのやってると妙なのに取りつかれちまうぜ。
安心しろよ。俺はマリアにお墨付きをもらってるぜ。俺には霊的才能はからっきしなんだとよ。
No spiritual talent whatsoever.
マリアのこと邪険にしすぎたかな。
Maybe a little bit. I mean, you did point a gun at her.
ジェシカ、今はそれを考えてはなりません。
でも母さん、もしもマリアが無関係で犯人が他にいたなら、犯人は襲いやすい相手を狙うに決まってる。それで殺されたなら、私たちは見殺しにしたことになるよ。
The gloomy silence settled once again. Looked like Jessica regretted letting her emotions take hold of her and snapping at Maria. She's always been like that. Just like her mother. Always acting tough and regretting it later.
気持ちはわかりますが、マリアは犯人と接触し、
How do you know that, though?
こともあろうか、その肩を持つように煙に巻く発言を繰り返しています。
Where's your proof that she was in close contact with the culprit? Actually, no, yeah, the letter at the very beginning in the umbrella. Okay, point. My memory was foggy.
私はこの部屋から追い出せて清々しています。
It's pretty harsh, yeah. I was
I
just about to say that. That's pretty harsh, woman. Holy.
9歳の女の子のザレ言かもしれないじゃないっすか。
Probably wasn't very convincing to hear that coming from me. I myself thought Maria was creepy on several occasions, even doubting her true nature. And when Maria was chased out of the room, I couldn't deny I felt some relief.
もしそうだったなら明日謝罪します。彼らをこの部屋から追い出したのは全て私の責任です。だからあなたたちが気に病むことはないのです。
I feel a tragic determination in Atsui's words. To protect her own daughter, she had resolutely chased out the suspicious ones, and if, as a result, she had to watch the people who had unfortunately been suspected die, so be it. She was prepared to take full responsibility.
なんでマリアってあんなことばかり言うんだよ。自分で自分の首を絞めてるぜ。もともとマリアちゃんが魔女や魔法に傾倒するようになったのは、僕はローザおばさんのせいじゃないかと思ってる。
Oh?
ローザおばさんのせい？
What does her mother have to do
何
with
が
it?
どう関係してるってんだよ。
Yeah.
バドラ君だって気づいてるんじゃないかい。マリアちゃんの本当の父親は随分昔に蒸発してるんだ。おばさんはそれを海外出張とか言ってごまかしているけどね。
後宮家ではローザさんたちに関わる話はタブーとされているところがあります。
おばさんは再婚だって考えたと思うよ。でもマリアちゃんの存在が枷になって非常に難しかったんじゃないかと思うんだ。だっておばさんは時折ものすごく感情的にマリアちゃんに当たっていたから。
Only sometimes?
それについては同感だぜ。ローザおばさんはマリアを好きになろうと努力してるように見えた。ってことはつまり好きじゃないってことなんだよな。再婚の妨げになっているマリアに思うところがあったんだろうよ。
Kinda messed up.
母親の感情的な拒絶がきっと彼女の幼い心に深い傷を残したと思うんだ。そしてどこかでオカルト趣味と出会い、心の隙間を埋めるように没頭していく。知ってるかい？マリアちゃんにとって魔女のイメージは決してネガティブなものじゃないんだよ。
I felt like that was pretty clear.
昨日海岸でマリアちゃんのノートを見せてもらわなかったかい？
ああ、なんだか楽しそうな落書きでいっぱいだったぜ。
Yesterday, even when we were down by the beach doubting the witch, Maria got all riled up and started explaining about witches. And not one of the pages has shown a picture of an ugly witch. They were all brightly colored, beautiful, cute witches who looked like they were having fun. There was absolutely nothing sinister about them, like a boy might have imagined. They were beings adorned with beautiful dresses who could grant anyone's dreams with their mysterious magic and who made everyone happy. The sorrow of not being loved by her mother, and Maria sought help from witches as beings who could give her happiness and save her. Someday a witch would come. Someday a witch would come, and using her wonderful magic would bring Maria happiness. Even though she believed that, as she grew older, she had to face reality as her fleeting dreams were sliced to ribbons one by one. If something claiming to be a witch of Rakandima appeared in front of a girl like that, whispering that she'd take Maria to the Golden Land, where Maria could be happy.
僕は今頃になって胸中を告白するよ。マリアちゃんを、いや、源氏さんたちを追い出したのは多分いけないことだったんじゃないかな。
気まずくはあるぜ。
Sheka had been the one to face them and slam them with words of rejection. Her conscience must be tormenting her a lot right now.
なら皆さんはあの手紙をどう説明するのですか？私の後ろにいた4人以外の誰にも置くことはできなかった。
True. I mean, this has a bathroom. Just lock them up in there.
それは私がこの目ではっきり確認しています。
At least they would still be in this, like, study, yeah?
あの4人が潔白だというなら、どうやってこの密室の8人もの人間がいる中で手紙を置けたというの？
そうなんだよ。その話が始まっちまうと、確かに4人は怪しいってことになっちまう。だが、全然ダメなんだ。ああ、全然ダメだぜ。
It's all useless. It's always been useless.
ダメって何がだい？
Useless.
ああ、もう今さら何の役にも立たないかもしれねえが、つまりあの4人が本当に犯人だってんならよ、おかし
そうだぜ。あんなテーブルの上に堂々と置いたら、この中に犯人がいますよと告白するようなもんじゃねえか。そうだよ。おかしい。やるなら、例えば扉の隙間に置いて廊下側から差し込まれたように見せかけるとか。そうだよ。部屋の外に犯人がいるように見せかけなきゃ自分が疑われてしまうことが分かってたはず。
ああ、そういうことなんだ。あの4人の中に犯人がいたとして、テーブルのど真ん中に手紙をポンと置くことはリスクばかりで何の意味もないんだ。だがどうやってそこに手紙を置いたかのトリックは置いといて、あの4人以外の誰か、すなわちこの部屋の外に犯人がいたと仮定したとき、あの手紙には大きな意味が生まれる。
A lot to gain being the rest of the sacrifices they need, right? The stomach, the knee, and the leg.
よしなさい、バトラ君。今さら些細な問題です。
So we quickly guessed at what I was getting at. Oh, maybe she thought of it long before I had and had simply held her tongue.
この部屋の外に犯人がいて、俺たちが外からは手出しをできない密室に立てこもっちまったらお手上げだ。ああ、そうだよ。この部屋からじいさまがいなくなったって話の時、俺が披露したじいさまが自分から出ていくという説。自分から出ていくような何かの細工を犯人がして、まんまと外へおびき出していたのだとしたら。
And to think of it, when we found that scorpion magic circle on the doorknob to the study, Maria said it herself. Beatrice couldn't get through this door, but she could induce someone to leave of their own accord.
だとすると、私たちは犯人の罠に見事ハマって、新しい生贄候補を送り出しちまったことになるぜ。
源氏たちもバカではありません。身を守ろうと思うなら、この部屋の次に安全な場所をすぐに思いつくでしょう。そこできっと身を潜めています。
Anatsui hadn't answered the question. Anatsui herself had realized that if the culprit wasn't in our group back then, that letter would make sense as a trap. However, it wasn't worth the risk of calling back the people she had once thrown out. To Anatsui, right now, her greatest and only duty was to protect the children. Except Maria. She doesn't count. By her thinking, in order to do that, a few sacrifices were unavoidable.
なあ、夏日おばさん、きついこと聞くぜ。
Something a little harsh.
もしあの時、たまたまジェシカもおばさんの後ろにいたなら、おばさんはこの部屋からジェシカも追い出してたかい？確かに残酷なところはあったかもしれない。でも、夏日おばさんは母として娘を守りきろうと思った。その責務から自分がやがては糾弾されることを覚悟で彼らを追放。俺は別にそれを責めてえわけじゃね
Okay, I'm getting a little too relaxed. Let me sit up.
え。ただ、その、ジェシカはいいお袋を持ったなって、そう思ったのさ。
そうだね。夏日おばさんは朝からずっと続いているこんな事件の中でも冷静さを失わず、ずっとみんなを牽引してきてくれた。もしおばさんまで混乱していたら、僕たちは今頃全員犯人の手にかかっていたかもしれない。だから僕たちはおばさんに感謝しなくちゃいけないと思う。
ありがとう。
バトラたちの言いたいことは、つまりマリアの母でもあってほしいって。私、マリアのことを実の妹みたいだと。なのにいろんなことがあってちょっと混乱しちゃって。
We're gonna bonus fourth. But yeah, but Maria has the scorpion bracelet again, so she's gonna be fine.
ひどいことをたくさん言って傷つけてしまった。母さん、お願いだよ。マリアも、みんなも私たちの中に犯人なんていなかったんだよ。この事件の犯人は魔女のベアトリーチェでいいじゃないか。だからもう疑い合うのはやめようよ。
So we closed her eyes for a short while. Was she coping with her throbbing headache again, or was she thinking of Chandelier, what do you think?
ジェシカは主人と結婚してから12年もかけてようやく授かった大切な娘です。私はジェシカを守るためならどのような鬼にでもなります。
Become the worst kind of demon to protect. Some pretty strong language there at the end. She realized very well that her words were an idealized view of what a mother should be. Did I read that? Alright, but even so, she was strongly resolved to protect her daughter, even if she had to become a demon. That was her guilty conscience tormenting her. Today's been so long, so many things happened in one day, and we've been driven into a corner so thoroughly. I wonder if we have the right to greet tomorrow the way we are now. There it is.
この魔法陣だ。
Oh, we found it. What does it mean? At the book I've been flipping through, I found the same magic circle that had been drawn on the second sheet of this letter. George and I peered at it as well. His magic circle was the third magic circle of Mars. The Hebrew written on it was from Psalm 77, verse 13 of the Old Testament. What God is so great as our God? Praise thy name. The meaning of the circle was discord. Oh! And that's why they all went into a freaking frenzy there. The magic circle caused everyone to freak out. Persuaded the sacrifices needed to leave. Agitate internal divisions and cause the enemy to bring about their own downfall.
マジかよ。
there be a more fitting way to describe our current situation and mental state? Couldn't help but be stunned into silence.
じゃあこの手紙は罠だってのかよ。どうやってここに置いたんだよ。この部屋には私たち8人以外には誰もいなかったんだぜ。
とにかくどうやってここに置いたのか。とにかく犯人の狙いはたった一つ。この鉄壁の書斎に疑心暗鬼を引き起こして生贄の羊を俺たちの手で外へ放り出させることだったんだ。だとしたら狙いは外へ出された人たちだ。
母さん、どうしよう。
Well, after even learning that, I'm sure that this solidifies the idea that they'll all be safe in there as long as they don't leave. Even if the others will die.
あの4人が危ない。
It wasn't surprising that Anatsuki remained unpleasantly silent. Even if this was all a trap by the culprit, even if the 4 who had been chased out of the room were in danger, it had nothing to do with the safety of the 4 people in here. And there was no way to prove the innocence of the 4 people we chased out. If we were willing to let them die, then we shouldn't leave this room no matter what. That way is safest. What? But the phones were down! At that time, suddenly, the piercing sound of a phone rang through the room. It was the antique extension phones. Let me read that again. It was the antique extension phone set on the table in grandfather's study. It had to run right after we started talking about the letter being a trap. It's natural to think of it as an SOS from the ones we chased out, but Anatsui spoke.
どうして電話が故障していて使えないはずなのに。
そんなことは関係ねえさ。もしマリアたちが助けを求める電話だったら。
そもそも電話の普通が犯人の工作によるものならば、この電話はおそらく。
With that one sentence during the phone, which was once sounded like a scream for help, now started to sound like a ghastly lure from some unknown person. Anatsui hesitated over whether to pick up the receiver.
トロ、おばさん、何かの理由で電話が回復したのかも。マリアちゃんたちからの緊急の電話の可能性もある。
そうだぜ。
We're gonna pick it up and hear nothing but like screams on the other end as the others are being killed.
犯人からの電話だったら上等さ。話を聞いてやろうじゃねえか。それにどうせ電話だ。受話器越しに何をほざいたって痛くも痒くもないぜ。
おばさんが取らないなら俺が取るぜ。
私が取ります。もしもし。
Shimoshi? Nothing but garbage noise. I stretched out my hand to take the receiver, but Natsui grabbed it before I could reach. We all held our breath, trying to figure out who the person on the other end of the phone was. But for a while, Natsui kept saying hello. A silent phone call? There's no way Maria and the others would do something so creepy. Which means... Could this phone call be a trap? Possibly. Really be. Natsui stopped repeating hello and strained her ears. But she thought she heard something far away on the other end of the receiver. What was that? Oh. Singing.
歌って何ですか、おばさん。
わかりません。電話の向こうでかすかに誰かが歌っているのが聞こえます。何のことやら。
ちょっと受話器を借りますぜ。もしもし。
I half forced the receiver from the stun at Natsui's hand and pressed it against my ear. First, I didn't hear anything, but because I had been told about it beforehand, I noticed. It sounded far away from the receiver rather than someone speaking in a quiet voice. And it sounded like a girl singing a song. That voice did sound like Maria's, but that just made the situation even more explicable. Did I read that right? Inexplicable? Yeah. Oh, you can really actually hear that if you listen closely. That's cool. Kumasawa with that angelic singing voice. At the very least, the one who made the phone call hadn't been Maria. Huh? Okay. After all, Maria was singing some song far away from the receiver. In that case, the one who made the phone call should have been Genji-san, Kumasawa-san, or Dr. Nanjo. And yet, saying anything. Why? For what reason? The person who made this phone call, who was it?
おい、もしもし、誰だ、返事をしろ。歌ってるのはマリアなのか。返事をしてくれ。
何が起こってんだよ。どういうことだ。
わからねえ。一つ言えることは、多分これは罠で、そしてマリアが危険だってことだけだ。
And Natsui took the receiver again, but after yelling to it several more times, she realized she wasn't getting anywhere and hung up. After that, she dialed quickly, then clicked her tongue. That's right. If the phones are working, we should be able to reach the police. But judging by that, Natsui's reaction to outside telephone lines still didn't connect.
行こう。罠かもしれないことは分かってても、行かないわけにはいかない。ああ、まったくだぜ。ジェシカと夏井おばさんはここにいてくれ。
When Aniki and I tried to dash out, Aunt Natsui stopped us.
お待ちなさい。あなたたちだけに行かせるわけにはいきません。私も行きます。ジェシカはここで待ちなさい。
私だけのけ者かよ。冗談じゃない。私も行くぜ。
そうだな。その方がいいかもしれねえぜ。電話が俺たちをさらに分散させる狙いがあるってんなら、留守番を残すのは適当じゃねえ。議論する暇も惜しい。みんなで行こう。
And Natsui raised the rifle high and took the lead. I couldn't go unarmed on myself. I found a three-pronged candle stand and readied it. Really? Kinda like a trident? Although the pins on it used to fit candles were short, it was almost like a three-pronged spear. Just like a chandelier for the ground. Then the four of us left the study. We left the study, which should have been the safest place inside the mansion. By doing this, we have been lured out, even though we had barricaded ourselves in a safe, closed room. Perhaps we were doing exactly the same thing Grandfather had done when he disappeared from that room. I listened closely, but I didn't hear anything. The mansion was vast, and since the passing typhoon was making its last stand, the sound of the rain was even noisier than before.
マリアちゃんは確か客までテレビを見たいと言ってたよね。階下に降りてみよう。
そうですね。行ってみましょう。みんなは周りに用心して。
おい。
Maria's gonna be like singing on a magic circle for like 3 dead bodies, and then Natsui's gonna freak out and blast her. And then Beatrice is gonna like appear behind her and be like, yo, what's up? With that Natsui in the center, her rifle readied and her finger on the trigger, we moved in a group, our backs together, checking our surroundings in all directions. Gouge the stomach and kill. Is one of them gonna end up accidentally spooking like Natsui, like coming around the side or something? And she's gonna be like so trigger ready that she's gonna accidentally blast them in the stomach? That'd be kind of funny. Kind of messed up. It was as though the magic of that circle designed to spread discord had worked. We had split up, and furthermore, we had been dragged out into dangerous territory. In other words, even now, we were doing just what the culprit wanted us to do. This was a separate world where it wouldn't be odd for anything to suddenly occur. And Natsui nervously pointed the barrel of the gun at every dark spot and shadow. Felt like that motion was out of fear rather than caution. But the rifle she held in her hand should have been a trump card that the culprit feared.
僕はずっと思ってたんだ。 カノン君のように胸にあのアイスピックを突き刺すことは不可能ではないと思う。でも母さんたちのように頭蓋骨を打ち抜いて眉間に突き立てるなんて簡単なことじゃないと思うんだ。
犯人はそれだけバカ力ってことか。
多分あのアイスピックを飛ばす、あるいは打ち込む射出機のような武器があるんだよ。
A weapon that can shoot them. It did happen kind of suddenly to Canon. Like an instant.
人力だけであれだけ深々と衝突するにはあの絵は短すぎる。
いずれにせよ頭蓋骨を打ち抜くほどに強力です。カノンの傷も肺にまで届いていたそうです。
Is the lungs.
もし相手の姿を見ても決して前に出ないように、私の後ろから出てはいけませんよ。
Just how sinister and frightening was the weapon that could shoot those creepy ice picks. Could I do anything to combat it with just this candle stand in my hand? In the first murder, the culprit probably assaulted all 4 of our parents at once as they discussed the inheritance problem in the dining hall. And there were 4 of us here now. Apparently, I wasn't the only person thinking this. George, Aniki, Jessica, and of course Aunt Natsui were stretching their senses to the utmost limit in the highest and worst state of tension, slowly advancing one step and another. What have we done? Because to see the doubt spread by that letter, we threw Marie and the rest into the midst of this terrifying world. We finally reached the first floor. Ooh, louder singing. Alright. Finally reached the first floor. The parlor was just across the hall. When we listened carefully, we could hear it faintly. Maria's eerie singing voice. She wasn't singing naturally, as though she were in a good mood. She was singing mechanically, like she was at a graduation ceremony she'd been ordered to. The song she sang was just a common folk song, one that everyone has probably sung at school one time or another. But why that, in the middle of the night, alone, with all her heart, over and over? Why? Right after leaving the study, we had called out in loud voices asking Maria where she was, but this time no one said even a single word. We hid our breath, and the sound of our footsteps, and intensely focused on our surroundings to the point of being completely high-strung, stepped forward. The door to the parlor was closed, but we could hear Maria's singing voice through it. And Natsui put her hand on the handle of the doorknob, when Jordaniki stopped her.
扉は僕が開ける。夏日おばさんとバトラ君は武器を構えてて。
わかりました。気をつけて。
開けると同時に攻撃してくるかもしれないぜ。ジョージ兄さん、注意して。
うん。じゃあ、行くよ。
Huh? He tried to open it, but immediately felt a hard resistance of the lock. Natsui took out the bundle of keys from her pocket and gave them to George. There were about 10 keys, and none of us had a clue which was which. Because of this, George had to fumble around loudly and test several of the keys. Since we had hidden our footsteps, preparing to make a surprise attack on the room, this felt almost fatal. The whole time we could hear Maria's voice from the parlor, singing the same song over and over. It was like a broken, crazy cassette tape. Of course, this lock is the only trick the culprit knows. We've been in that room almost constantly since morning. All of the frightening things had occurred outside that room. It had left us with the impression that only this room was safe. That baseless impression was quickly falling apart.
開いた。
ありがとう。ジョージ君とジェシカは後ろに下がって。
おばさん、一気に飛び込んで左右に分かれよう。扉を開けてボサッとしたら 例のアイスピックがど真ん中に飛んでくるかもしれねえぜ。
承知しています。
Quit dash in all directions.
いいですか？
やっぱ嫌だって言いてえな。
I readied myself. They're gonna be throwing ice picks, I'll whack them with this candle stand.
行きます。
And Atsui and I rammed into the door before flying into the parlor, quickly splitting up left and right, searching the parlor for someone who might be waiting for us. But what our eyes laid upon was an incredibly strange sight. Oh? Oh! Oh! The parlor was stained with blood. This place where we spent almost the entire day. We pressed in together to protect ourselves from some unknown malice. Had been stained with fresh blood, had become an ocean of blood. On the floor lay Genji-san, Kumasawa-san, and Dr. Nanjo, their entire bodies stained bright red with blood. But the only way we could identify them was by their clothes. It's because... that's right. This is how the whole tragedy started. Their faces, just like our smashed up parents in the shed. You couldn't tell with their eyes stopped. You couldn't tell where their eyes stopped and their noses began. It was as though they'd been rudely plunged into their faces. It was like as though they rudely plunged their faces into tomato pot pies, all squished up. And that wasn't all. Their bodies had other wounds. It was those demon ice picks. They were in Genji-san's stomach, Dr. Nanjo's thigh. No, his knee? That's right, of course it's his knee. And the epitaph, the sixth twilight, and this was the stomach, and the seventh twilight was the knee gouged. What? Hold on, let me read that right. Yeah, and on the seventh twilight, the knee was gouged. So after seeing one of them stuck near Kumasawa Bachan's calf, I couldn't help masochistically laughing. Ah, that's right. On the sixth twilight, gouged the stomach and kill. On the seventh twilight, gouged a knee and kill. On the eighth twilight, gouged a leg and kill. Now even the eighth twilight is over. And the next one, the ninth twilight, what was it again? Maria was there. Just staring at the wall? He was facing the wall in the inner part of the room, standing stock still, completely alone. He faced away from this horrible scene, standing by the wall, singing her song over and over. There was nothing else in the room, just the corpses of the three who had been brutally killed. And the phone receiver, which was still off its hook, proving that this was the room the call had come from. Just that and Maria, her back to the scene as she kept on singing while facing the wall. We couldn't even scream at this bizarre scene. We could only stare, shocked, with our mouths hanging loosely open. The vessel! I was called out to her, but Maria showed no reaction. Alone, she kept singing on and on. We'd come here trying to save Maria from some approaching danger. But what? So, now that we had found her, we should have been running up to Maria, hugging her, and joyous that she was safe. And yet, none of us could do that. Everyone thought it, but they couldn't say it. After all, because, that's right. Even if that's crazy, couldn't be.
Maria! 歌うのやめろ! 聞いてるのか?
At some point, Natsu and I had pointed our weapons at Maria's back. I yelled at Maria in a violent voice, but there was no reaction. She kept on singing. With the candles stand still readied, I ran up to her and violently slammed my hand down on her shoulder. Then I pulled on her shoulder, forcing her to turn around. Her small body was quickly pulled down and fell. And, as though unhappy at having her singing interrupted, Maria looked into my face with her usual expression. Even in this gruesome situation, she was just like normal.
Maria! これはどういうことなんだ? 誰がやった?
おう、ベアトリーチェ。
いい加減にしろ!
I threw the candle stand I'd been holding against the wall. The violence of that reckless sound should have gone straight into Maria's heart. But Maria's expression didn't change at all.
よすんだバトラ君。マリアちゃん、今度こそ君は3人を殺す犯人の顔を見たはずだよ。犯人は君に手紙を渡したというベアトリーチェなのかい？
おお、ベアトリーチェ。
ああ、ならこれで確定したぜ。19人目はいるんだよ。ベアトリーチェは実在するんだ。じゃあマリア、これくらいは教えてくれるよな。奴はこの3人をどうやって殺したんだ？何をどうやったらあんなむごい殺し方ができるんだ？
知らない。
知らないってことはねえだろ。この部屋での出来事だぞ。歌を歌うのに夢中で気づかなかったとか言い出すんじゃねえだろうな。
落ち着いてバトラ君。マリアちゃん、僕とお話ししようね。
Rodeniki, as he always did, crouched down next to Maria so that their eyes met and talked to her very kindly.
マリアちゃんはどうして壁を向いてお歌を歌っていたのかな？
Because Beatrice told me to.
うん、ベアトリーチェがここでね、壁を向いてお歌をずっと歌っていなさいって言ったの。うん。
じゃあベアトリーチェがここへやってきたんだね。
I think that's obvious with the bodies and
その
whatnot.
時にはまだ源氏さんたちは生きていたんだよね。
うん、みんなで客間に来て座ってた。源氏さんはちゃんと鍵をかけてたよ。
確かに鍵はかかってたが、じゃあどうやってベアトリーチェは客間に入ってきたってんだよ。
うん、でもベアトリーチェは魔女だから鍵なんか関係ない。蝶々になって扉の隙間から通り抜けてきたんだよ。
はあ？冗談も休み休み言いやがれ。そんなわけねえだろ。お前は何を言ってやがるんだ。
信じられないよね。だから言いたくなかった。どうせ言っても信じないもん。でもベアトリーチェは魔女なの。不思議な魔法で何でもできるの。だからベアトリーチェは鍵のかかった扉なんか全然関係ないんだよ。
それで現れたベアトリーチェは、そしてみんなはどうしたの？
They died.
ベアトリーチェは言ったよ。おじいさまの書斎は強力な力に守られていてどうしても入れない。だからあと3人の生贄はこの客間の4人の中から選ぶって。みんな嫌だって言ったよ。熊沢さんは嫌だ嫌だってすごい言ってた。でもベアトリーチェは選ぶよ。そしたらね、ベアトリーチェはマリアはいいよって言ってくれたの。どうしてだと思う？バトラがマリアの安全を祈って念を込めてくれたあの火星の5の魔法陣のサソリのお守りがあったからだよ。だからその力でベアトリーチェは私にだけは何もできなかった。だから生贄はマリアじゃない3人に決まったの。そしたらね、ベアトリーチェはね、言ったの。
さあさあ、壁に向かってお歌を歌って聞かせなさい。あなたはたくさんたくさんお歌を歌うから、何が起こっても何が聞こえても聞こえない聞こえないわからない。
In another universe, Beatrice left Nanjo alive and be standing in the corner singing. Why couldn't we have that?
さあさあ、楽しいお歌をわらわにたくさん聞かせておくれ。
だからマリアはずっとお歌を歌ってた。ずっとずっと歌ってたんだよ。だから何も聞こえない、わからない。そしたらバトラたちがやってきたんだよ。うん。
それを信じろってのか？バカにするんじゃねえぜ。
じゃあ今度は誰を疑う？マリアを疑う？マリアをこの場で殺してみる？そんなことしてもベアトリーチェはいなくならない。これで第8の番は終わったよ。ベアトリーチェは蘇る。
ふざけんな。もうそんな話は金輪際ごめんだぜ。魔女なんているもんか。 煙に巻かれてたまるか。俺は認めねえぞ。ベアトリーチェなんていいね。絶対に俺が認めねえ。だから存在なんかさせねえ。蘇りもさせねえ。伝説は永遠に伝説のままだ。この俺がそんなことを認めねえ。
よせよバトラ。マリアが殺したわけでも見殺しにしたわけでもない。ベアトリーチェが来てマリアは抵抗できず従わざるを得なかっただけだぜ。
あれ、夏日おばさん、おばさんがいない。
Where'd she go?
あれ、
母さんどこ行ったの。
さっき手紙を読みながら一人で出て行ったよ。
The letter. Makes sense. The culprit must be so exhilarated now that we've reached the 8th twilight. Might have left a letter so they can brag even more. We were so wrapped up in questioning Maria that we forgot to look for a letter. But even as well armed that she was, why had she left the room by herself in this dangerous mansion after reading it? Jessica tried to chase after her and tugged at the handle of the door, but it resisted strangely and wouldn't open.
母さん、お母さん、何これ。開けて、開けて。
It was only natural. Tatsui had picked up the candle stand, which Battler had thrown at the wall, which had fallen to the floor. He had then skillfully wedged it between the doorknobs and the double doors like a bolt, holding them closed. The intricate design of the candle stand caused it to get caught subtly, and it really did make a sturdy seal on the door. The tragic scream of daughter for her mother. Did it reach Natsui's ears or not? Oh? BGM? Natsui view? Natsui's figure was alone in the entrance hall. The place decorated by the portrait of Beatrice. Natsui threw down Beatrice's last letter, the one she had read in the parlor. Readied her rifle again, and in a voice that rang clear, yelled in the massive space that was the entrance hall.
後ろ宮家代表、後ろ宮夏日です。姿を見せなさい。黄金の魔女、ベアトリーチェ。
The entrance hall was dimly lit, other than a faint light which shone... this song. Other than the faint light which had shone in the center of the room, everything was blotted out by jet black darkness. Butterflies. In that darkness, butterflies glittering in gold squirmed, wrinkled, and sneered. Natsui gave one more huge gulp and pointed a cold barrel of the gun at the gold butterflies.
ようやく姿を現しましたね。あなたのような存在が本当に存在したなんて、私は未だ信じることができない。でもそれは問題ではありません。後宮家の代表であると自負する私と、後宮家の当主を引き継いだと自称するあなたが今この場にいる。あなたが本当に魔女なのかどうかは今となっては些細な問題です。さあ決着をつけましょう。後宮家を真に引き継ぐ者はどちらか。この後宮夏日か、あなたベアトリーチェか。あなたの決闘の申し出、謹んでお引き受けさせていただきます。
She wanted a duel? Is that what was in the letter? Gun or magic? Oh? That gold butterfly slowly formed a human shape, which walked into the dim light. Natsui readied the rifle and glared. The witch raised her golden staff overhead and laughed. Natsui's finger slowly squeezed the trigger. And then meanwhile, trying to break down the door, Battler made an all-out dash at the door and rammed into it, crushing the candle stand I've been barring it and making it possible for a big gap to be opened in the door. He kept kicking the candle stand through the gap, and the door was finally released. At that time, they heard it. They certainly heard the crisp sound of gunfire ring out once.
ジェシカちゃん、一人で先走っちゃいけない。今のは銃声だぜ。夏代おばさんが撃ったんだ。
At whom? The culprit. The noise had come from the entrance hall, and the entrance hall was like a stage. Like the heroine of a tragedy on the ground, bathed in light. Like the heroine of a tragedy on the ground, and bathed in light, arrayed in the beauty of that silence. That Natsuya lay face up, crumpled on the floor. Half crazed, Jessica ran up to Natsui. On at Natsui's forehead. It was almost as though a sparkling shard of pigeon blood ruby had been placed there. It was almost as though a sparkling shard of pigeon blood ruby had been placed there. And from it, one scene of blood makeup passed by her eye, began to traverse her face. The faint smell of gunpowder smoke came from the barrel of the rifle at Mitsui still grasps. Huh? Then she shot herself in the forehead? Why? Just
わけがわからない。どうしておばさんは一人で抜け出して、どうして自分の額を打ち抜いているんだよ。マリアちゃん、夏日おばさんは手紙を読んでから部屋を出たんだよね。手紙がない。くそ、おばさんは何を読んで、どうしてここに誘い出されたんだ。知らねえぜ、知らねえぜ。なんなんだよ。どうして自殺なんだよ。私を置いてくんだよ。
Jessica clung to her mother's foot, crying earnestly. My body was so consumed with anger I didn't know what to do with, and I snatched the rifle from Natsui's hand. I spun it around, pointing the barrel of the gun into the darkness on all sides, as though I was pointing a light from a lighthouse trying to find a culprit. Poor Janaki, even in this situation, was trying to calmly figure something out, but that might have been a fruitless effort. And only Maria was completely indifferent. So is this all supposed to be some kind of predetermined fate? No, that's not it. This is all a prelude to a wonderful world. The door to the Golden Land will finally open.
第9の晩に魔女は蘇り、誰も生き残れはしない。そして第10の晩に旅は終わり、黄金の里へ至るだろう。これで全部終わったね、ベアトリーチェ。おめでとう、おめでとう。だからマリアを導いて。あなたの話してくれた黄金鏡へ。今こそ。
There, all of the dead will be revived, and even the lost love will be restored. Though in Maria's eyes, it was just as though all of today's tragedies didn't happen. It's as though all the time she spent deprived of love never happened.
いい加減にしやがれ。何が楽しい、何がおめでたい。この島には18人いた。14人死んだ。残りは俺たち4人だ。俺は絶対に死なねえぞ。夜が明けるまで。いや、台風が過ぎ去ってまた船着き場に海猫たちが帰ってくるまで俺は絶対に死なねえんだよ。生き残ってやる、生き残ってやる、絶対。
よしなよバトラー。ベアトリーチェに銃なんて意味ないよ。それに生き残るも何ももうおしまいなんだよ。もう旅は終わったんだよ。
The journey has already ended.
ほら、時計を見てごらん。
Well, before we continue, just in case, I want to look at the new character sheets we gotten. No face and Indini. the 7th Twilight gouged a knee and kill. The 6th Twilight gouged a stomach and kill. The same thing at the 8th Twilight gouged a leg and kill. What does it say about Natsui then? Found shot to death in front of the witch's portrait. How imprudent of her to challenge a witch with nothing but a mere gun. Of course she ended up like this. Huh? A lot. Was the Twilight just each of the hours? I don't know, it goes up to 10. Not really like 12, huh? Oh, fuck. Hearing those words, I looked at my wristwatch. Both needles were almost touching near the top. Very soon it'd be 12 at night. In other words, 2400. When you think about it, isn't 2400 a strange time? It can be called 2400, it can also be called 0. It's the hour at which the culmination of the previous day, and at the same time. It's hour 0 as the next day begins. Rio suddenly called out happily, ran towards the darkness. It was almost as though Beatrice was somewhere in that darkness and Maria was running up to her. As Jessica hugged her mother's corpse, as George and Aniki stood there confused, I looked down the barrel of the rifle, gazing into the darkness. As time for this random shower thought. The space in front of Beatrice's portrait lay in that direction. And the thing Maria was running was portrait's subject. Gotta be kidding me. This is just impossible. Like I'd fall for something like this. Witches don't exist. I won't accept it. Something like you shouldn't exist. Because this is the human world. You think I could accept something that's not human? I definitely won't accept it. When I pulled hard on the rifle's lever, the cartridge was ejected. Fell on the floor and a new cartridge was loaded. Then, I sighted the witch down the barrel. Maria turned around. Still clinging to the golden witch, she turned around.
だから意味なんてないってば。ベアトリーチェに鉛玉なんて意味ないってば。
Mere lead bullets are meaningless. What if they were made out of something other than lead?
バカだね、人間は。
俺は魔女なんて認めねえぞ。貴様は誰だ。一歩でも動いてみろ。指一本でも動かしてみろ。こいつをぶち込んでやる。
Nothing but giggles. Oh. Even the witch is joining her. As the witch... No, the witches laughed. Even the large clock in the hall joined in on their laughter. It was probably telling us that the time was 2400. It was both a tone telling us that we had reached the culmination of this day, and a tone informing us that all had returned to nothing. The rule that the witch would win when time ran out had already been revealed.
マトラ、ジョージ兄ちゃんにジェシカ、旅は終わって、魔女は蘇ったよ。
And none shall be left alive. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures. One shall be all the gold from the golden land. One shall be the resurrection of all the dead souls. One shall be the resurrection of love that was lost. One shall be to put the witch to sleep for all time. Sleep peacefully, my beloved witch Beatrice. But she won. Dong. That's a very big clock. Witches. Oh. Lock in, it's gonna go fast. You mean this? The storm passed, and the leaden clouds that enshrouded the island for so long cleared away. From the rifts between the clouds, sunbeams shone, and yesterday's storm seemed like a lie. Just as someone had wished, the seagulls returned to the harbor once again and let out their lively cries. And once again, their lively cries can be heard. Afterwards, the police came and conducted an investigation of the scene. The corpses of the children, who were thought to have survived until the very end, were never found. However, because the body parts that were discovered and the unimaginably gruesome nature of the scene, the police were forced to conclude that the chances of survival for any of the 18, even the children, seemed hopelessly dim. Holy. Just how gruesome was the banquet of the witch, and just how beautiful was the Golden Land. They were the only ones who got to hear that tale. No tales were told to those humans who arrived after the banquet was over. The best they could do was imagine what might have happened during those 2 days. However, the witch was fickle. She made a point of leaving behind this tale which didn't need to be heard, and it was allowed to spread. Then, many years later, a strange wine bottle that had drifted on the waves of the pier of a neighboring island was pulled out by a fisherman. Inside it was a thin, tightly rolled notebook fragment, written upon the cramped small letters. Written there was this tale. Through this notebook fragment, they will finally learn the truth and mysteries of the riddle-filled 2-day period that started on October 4th, 1986. This incident was later called by many names, such as the Rokkenjima mass murders or 18 killings of Rokkenjima, although they're linked from around the cult was all that resurrected immortal ceremony that had sealed off the island, and though 2 mysterious days are heavily embellished in many different intrinsic patterns, soon began to spread far and wide. However, not one of these intrusive approach the truth. Furthermore, while the notebook fragment describes this mysterious incident, it does not reveal the truth of what happened here, or perhaps even the writer didn't know what the truth was. According to the writer, her name was Yoshiromiya Maria. Incidentally, as a result of an all-out police investigation, part of Maria's body, a piece of her jaw, was discovered. It was of the rare instances where a corpse was identified thanks to dental records. At the gruesome scene, there had been many body parts that couldn't be identified belonging to any specific person. Fair to say that's extremely unfortunate to find because the jaw had been separated from its body. The police judge survival would be hopeless to him, even though none of her other body parts were found, or at least identified. And so let us conclude this tale with a final section of notebook fragment that Maria left behind. At the time you have read this, I will probably be dead, although there were may or may not be a corpse. You who have read this, please find out the truth. That is my only wish. Really? To this very day, the truth of the witch legend serial murders has not been brought to light. First game, Legend of the Golden Witch. Result. What do you mean? Died on the first Twilight chosen by the key. It's saying result as if I could have changed this. Also, you were right. That went by fast. What the fuck? Scrolled by, little sword. Missing on a 10th Twilight. After he acknowledged the existence of the witch and had frustrated himself, the witch invited him to the Golden Land. Missing 10th Twilight. After acknowledging his existence... Will the witch invite this man who denied her existence to the Golden Land? The witch will praise the wise should bestow for treasure across Golden Land. They were chosen. Have the souls of dead and the love that have lost. After all, no matter how large amount of gold they may have desired, it would have been out of their grasp. George chose his lost fiancé. Jessica chose the boy she had liked and lost. Maria chose the lost love of her mother. Sleep peacefully, Beatrice. Let nothing disturb your slumber ever again. The winner is the Golden Witch, Beatrice. Time ran out before even one of the 18 people can solve the riddle of the gold. All 18 died. When the seagulls cried, none were left alive. But why would Maria have written a message saying to figure out the truth? Surely things didn't actually end that way. The Golden Witch prepared a gift for you in commemoration of your stay. You can find these new features on the title screen. Complete episode 1. How do you... How do you continue after all of that? It must be a freaking... It must be a repeating thing. I have to have been right about that. Especially with the way the credit said results, as if that was something that could have been changed. Avoided tea party. But I guess we'll figure out tomorrow. Let's see what this is about before we end off. That was a lot. You have done well to make it this far. I've enjoyed your stay in Okanjima. The Golden Witch has granted you an invitation to her tea party. We hope you choose to attend. Oh, what do you mean, episode 1? Is that something I save for next time or look at now? I thought it'd be just like a little like set of things to like read, like extra notes. It's fairly short. All right, we'll do that. You say so. It better not be like for another 2 hours. Let's see what it's like then. A tea party. Purgatorio. We're in purgatory? After everyone has died? Oh, look at this fancy room. Oh. Alright, this seems pretty detached from like the actual story. Yeah, me too, buddy. Me too.
つまりなんだあれは結局犯人は暴けず時間切れのバッドエンドでしたってことなのか
Forcing me to get a bad ending the first time through? How could you?
おお、きっとバッドエンド。おお。
そうだね。1日目の夜にマリアちゃんが読んだベアトリーチェの手紙に碑文の謎を解いてみろとちゃんと予告してたもんね。僕たちは自衛や犯人を探るのに忙しくて全然その謎に挑まなかったし。
そうですね。
Oh, shit on.
ちゃんと碑文の謎に挑んでいたら違う結末もあったのでしょうか。
それはどうかな。シャノンちゃんもお疲れ。お茶の給仕なんてしなくていいぜ。何しろここはお疲れ様会なんだからよ。ひでえ目にあった者同士仲良く傷の舐め合いをしようぜ。ベロベロベロ。
ひでえ目って言ったら
Character page you could change too. There's a character page here. Oh, them, right, because the... Wow. Missing. Even though she was given a precious invitation to the land, a single fool refused to believe in the witch, and all the magic disappeared. He was then chewed to bits by demons and went to hell. What the fuck? Even though everyone was getting along so well after being reunited in Godan, all of the magic came to nothing because of a certain hard-headed fool. Afterwards, it even chewed him to the bone, and he went to hell. Just missing. This fool made the world where everyone could be happy all come to nothing. Though Beatrice was extremely angry, she seems to be enjoying herself immensely. It's almost as though she waited 1,000 years to get her hands on a toy as fun as this one. Hopefully even this fool will be able to see you before too long. You mean they went straight to hell? So what the fuck? Speaking of horrible fate, Shannon beats the rest of us hands down. I don't know! It says you went straight to hell after being eaten by demons.
綺麗どころのキャラだからてっきり最後まで生き残るかと思ったら一番最初に殺されるし、しかもなんだっけ顔面を半分砕かれてたんだっけ。最悪だよな。
そういうお役目でしたら仕方ありませんし。
姉さんが気にすることはないよ。お嬢様方もラストのエピローグを見る限り相当悲惨な最後を遂げられたようだしね。
どうもそうみたいだね。なんだか 全身を食いちぎられてバラバラにされたみたいな恐ろしい描写があったような気がするよ。
それを言ったらカノン君の最後が一番かっこよかったと思うぜ。
He was pretty cool.
返り討ちとはいえ犯人と一騎打ちだろ。俺らのよくわからん最後よりは数段マシだぜ。
結局何も歯が立ちませんでしたが。
でもカノン君の死は大きなヒントになったと思うな。だってあのせいで19人目の存在が明らかになったんだから。
そうだね。あの時点では全員の所在が明らかだった。だからカノン君を殺せるのは未知の19人目しかありえない。
マリアは最初からベアトリーチェだってずっと言ってる。
信じたくはねえけど、ベアトリーチェを名乗る魔女が犯人ってことになるんだろうぜ。
そうですよね。うん、エヴァおばさんの密室殺人とか魔女にしかできない。人間にはできない。
19人目が存在することが明らかで、しかも
となればその人物をベアトリーチェと呼んでも差し支えはねえだろうぜ。
多分僕たちはラストで出会っているよ。黄金の魔女にね。
だからマリアはベアトリーチェがいるってみんなずっと信じなかったからダメだった。信じないと奇跡は起きないって友達の魔女も言ってる。
One of her witch friends.
そうですね。ベアトリーチェ様は敬う者に寛大だそうですし。
マリア様は恐ろしい事件が次々と起こっていっても、最後までベアトリーチェ様の脅威からは外されていたように思います。
Oh no, apparently her jaw was found somewhere. But not the rest of her.
マリアは一番の最初からベアトリーチェを信じてたもんな。でもそれじゃあ同じように信じてたカノン君たちも殺されたのは納得がいかないぜ。
それは多分ベアトリーチェ様なりのご都合があられたので。
碑文の歌がベアトリーチェ様の復活の儀式を意味するものなら、その一人にご指名をいただけたということなのでしょう。
シャノンちゃんはひどい最後だったよ。せめてもう少し綺麗で安らかな方法もあったろうに。
まあ痛かったわけじゃないですし、それにほら、
Really?
今はこうして全然平気ですからへっちゃらです。
For seeing him stroke Shannon's cheek, which had been crushed during the story, everyone laughed out loud, smiling. What is...
でも
What is all
言っ
this?
ちゃなんだけど、僕はてっきり本格ミステリーだと思ってたからね。ファンタジーだと分かってちょっと驚いてるよ。遺産をめぐる外界から隔絶された孤島の洋館物なんて推理物の王道だと思ってたからさ。
ファンタジーじゃない。
Yeah, Beatrice exists.
ええ、分かっています。ベアトリーチェ様はいらっしゃいます。
そうですね。ベアトリーチェ様はいらっしゃいます。
悔しいが認めざるを得ねえよな。
人間には不可能なことをいくつもやってのけてる。劇中の僕らはそれを否定したくてあれこれと考えたけれども、今ならはっきり言えるよ。どれもいずれも全て人間には不可能な犯罪だった。
Man, they're really hammering this point in here. I feel like they're trying to lead me astray. I feel like not believing it.
魔法の力を使いこなす魔女のベアトリーチェにしか成し得ない犯行だよ。
But that can't be right.
犯人は魔女だった。
Because the whole point of the ceremony was to revive her. How could she have done anything beforehand? I don't I don't want to accept it.
その一点において何のベアトリーチェ様万歳っては
みんな信じた。マリアは嬉しい。神様も魔女も怖がる人には恐ろしい存在かもしれませんけど、信じ敬う人にとってはきっと慈しみのある存在に違いないと思います。
姉さんの言う通りだと思う。
じゃあさ、せっかく殺人事件ごっこは終わったわけだし、
No, 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 no.
ここで気を取り直してちゃんとベアトリーチェの言う通り碑文の謎に挑戦してみねえか。
賛成。きっとベアトリーチェも喜ぶ。
劇中ではみんな無視してたからね、あの手紙は。
せっかく出題されたのにほとんど無視されて、なんだかかわいそうですね、ベアトリーチェさん。碑文のメモがある。みんなで謎解き、みんなで謎解き。
物語は多分この時点から間違ってたんだろうね。
We went wrong ever since then. Fucking. If any one of you fulfills the terms in this I don't. I think this is something there's probably another way. Like, they ended up skipping this entire first part. We never figured out what the key even was. And on each twilight... it's probably meaning there that we still can't figure out yet. Probably not until we start going through the other episodes, huh? I am thinking, I'm trying to... Everyone ignored the letter. Ah.
私たちはベアトリーチェ様のご指示通り碑文の謎に挑むべきだったのかもしれません。
まあすっかり遅くなっちまったけどな。今からでも再挑戦するってことで、さ碑文の謎に挑戦してみよう。懐かしき故郷を貫く鮎の川。
Yeah, put her notebook on the table and opened to the page where the epitaph was written. Everyone stared at it, getting really into it as they started guessing this and that about the riddle. Surrounded by the smell of black tea and freshly baked vanilla cookies, they spent the time comfortably and happily. Really?
ちょいと待てよ、お前ら。
But Battler spoke in a way that cut through the conversation. His expression looked a little unhappy. What could he not like about all this fun?
お前ら、さっきから聞いてりゃ、何を思考停止してんだ？なんで魔女の仕業ってことで決まってんだよ。そんなのあるわけねえじゃねえかよ。
Just those words, the happy atmosphere surrounding the tea party evaporated in an instant. George and Jessica, and Shannon and Canon, and Maria, all of them stared blankly, wondering what in the world Battler was talking about. Even the foolish, arrogant Battler realized that he hadn't chosen his words well.
だって、明らかに人間には無理な事件だったじゃないか。
No.
そうだぜ、そうだぜ。どの事件も人間には無理なことばかり。
そうですよね。だって人間じゃ説明がつかないことばかりじゃないですか。
バトラ様が何を言い出すのか僕には分かりません。
お前たちこそ、何を口々に言い出すのかさっぱりだぜ。こんなの人間が起こした事件に決まってるじゃねえかよ。魔女なんているわけねえだろ。
じゃあ、私が倉庫の中で殺されてた時、顔の半分をひどいことにされていましたが、あれは人間が犯人なら、どう再現するというのですか？
We were in the storehouse filled with like a whole bunch of gardening equipment and I'm sure other like various tools.
そりゃどうやったらあんなひでえことができるのか、ちょっと想像は。でも、あそこはバラ庭園の倉庫だぜ。きっと中に妙な道具とかがいくらでもあっただろう。
Damn, we're on the same page. I really am
わかん
Battler.
ねえけどよ、例えば電の子とかグラインダーとか、そんな。
それは、
じゃあバトラー、じいさまが密室の書斎から消え去っていたのはどう説明するんだよ。扉は封印されていたのに、じいさまは忽然と消え去ってたぜ。
その話は劇中でも出ただろう。じいさまが何らかの方法を使えばレシートをごまかすことは不可能じゃない。あるいは窓から出て、あるいは落ちて、夏日おばさんが窓を内側から施錠した可能性もある。別に魔法を使わなくたって他にもいくつか手は。それはそうだけどよ。
ならバトラ君、僕のお母さんたちが客室の中で殺されていたのはどう説明するんだい？
Yeah, they never did delve too far into like theories about how that could have happened because things started moving really fast after that.
扉には鍵もチェーンもかかってた。無論窓もね。どうやって人間に母さんたちを殺せたって言うんだい？
まあ確かにそのトリックは劇中でも保留になったままだったな。とにかく犯人は鍵だけは持ってる可能性が高いからな。チェーンに許される程度の扉の隙間は確保できたわけだ。非常に苦しい話だが、その隙間から何かの仕掛けを施した可能性はあり得るな。
What kind of device, though? Something... Would you be able to unlock the door? Maybe. It depends on how that like chain lock works. Like how you secure it. A really long stick. Like you joke, but if it's like one of those like chain locks where you how do I explain it? It's like put something in a big circle and then slide it to the side. You kind of like lock it that way. I don't know if that visual is or description is apt for visualizing what I'm thinking here, what I've seen. But like You could probably easily unlock it and then relock it again, right? If you knew the position of everything, how it works. Maybe. But right, what? There's also the whole, like, magic circle thing that was painted there in, like, the span of a few minutes. Just keep going.
いや、あるいはその隙間から確かにチェーンってのはえらいシンプルだが、密室を構成するでかい要素だな。だが密室トリックなんてそこいらの書店で密室ミステリーを数冊買ってくりゃ、どうせビンゴなトリックが見つかるだろうぜ。とにかく俺には思いつかねえが、どうにかやりくりすりゃ人間にできないことはないだろうって断言できる。それはひどい暴論じゃないかい？説明できないのに人間に可能だと断言できるなんてめちゃめちゃだよ。何がどうめちゃめちゃなんだよ。兄貴たちは何を思考停止してんだよ。一見できなさそうに見えてもどうせできるんだよ。それがお約束ってもんだろうが。
めちゃめちゃなのはバトラの方だぜ。人間にできるってんなら説明してみろよ。できねえだろ。
できなきゃすぐに犯人は魔女ってことで落ち着くのかよ。その論法で言っちまったら世界中の未解決事件は全部魔女が犯人ってことで決着しちまうぞ。
バトラは問題をすり替えてるし、何も説明してない。マリアたちは人間にはできない。だから人間じゃない存在が犯人。それが魔女だとそう言っている。
Actually, a robot.
なのにバトラは説明できないけど魔女はありえないとか一方的な決めつけで言ってる。まるで無知な時代の人類のようだね。地球が回ってるはずがない。説明はできないけど、宇宙が地球を中心に回ってるんだと言い張る愚か者のよ
う。なんだか気に入らねえ論法だが、人間に可能だと説明できないならベアトリーチェであることを受け入れろってことかよ。
I don't know if I buy that.
そこまで押し付けているわけではありません。ただバトラ様が何を根拠にそのような弱い事を言い出すのかと思いまして。
弱い事って。なあ、俺ってさっきからそんなに変なこと言ってるか？おかしいのは俺なのか？さっきからえれえ不愉快だぞ。
バトラ様、僕は自分が死んだ時、ボイラー室で存在しないはずの19人目に殺されています。それが人間の仕業だと説明できるのですか？あの時18人の所在は全員がはっきりしていました。にもかかわらず
その件も劇中で言ってるぜ。例えば熊沢のばあちゃんだ。カノン君がボイラー室に降りてからすぐ後を追ったと言ってるが、実は嘘かもしれねえ。一緒にボイラー室に入って不意をついてぶっすり行っちまったのかもしれねえ。あるいはボイラー室に踏み込むと何かのトラップが発動して例のアイスピックが打ち込まれるように仕掛けられていたのかもしれない。何しろ焼却炉からはじいさまの遺体の悪臭だ。必ず誰かがやってくるわけだから、仕掛けだけ施せば犯人はその場を離れ、カノン君の死亡時刻にアリバイを作ることは十分できる。
ボイラー室のトラップってどんなのですか？
そうだよ。あの後すぐみんながボイラー室に駆けつけた。でもそんな変な仕掛けは見つけられなかったじゃないか。
さようです、バトラ様。どんな仕掛けで僕は殺されたというのですか？
いや、それはわからねえ。でもとにかく
何かの仕掛けをうまくやってたな。あるいはこうも考えられるぜ。そもそもあれはカノン君の自作自演だったとかな。そうだ、自作自
Play
演だ。
acting.
エヴァおばさんたちも自作自演なんだよ。自分で密室を作り死んだふりをした。
バトラー、
He's
お
going
前
insane.
さっきから頭大丈夫か？
冷たいお飲み物でもお持ちしましょうか。
Are you okay? Do you have brain damage?
そ
Too
こ
much
まで
thinking.
アレミの目で見られるほど妙なことは言ってねえだろ。俺はあくまでもトリックを考える上での可能性について言っただけだぜ。それにほら、死者が実は死んでないなんて推理物のお約束じゃねえかよ。お約束って？つまりだ、カノン君が殺された時、確かに俺たち全員の所在ははっきりしていた。そして熊沢のばあちゃんも嘘はついてないとする。でもそれは生存者だけの話だ。もし死んだふりをして犠牲者に混じり姿をくらましていた犯人が別行動をしていたとしたら、全ては説明できる。
つまりエヴァおばさんたちが犯人だと言いたいわけか？
No, like... Trying to think of how everyone died. I'm wondering if this line of theory, if someone just was faking it. Could it have actually been Kinzo? But then who would have been the fifth Twilight? If not him. If he like... Well, no, because he could have... Well, who would it have been? If not him? Who else could have been? Because... Like, sure, some of them... Like, of the first 6... had their, like, faces all crushed up, but... Kinzo was the only one burned basically beyond all recognition, aside from the toes. But can you call that a solid proof that it was actually his body if you couldn't tell by any other thing on him? That only works if it was Kinzo still doing all of that. It only works if there was just someone else Kinzo had off to the side that had the same, like, 6-toe thing he had going on to, like, kill later. I don't know.
でもおばさんたちの死亡については南條先生が医者として判断してるぜ。
そうです。南條先生は全て、もしバトラ様の説を採用するなら南條先生も犯人ということになります。
ああ、そうだな。南條先生が犯人の一味で嘘の死亡宣告をしていたかもしれないと考えりゃ話は変わっ。ほら、これも推理物のお約束じゃねえかよ。
でも南條先生も殺されたよ。
と、それはだな。そうさ、
南條先生は偽装師なんだ。何しろ南條先生以外に検視ができる奴はいねえし、あの時はもう混乱してる状況下だ。本当に脈が止まってるかなんてのんびり確かめてる暇もなかったぜ。この論法なら死者は誰だって歩き回れたことになる。
私たち最初の6人は難しかったんじゃないかと思います。だってシャッターを閉められた上に内側からは開けられない南京錠をかけられちゃいましたし。
そうだぜ。その鍵は母さんが預かった。じゃあ母さんも犯人の一味だってのかよ。
いやいや、最初の6人は無理そうだが、エヴァおばさんたちは外から鍵をかけただけだろ。なら内側から開けられるし。そうさ、俺たちが部屋を出た後、窓から飛び出してボイラー室に先回りしたとか。
What if there is no 19th? How do you explain to close the room? Tear apart the two who are close. Does that mean both of them has to die? Only one of them is needed. Could either Eva or Hideyoshi fake their deaths? I don't know, they had a thing pretty stuck deep into their skulls, so that, I don't know. How do you fake that? Maybe Hideyoshi was I don't know, Hideyoshi could have been faking it. There wasn't much blood on him, but that was explained away by just the shower, like washing away the blood. Because he died in the shower. But something also isn't right. Going back to canon, Battler noticed that the design on it was different, but we didn't go much further into that. I feel like that's another important detail that has to matter. It was different, but why? Were the ones inside Eva and Hideyoshi different? Were they the same? They could have been different and they just didn't get a clear look at the one in Hideyoshi's head because he was like kind of face down, hunched over the shower, like the edge of it, the bathtub. Could have taken notes, you could have solved this instantly. I don't know, is that too easy of a thought? Hideyoshi knew immediately where Eva was going when they talked about the receipt. He went along with that quite easily. Maybe he went along with it and caught on quite easily because he knew the receipt was there in the first place. He could have opened. I don't know how he would have opened it, actually. But if he did, he would have been able to place the receipt back where it was if he knew about it beforehand. And we go back to when they were both killed. I feel like the both of them don't need, or didn't need to have died. They just needed to be torn apart. I feel like just one of them would have sufficed for that, Twilight. Which would also definitely explain like how the room stayed locked. But again, I don't know if that... Did Najo check his pulse? But I don't know, him? Could have been Eva. Might actually be Eva. Maybe? Because if it was Hideyoshi, then who gave letter to Maria? Pretending to be Beatrice. If this isn't some story where, like, magic actually ends up being real, Beatrice is real. I think Eva and Hideyoshi have to be my top suspects for my, like, reasoning here. Andrew checked the both of them pretty thoroughly. I don't know if he checked, I don't know. I might be going for too far out there ideas. I don't... If I'm not thinking that Beatrice is real, or if I'm thinking that Beatrice isn't real, I guess. I don't know how I worded it just now. I feel like it has to be something to do with either of them. 'Cause... I don't know, you could explain it as just her, like, really hating Natsui, but Eva was immediately on using that, like, receipt thing. Why would she have done that in the first place? Why would she have wanted to make sure there was, like, some proof that the door hasn't been opened since Natsui had been in there in the morning? Why was she so adamant on making sure Battler knew, or it was like, before she left up to her room, she wanted to, like, hammer it in to Battler that the receipt was an important clue. Was it that important? Important for her own story? I don't know. I don't like how things aren't clear, and I guess that's the point. But for now, I think the both of them are pretty high on my thought list here. Alright, let's continue. Where are we?
苦しいか？あるいは南條先生も剣士を誤ったとかな。ほら自分でも言ってたぜ、剣士は誤信率が高いとかって。うまく偽装したとか身代わり死体を用意したとかで死をごまかしたんだ。方法やトリックはこれから考えるとして、とにかく19人目を否定することはそう難しいことじゃないんだ。ましてや魔女？それだけは断じてありえない。
バトラがさっきからなんで堅くなにみんなの中に犯人がいるようにしたいのかわかんない。つまりバトラは親族の誰かを疑いたいんだよね。
そういうわけじゃねえ。ただ安易に19人目を肯定はできねえし、仮にいたとしてもそれは人間だって見地から話を構築すべきであって、それら全部を否定しきった最後の最後で
苦し紛れに出てくるのが魔女だろって話をしたいんだ。魔女なんているわけないだろ。なんでさっきからみんなは魔女が犯人ってことでひょいひょい納得したがるんだ。そりゃ身内に殺人犯がいると思いたくねえ家族愛は立派さ。
No, it's dire when Maria pulls out the in other words.
でもそれでごまかしちまっていいのかよ。あれだけ大勢を殺した憎き犯人を見つけ出したいとは思わねえのかよ。兄貴だって両親の仇を見つけたいだろ。ジェシカだってカノン君の仇を、そしてカノン君だってシャノンちゃんの仇を見つけたいだろ。シャノンちゃんだって自分を殺したのが誰なのか知りたいはずだ。なんでこうパーンと全面降伏して。お前らさっきから何なんだ。
There's also that weak alibi that Eva and Hideyoshi had when they said they returned to the guest house. But then, now that this makes it seem like it's too easy of a guess that it might, if it's just an actual person, if it's all like been faked and everything, that it's them, and that wouldn't satisfy me, or at least one of them. Fuck. Alright. Wow. I hate this. I like it. I hate it. It's cool. It sucks. Let me read that. The foolish and short-tempered Ballard tried to force his ignorance on the others and yelled at them. However, everyone just looked at him pityingly, silently watching over him. At that time, the wise Maria laughed and pointed out Battler's mistake. Oh? Oh no, it's Witch Maria.
呆れてるんだよ。バトラはさっきから支離滅裂なことを繰り返しては何かを分かったような気になってるだけ。だからそれで人間にどうやって具体的にはそう聞くと決まってバトラは今は思いつかないけどとか何かの仕掛けでとか抽象的なむしろ知りたいよバトラ。どうしてベアトリーチェを信じないの？いるのにどうして？
いねえからだよ。魔女なんかいねえ。いるわけがねえ。
It's almost like a spoiled child who just doesn't want to accept something. The pitying gazes quietly closed in around Balor, but they didn't reach his stubborn heart.
まるっきりだだっこのわがままだぜ。
バトラ様、お気持ちはわかりますが。
ベアトリーチェ様はいらっしゃるのです。
バトラ君、どうして信じないんだい？これほどまでに状況証拠は揃ってるのに。
説明できなきゃ全て魔女なんて俺はそんな論法は認めねえ。どうして電球が明るくなるのか、仕掛けを知らなきゃ全て魔法ってことになるのか。違うだろ。魔法じゃなきゃ説明がつかないことなど存在しない。魔女だの魔法だのってのは思考の放棄だ。兄貴たちはわからねえ事件に屈服して降参しただけなんだ。そうだろ。
やっぱりバトラだけはどうしても信じないね。誰か一人でも信じなかったら奇跡は起きない。だからバトラのその猛獰な思い込みを改めさせなきゃ奇跡が魔法が完成しないんだよ。
なるほどな。ようやく一端が見えてきたぜ。つまりお前らは俺に魔女様は存在するって言わせたいんだろう。全員が認めた嘘は真実になる。そういうこったろ。あいにくだな。ここばかりはあいにくだが、そいつは全然ダメだぜ。お断りだ。
I'm thinking again. Alright. Let's say Beatrice does exist. I refuse to believe that all the murders were her doing. She's not supposed to be like revived, awakened until the end. Right? I'm not gonna be satisfied until I get through all of this.
お前らが俺にそう詰め寄るからこそ、だからこそ全然ダメなんだ。
You guys are all pressing me. That's why it's all useless.
悪いが、最後の最後で、もう一回チェス盤をひっくり返させてもらうぜ。魔女の存在を俺に認めさせたいなら、一番簡単な方法があるはずさ。それは、人間にはできないから魔女なんていう遠回しな方法じゃない。魔女が魔法でやってみせた。それを俺に見せるだけの話なんだ。
Yeah, show me it.
さらに、
Show me.
さっきマリアが言ったことが一番墓穴を掘ってる。誰か一人でも信じなかったら、奇跡は起きないってな。真の奇跡は、誰が信じようと信じまいと勝手に起こる。たとえ俺一人が信じなかったとしてもだ。だからこそ、俺が信じれば成立する奇跡も魔法も、そして魔女も、嘘っぱちだってわけさ。
The uneasy mood following Battler's ignorant rant was blown away by a very soft and light laugh. Whose laugh? Battler was surprised. He had never heard that voice before. When he looked at George and Jessica, at Shannon and Canon, and Maria, he noticed that they had suddenly gone respectfully silent. Oh! We're actually just gonna see her here, right now? Thought it was just gonna flash the portrait and then we'd back the title screen or something. This is going on for a while. Oh, look at her. Looking more blonde than she does in the portrait.
久しぶりに愉快な人間に出会えたものよ。
お前、誰だ?
But she lost theorizing. Yeah, but it was getting interesting. I like the thought process. And then it didn't matter because here she is.
招かれた茶会のホストも知らぬか。
Nice pipe.
よいよい。
こちらのお方は1000年を生きる黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェ様にあらせられます。
Is she in here now? I knew that spot had to be for her. Wow, it actually put her in. The golden witch who had lived for 1,000 years. She has surpassed the limits of humans and, like demons, will sometimes appear in response to the summons made by humans to offer her power in exchange for a price. She likes black tea and ice cream. She hates boredom and people who deny her existence. And she's looking far better than she did in that portrait. You enjoy that though? I'm not doing it anymore. It's over. The game made a fool of me.
バトラ君の暴言をどうか
こいつは頑固です。まだ自分の置かれた状況が分かってなくて。
Good, you hated it? Oh no. Wow. I'm very smug.
1000年も生きると大抵の魔女は生き飽き。
Most witches. But she's right here.
そなたのような気骨ある男も時にはよい。
ベアトリーチェがお姿を現してくれるのはとても光栄なことだよ、バトラー。
こりゃたまげたぜ。そこまでして俺に魔女が
19人目が犯人だと思い込ませてえのかよ。ますますに気に入った。だから全然ダメだぜ。お前はマリアたちが主張する魔女ベアトリーチェの幻影というわけだ。そして全員がその存在を信じることで、そういう虚構の存在なんだろう。だから俺にも信じさせたい。俺だけが信じないから存在できない。そうなんだろう。
魔に通じぬ凡夫の分際にしては理解力は悪くない。なるほど。どうやらそなたは生まれ
He
な
was
がら
born to battle magic,
魔
battler.
力に強い抵抗力を持つ
Battler.
らしいな。我ら魔女の天敵をどう逆さに振るってみせようとも決して我らを信じぬ。だから魔法が及ばない。
Man, they really got her like smug expression here down. Holy.
お前のその態度にも
何を言ってやがるかさっぱりだぜ。
Let's try it, Natsu. You can take out the wig now.
わざわざお姿まで表してもらって恐縮だが、俺はお前さんの存在なんてこれっぽっちも信じやしないぜ。確かにこの2日間妙なことは何度か起こった。さっきマリアに言われた通り、俺はそれら全てにトリックの説明がつけられると思っているが、だからといって屈するわけじゃない。俺は兄貴たちとは違うぜ。説明できないから魔女の仕業だなんて論法には絶対ならねえぜ。
ますますに気に入ったぞ。お前は屈服させがいがある。お前のような男にこそ我が名を称えさせてみせたいぞ。お前のような男にこそつま先にキスをさせてみたいものよ。
Imagine leaving a witch just because you're talking to her in purgatory. So gullible.
寝言言いたきゃ好きなだけ言ってろ。俺はお前なんか否定してやるぜ。すべての出来事人間とトリックで説明してやる。そこには一遍たりとも魔女も魔法も入り込む余地はね
え。よい。それでこそ千年の退屈も紛れるというものよ。ならば聞こう。お前は先ほどエヴァたちを殺すのに扉の隙間を利用すればよいと言ったな。人間とトリックでどう殺してみせるのか。
いきなり一番辛いところから切り込んできやがったな。ってことはこのトリックが一番の自信作ってことなんだろ。真犯人さんよ。
Oh, they fizzled away. With a shake of her golden pipe, gentle multicolored smoke trailed out of the end. The smoke quickly obscured their surroundings, and they were suddenly in the hallway of the mansion. We're really still going? Oops, I nudged the mic. The door in front of them, slightly open but secured by a chain, that's right, it's the door to the room where Eva and Hideyoshi were killed.
便利じゃねえかよ。
さて、このわずかな隙間からどうして見せるのか、バトラとやら。
多分あのアイスピックを打ち出せる射出機があるんだ。そいつを使って。
その隙間からは見えぬベッドの上のエヴァをどう狙うのか。そしてバスルームにこもり扉を閉めた秀吉をどう狙うのか。
隙間はあれ、何か方法があるはずなんだ。
お前に思いつかぬならわらわがやってみせてもよいぞ。
ほう、魔女様ならどうやって見せるったんだよ。
Magic.
お手並みを拝見してやろうじゃねえか。
バトラー、ベアトリーチェに口の利き方が存在。
よい愉快な男よ。それでこそ屈服させる楽しみが増すというものよ。
そんなに俺につま先にキスをさせてえかよ。俺が降参したらな。だが見てろ、きっと俺がこのトリックを暴いて逆にてめえを俺のケツにキスさせてやるぜ。
愉快な男よ。覚えておこうぞ。弱き魔女は力を得るために悪魔の尻にキスをする。
Weak witches kiss the behinds of demons to gain power. Really?
それを超える屈服の誓いはないからな。そこまで言わせたからこそ、わらわはお前を屈服させてみたくなる。
He's tripping. Paying no mind about his worthless ranting, Beatrice once again shook the golden pipe. Right. The golden pipe was her precious magic cane.
さあさあおいでなさいな、子供。我こそ連滞在を許せし7つの悔いを持て。
7 stakes. 7.
ベルゼブブにアスモデウス。さあさあ罪を許しなさい。罪人の魂を解放なさい。
The picks of Beelzebub and Asmodeus responded to Beatrice's call. The 2 stakes the demons were stuck in through the crack of the door like billiard balls struck by a cue stick. And several scattered noises like refracted through the wall, making a sound like a woodpecker. At the end, a pleasant sound could be heard. Ah, the small sighting sound like one heard when someone is chopping firewood, and falling axe neatly and easily slices through the wood. There's the sound of 2 picks burying themselves deep into Eva and Hideyoshi's foreheads.
ど真ん中というところへ見てみる。
They definitely heard 2 sounds like their foreheads being split open. Haller wasn't permitted to see it since he was on the other side of the door. But those 2 had died again, and this time they lay not an inch apart from where they had lain the last time, with the exact same blood spray as before.
バカ野郎。そんなめちゃくちゃで殺せてたまるかよ。
殺せるとも、このように殺せるとも。
Fizzling away. Back to the tea party. Suddenly they were no longer in the hall, but seated at the tea party they had started from. Everyone but Battler was sitting meekly, but Cannon was moaning, fresh blood dangling from his mouth. What a rude thing to do at a tea party. Satan's stake was buried deep into Cannon's chest. He died again. Laura was the only one getting agitated. George, Jessica, Shannon, and everyone else was meekly hanging their heads like students being yelled at by their teacher.
カノンはさまつな怒りにとらわれ、わらわの宴を乱そうとした。怒りにとらわれやすいのも、お前の大罪を清め、悔いてやり直すがいい。
ベアトリーチェ様、どうかお許しください。カノ君は十分に反省したと思います。
よい、わらわは敬う者に寛大である。
ふざけるな。こんな三文芝居で俺がお前の存在を認めると思うなよ。何が1000年を生きた魔女だ。てめえのトリックなんざ1000年じゃねえ。 せいぜい100年程度のミステリー界が作ったお約束の累積上にあるだけだ。魔法なんかじゃねえ、断じてねえ。事件の全ては人間とトリックで説明がつく。
我が千年を人間どもの100年で語るか。よいよい。だからこそわらわはお前を気に入る。
愚かなバトラ
よすんだ。バトラ君、ベアトリーチェ様に逆らっちゃいけない。
Oh. Gonna start moaning, holding her cheek. Maybe she had a toothache, but apparently it wasn't a toothache after all. The slight redness spread across the cheek Shannon was holding. It looked like that redness was causing Shannon unbearable pain. Her fingers were pressing against her cheek and drops of sweat appeared all over her body.
シャロン
Dying again.
しっかりしっかり。どうしたってんだよ。
Expanded rapidly, covering half of Shannon's face. Then, stupid dunce Battler finally realized. Stupid dunce!
バトラ君、ベアトリーチェ様を信じてくれ。五章だから。君が信じないから。信じないから。魔法が解けてしまう。
For the first time in his life, Battler heard that sound, like a pomegranate splitting. The red spray even landed on Battler's face. Poor Shannon's face has been split in half, and her last horrible moments in that storehouse were repeated once again. What is going on in this tea party thing?
やめろやめろやめろ。シャを恥ずかしめるな。シャを恥ずかしめるな。
This time, the redness spread across George's entire body. It was like the beautiful cloud. It was like the beautiful cloud drawn by milk when it's poured into black tea. It spread and extended across his entire body. As it did, it seemed to give George increasingly greater pain. Looking at this bizarre spectacle, Battler was petrified, as he frankly thought, with his pitifully clumsy imagination, about the nature of this strange death George and the rest were experiencing. Eventually, that redness reached nearby Jessica as well.
やめろやめろやめろ。兄貴が何をした。ジェシカが何をした。もうやめろ。
バトラ魔女なんかにくじけるんじゃねえぜ。否定しろ。ぶっ消してやれ。
Oops.
こいつは誰か一人でも否定する限り存在できない幻影なんだ。
大丈夫かジェシカ。兄貴。
George was no longer recognizable as a human. It looked like a pile of leftover meat after the good, delicious meat had been scraped off to be cooked. The only thing even resembled a human was the shape of his lower jaw and ribcage. And it was clear that Jessica, who was covered with a steadily strengthening redness, was approaching the same fate.
バトラ早くベアトリーチェを信じて。じゃないとみんなの魔法が解けてしまう。
マリア、お前も全身に。
わらわは魔法でもお前が信じない限りそれは真の力を持たない。もっともお前ほどの男がこの程度のことで屈服することはある。
Oh boy.
たくなかった。現実から目をそらしたから魔女に屈してしまった。でもパトラなら魔女になんか屈しない。
ジェスカジェスカ
Oh, there she goes, I guess. Poor Jessica met the same end. Just like George, he ended up like a butcher's leftovers. George and Jessica are now so destroyed, melted, and mixed up. It was impossible to tell them apart.
バトラ、泣かないで。ベアトリーチェは死者を何度でも蘇らせてくれるよ。だから悲しくないよ。だから死んでも。
Redness began eating into the whole of Maria's body. Foolish Butler watched and screamed.
てめえは許さねえ。
Oh.
絶対に許さね
Sick BGM.
え。何が魔女だ、何が魔法だ。俺は全身全霊をかけてお前を否定してやるぞ。何が何でもてめえを認めるわけにはいかねえ。俺をここまで敵に回しやがった以上、絶対にてめえだけは許さねえ。許さねえ、許さねえ、絶対許さねえ。よくもこの後ろ宮バトラーを敵に回しやがった。何が何でも貴様を否定してやるぞ。どんな不可解だろうと全部人間で説明してやる。てめえをこの世から細胞のひとかけらまで残さず消し去ってやる。
よくぞ言ったぞバトラとやら。それでこそ我が千年の退屈も紛れるというもの。さあ説明するがいい。人間とトリックとやらで、そして人間の身の程を知るがいい。我が千年を人間どもが気づいたとかいう100年で太刀打ちできるかそれでこそお前を屈服させる楽しみが増すというものや。さあ聞こうバトラとやら。マリアの手紙は6人の殺し方は
What about Maria's letter?
シャッターはレシートの封印はチェーンの密室はカノンのボイラー室は源氏たちの客間は夏日の自殺は碑文の謎は。
Ah. How would you explain Natsui's suicide? I wish we knew what was in the letter she had that made her leave.
隠された黄金のありかは。さあバトラとやら、人間の力を見せてもらおうではないか。
Whoa. What was that? Ushiro-miya. I beat it again. I beat my previous record. Full speed run. A new PB. Oh, and then what made Rudolph think he was gonna die that night? He was the only one that ever actually thought that. He was the only one to feeling that he himself was going to die. Wow. Why is it always glass breaking? Why is it always glass breaking in a way that looks like... Why is it always breaking as if something had shot through it? Even then, it's not like that would be a method to kill, I think, because... Oh, those who are not... Do I look at this now? 10 minutes if you don't pause? Alright. One more and then we finally end stream. Holy. Those who are not human. Plural? Not just Beatrice? In the Shadow Realm? Oh, looking even fancier than last place. I like all the purple.
次は何の紅茶を入れようか。
梅干し紅茶。
It's... I feel like this would be more interesting to me if I read his other works.
梅干しが1パック200円のやつよ。
千年紅茶をたしなんだが、そのよう
I'm guessing this is meant more to be fans of those. I recognize her from the funny little meme pictures you post sometimes in the memes channel.
つくづくこの世は生き飽きぬものよ。
Which probably means this is probably a bit of a spoiler for whatever the heck happens in that. Or I could be wrong, and it could be a different blue-haired girl.
ベアト、そんなにも敵意をむき出しにしなくてもいいの。
Surprisingly, not
私
really.
は単なる旅の魔女。あなたの領地のルールを犯しに来たつもりはないわ。
That's interesting. I would have looked up a picture, but I probably shouldn't. Especially if I'm thinking about maybe, looking at Higurashi or whatever it might be pronounced. She's meant to be a separate character. Ah.
伝説の魔女、ベルンカステル教に粗相がないか。
I heard a little sound. Ah, okay. What was that? Looking kind of cool. Witch of the Fragment who has lived 1,000 years. It is said she lives in a world where the concepts of fate and possibilities can be visualized. She observes the fate of humans and sometimes interferes. What do you mean? So, what? Other words, sometimes she is you, and sometimes she is your only friend. Understand? No. She likes wine and spicy foods. She hates boredom and people who never learn. Oh. By constantly continuing to think, I will live forever. In other words, if I were to stop thinking, I could die at any time. However, once I start thinking again, I can also revive at any time. That's why I'm fickle and whimsical. I live as I please, I die as I please, and revive as I please. Oh. Why'd she look at me like that? What a useless dream to try and kill me despite being a mere human. Fire bullets and they will merely reflect back towards you like the light off a mirror. Light off a mirror. The mirror! We never got to see anything with that. I thought for sure that would come into play. However, there does exist just one way to kill me. You hold that method in the palm of your hand, although I doubt one as mediocre use could ever pull it off. Yeah, the mouse. Exit. Whoop. Oh, I killed them both.
誤解があるわね。私は無力よ。あなたのように
一人を100殺す恐ろしい力を持った魔女の前には全くの無力。
その無力な魔女殿が何人たりとも寄せ付けぬ力をお持ちなのだから恐れ入る。
A powerless lady which like you possess a power that none approach.
かの大魔女ラムダデルタ教を短期にて退けられたのだから。
Lambda Delta?
コンクラベに勝っただけよ。あの子が飽きただけのこと。
Imagine getting tired.
ラムダデルタ教はそうは言ってなかったが過ぎた謙遜はかえって醜くもあるぞ、ベルンカステル教。
Arncus though. There she goes. Here she is again.
あの子は恐ろしい力を持っている。一人を必ず殺す力。しかしこの世に必ずは存在しない。一をいくら割ろうとも決してゼロにはできぬように、あの子はそれを限りなくゼロに近づけ、限りなく絶対
How
を
to
生
bring
み
the
出す
odds of
力を
failure down to almost exactly. How to give rise to almost perfect
あん
certainty.
な恐ろしい魔女と戦うのは二度とごめんよ。
Sounds
しかし
interesting.
そなたはゼロでない限り必ず成就させる力を持つ。この世に必ずは存在しないとのたまう今日ご自身が必ずの力をお持ちでおられる。恐ろしい恐ろしい。
一人を無限に殺す力。私はあなたの方が恐ろしいけれども。
Still endlessly.
ご冗談を。そなたから見ればこんなのはさまつな力。褒めても何も出ぬとはまさにこのこと。
世辞は滞在日替わり。私はかけらを渡り退屈から逃れ続ける逃亡の旅人。あなたが面白そうなことを始めたと聞いたから、あなたが面白くなくなったら勝手に出ていくからご心配なく。
Don't leave once you start
大
boring
ベル
me.
ンカステル教にご降覧いただけ。してご感想を。
ラムダデルタはとても残酷で恐ろしいけれど、あなたは一見慈しみがあるけれど全く理解できない。だからあの子よりずっと恐ろしい。
気まぐれなのは我が勝負。許すがいい。
That's of my nature.
気まぐれなるサイの目に運命を託すはベルンカステル教も好まれることだったのでは。
私はサイを振るときはっきりと出したい目がある。あなたとは違う。でもあなたにとっては全ての目がそしてどの目であってもあなたの期待を裏切らない。サイコロが何の目を見せようとも必ずあなたは満足する。その意味においてあなたは私をはるかに凌駕する。
You, on the other hand, never let the dice fall from your hand. So whatever the roll might have been, you're never disappointed. Whatever roll the dice show you, you are satisfied without fail. Huh.
あなたとだけは戦いたくないわ。あなたの中にはゼロしかない。だから私の力ではあなたから勝機を得られない。最悪な相性よ。ラムダデルタなら逆に相性がいいのかしら。あなたの無限を殺せるでしょうか。
やはり紅茶を飲むなら魔女とに限る。退屈しない。
ならよかったわ。退屈は私を殺す唯一の毒なの。だから私を殺さないでね。
Don't bore me.
無限の魔女ベアトリ。
それがお
Endless
望みならこ
witch.
のベアトリーチェ。 さらに楽しませてお見せしましょう。ならすぐにでも次のチェス盤をお持ちした方がよろしいか。そなたにはどうも紅茶よりも次なる物語の方がおかしばし待たれよ。
あなたも厄介なのに好かれたようね。力を貸してあげたいのは山々だけれど、聞いての通り、あの子の力と私の力では相性が悪いの。
Damn, you can't help me? Here, I'll do it. There we go.
おあいにくね。でも、さすがに気の毒だから、少しだけ力を貸してあげるわ。
Oh, yeah? Oh.
まず、あの子のこと。ベアトリーチェという名の存在を持っているけれども、だからといって、それ意味がわかる？つまり、あれは人間の誰かじゃない。この世界のルールが擬人化した存在だということ。あの子を倒すには、この世界のルールを暴き、それを解きほぐさなければならない。それは例えるなら、ルールを知らないチェスを観戦しながら学んでいくようなもの。まずはチェス盤を見渡しなさい。そして駒の動きと役割に気づきなさい。そしてあの子のゲームの勝利条件を探りなさい。それらが暴けた時、そこにあの子の心臓がさらけ出される。あとは引き裂くも握りつぶすも思いのまま。私も気前がいいわね。かつて人並みだった頃、私はたったこれだけのことを気づくのに100年をかけたのに、これはベアトに囚われた哀れなあなたへのささやかな選別。さながら一本のスプーン。スプーンはスープを飲むのに使うだけじゃない。
I can use it for eating cereal, eating rice.
あなたを閉じ込める赤狼を掘り抜き、魔女の目玉をえぐる武器にもなる。
Gouged a witch's eyes out.
永遠の赤狼の中で水のようなスープを延々とすすり続けるのにも使えるだろうけど、勘違いしないでほしいのは、私はあなたの味方のつもりはないということ。あなたに感情移入はするけれど、あなたがテレビの前でその向こうの人物にいくらエールを送っても、だから私が魔女だって。
All capitals?
私はベアトがこれから紡ぐ無限の物語を。でもきっとそれじゃ飽きちゃうから、だからあなたに力を貸すの。
You should believe I'm a witch.
私が飽きないために。私は世界で一番残酷な魔女なの。どんな相手でも絶対に屈服させる無限の魔女、ベアトリーチェであってもね。お前は私の駒よ。せいぜい頑張りなさい。あの子の目を盗んで時折助言を与えるわ。私を退屈させないでね。
Not too sure what to be thinking about that. It's gonna backseat me. What? That's not allowed. Whoa. Squirrel Lord. Addition of new features. Stop adding new things, dude. Whoa. This is new, though. Oh, it's tips. The Witch's game record. Winchester. Sawed off. A sawed-off custom version of the rifle manufactured during the golden age of Winchesters. A special model more than makes up for its shorter lethal range by its portability and old-time cool factor. It can even be fired as quickly as a pistol if one works the lever action skillfully enough. Furthermore, any true lover of old Western dramas can't help but be attracted to the one-handed reload made possible by its characteristic lever handle. Patrick Kinslow's personal preferences. It was made to handle 45 caliber long Colt bullets. It holds 4 plus 1 rounds. 1 in the chamber, 4 in the... What do you call it? The clip? I don't know what you would call it. 7 stakes of purgatory. Stakes containing the 7 magics that represent the 7 deadly sins. In accordance to their users' orders, they bury themselves into the desired location of the desired target with perfect accuracy because they split about at ultra high speeds and change their trajectories at will by bouncing off walls and the like. They have no blind spots and will hit their targets without fail, no matter what form of cover they might be hiding behind. Furthermore, it's possible to change the force they hit with depending on the part of the body at which they strike. They're extremely powerful weapons, but they cannot target pure people who have not committed one of the 7 deadly sins, or people who have a strong resistance to magical powers, like Battler. Oh, and this to let you cycle through. Execute. I wonder if we'll eventually get someone who fits into this slot. Maria's actual father. Oh, this has been a long one, dude. But I guess every episode will end up having a new tea party and, like, mystery scene here. Also, it said that the lock has been removed. Was episode, like, 2 actually locked until we got through both of these? It was worth finishing. It was! There's a lot going on. And yeah, it was locked until we saw the... Okay. Something nice to remember for next time. Oh, I wasn't expecting to stream for damn near 7 hours. Holy. I'm actually unsure if I'm gonna... if I actually will stream more tomorrow. Maybe we can... Maybe I'll save like the start of the next episode. Until next week, Friday. It's overwhelmed. But a little bit. I was thinking maybe it might be good to rest on everything that's happened for until next week, since it was a whole bunch of new info and story and stuff going on there. I was thinking for a second during the whole like first tea party scene, I was thinking maybe it was, if it wasn't Beatrice, it could have been. But I don't know anymore, man. She gets smaller when she dies. Just her? Hold on, just her? Oh, him too. Harry gets bigger. Oh. I don't remember that bottom part. Missing. Just missing. She's like, nice try, idiot. Aww. Some kind of oversight or something? It's only Eva, Rudolph, and Kyrie that like change sizes for their portraits here. A little weird. Could still be so. Maybe the witch is lying. Maybe she is. I don't know. How many episodes are there again? 4? I'm gonna at least have to get through the second. We're not counting the answer arcs. We're we're gonna at least have to get through the second episode before I start solidifying my my theories and whatnot, because it's too much. I'm gonna have to. Yeah, I think next week for sure we start with episode 2, and then for the time being, we just sat and let things sink in for a while. Give my brain my mind a bit to like absorb all the info and whatnot. This really was a lot. Holy, a lot more than I thought it'd. 4 games to figure out what the fuck is going on. And anime enjoy. I do enjoy anime. Alright, but yeah, we're gonna end here. I was gonna stream more of this tomorrow, but I wasn't expecting this stream to be the end of the first episode. I wasn't expecting the end of the first episode to be that. I'm not even sure what I should be expecting for episode 2. Is it actually going to be like a time loop thing? Are we going to start back at the beginning but be able to influence the story somehow? Yeah, that... I don't know. There's a lot of questions, but we'll let it brew and stew for like until next week when we get back to it. Holy. Alright. As always, anyone watching me, thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. Next week, since I'm probably not gonna do anything this weekend. Probably just relax. Not die of heat stroke. If it's a time loop, you're gonna have to do the airport scene again? Oh no. But that's the best part! Alright, but yeah. See ya, see ya.